Go over here. I'll go to the brand. That's my timer. I'll do that. All right, right on, right on. Here we are. Let's just give it a couple of seconds or a minute to for people to file in. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for tuning in this beautiful Friday morning. We are streaming this to two different platforms. We're streaming this to our YouTube channel, Watchers Talk. As well, we are streaming to our channel on pilled.net. So if you're interested in watching on Pilled, you're more than welcome to. And where am I? Happy morning, everyone. All right, so we got a few people in the room right now, so that's beautiful. That's nice to see. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the host here at Watchers Talk. This morning, I have with me Stephen Cummins, aka Gauze. This man is very profound, has just in-depth knowledge about our ancestors and grandcestors' knowledge and what have you. We got to speak to Gauze a couple of times, and the first video was just phenomenal. And then the second video that we put up, but YouTube had flagged that video because they were saying that we were talking about sensitive things and that they didn't like that, so they gave me a strike and removed the video. So we're hoping the same thing isn't going to happen again this time, which I don't think. Gauze and I, we had a great conversation, and we're going to be sharing some sacred knowledge. And also, guys, a little bit of news for you guys. YouTube has just given me an option to have members on my channel, Watchers Talk, which is a beautiful thing and a wonderful thing for our channel, because this gives us an opportunity to gain your support and get some financial help so that we can continue to bring you eye-opening, conscious-based content, because as we know, there are some speakers out in the world that want to get paid, and rightly so. It's their information and their time. So with membership program, that allows us an option to reach out to these speakers and try to get them on to Watchers Talk. So I would really appreciate your guys' support if you guys can join. It is $1.99 a month or $4.99 a month. Actually, I'm going to remove the $4.99 a month, and it will be just one level program of $1.99 a month. And the perks within that $1.99 a month is once a month I will do a members only live stream with guests like Michael Feely, Stephen Cummins, and other wonderful guests that we have that have some profound knowledge to share. So once a month I'll be doing a members only live stream, and as well members only videos, as well as early access to some videos. So I would really appreciate it if you guys can join our members program. Your support will be much appreciated. I just posted the link in the comments, so please feel free to go and check that out and show us your support. Now, with that being said, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. And Gauze, welcome, my brother. Thank you for your time. You're very, very late night. It's 10 o'clock here, and I believe it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that in your neck of the woods. So I totally appreciate it, brother, and I'm sure the viewers appreciate it too. Like I was saying earlier, there's been a lot of requests for you to come back on Watchers Talk and give us a download on your information. Right, because you have some profound information and some very sacred knowledge, And, we talked about it at Total Disclosure, wanted to bring you back for like an entire day, like an 8-hour download. So we're going to see if we can achieve that today. And we'll see if we can keep you talking.
Well, it's funny. Every day is a different day. It's like when I'm doing ceremony and I'm listening to nature, and there's different songs every day that you do. That's part of the healing process along the song lines and things like that. And there's some songs you do the same, and there's some songs that are different. It's like a bit like the Mayan 300 and whatever day calendar. And we're meant to have a 361 day calendar that's of 19 day months. And 19 adds up to 10. And there's also like a 10-month thing that we can do that's 36.1 days. But 361 adds up to 10. And 10 is the only whole numerical digit number that's actually got the primary shapes of the feminine being the circle or the egg sort of shape, and the line being the masculine, that's always balanced, that's always equalized in nature in curves by, the grandmother being Ishtar. And there's also a grandfather as well, but it's the grandmother that literally puts all the curvature into it, the nurturing and the love. So that everything is always...
Sorry to, my apology for interrupting, Gods. I was going to say, let's get deep into the great-grandmother and great-grandfather. But just before we do that, I just want to throw out a quick shout-out to Star Child. She has become a member of the Watchers Talk team and our very first member. So thank you very much, Star Child. Really appreciate it, sister. And I love you very much. And I really appreciate your support. You've been supporting us for years now. So thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Gods, I am going to toss the stage over to you. Make you full screen and give us a download, brother. And as questions are coming in, I'll rudely interrupt you.
Keep asking me the right questions, and that gets the best out of me because I spontaneously deliver this without notes. It's just
so. I'll ask guys in case the chat just really starts to go. Please, if you have questions for Gauze, if you can post those in capital letters so that they stand out, and then I'll be able to ask those questions and I don't have to go digging for questions. Yeah. So with that being said, coolies, thank you everyone, and Gauze, my brother, the stage is yours, and once the questions come up, I'll hop in and address those questions with you.
Yeah, so the grandmother, the real original grandmother is Ishtar, okay? And in English it's, in Madhya it's spelled I-S-T-E-N, but it should be an A-N because we need to get rid of the E vowel because that sharpens up the whole language. The E is occultly represented by what is called E-motion. And E stands for ecclesiastic motion. And ecclesiastic motion, emotion energy, is reactive, dirty energy that's polarized energy from bipolar duality. Okay? It's all Kabbalah sort of related. And when they get people to center in their hearts, that's where they get reactive. And that reactive energy is when you get sort of bullied and teased and people get addicted to the drama, And it's a big victimizer sort of bipolar sort of insanity loop that you need to remove yourself from. And that's how these endocrine disrupted, sort of fully blown, sort of top capstone clown elites sort of operate. They're literally in this belief of denial because they're so in fear of facing their soul because they know deep down they're wrong. So they have to have this psychopathic belief of denial. That's the whole satanic inversion thing that comes from literally when your whole body is endocrine disrupted. You're completely out of whack on every level. You're mentally ill, you're heartfully ill, you're soulfully ill. It's like what you say and what you reckon is the opposite of what is true. So reverse child psychology is the easiest sort of way to combat someone that's a preemptive striker that hypocritically accuses you of what they are guilty of in the first place. And when you're soul-centered, you have calm waters, but they're still bubbling full of omni-emotionality with infinite omnidirectionality. The omni-emotionality is the feminine aspect, okay? That's the way that you as a motion, spontaneous sort of motion. And then the omnidirectionality is the masculine sort of architecture and structure that allows the feminine sort of body aspects, you know, the motions, to basically infinite express themselves. But when you've got calm waters, the waters are still bubbling and swirling, full of vitality and vivacity. And it's literally grooving and bouncing, but it's so solidly soul anchored and earth grounded that you can literally do anything because everything's stable. And you're not of this reactive sort of emotional, sappy sort of energy that's all drama related. You're just, in a natural scientific way, you're literally just pure, you know, in the love for all creation, okay? Which is not like a soppy, sappy, cheesy sort of thing. It's just straight up pure passion. And it's unbridled, you know, it's emancipated from fear and, you know, loathing and insecurity when people are stuck in fear in their brains, disconnected from their soul. You need to be plugged back into the soul always to ground yourself. Once you're grounded, well, that's it.
So here's a question for me, Gauze, that most people don't ask, and I don't think I've ever heard this question being asked, nor have I ever asked it either. What is the damage caused to our chakra system when we continuously live in the perpetual state of fear?
That's a good question, okay? Well, basically, when you're in a constant state of fear, you're not really sort of grounded enough to sort of really use the proper sort of what's actually known as a medicine wheel system, okay? It's not even a system. There's sort of infinite worlds, the same as we have infinite sort of worlds in the real astral beyond the fisheye, okay? That has all liquid in between and not space and planets, okay? And our body microcosm is basically the same circuitry and constituency like liquid and infinite sort of interconnected worlds inside us that lead to incredibly vast sort of places that are infinite. And it's a really simple sort of thing. That's how things work. Our body is the microcosm of the greater omniversal macrocosm. So once you know how your body constituency is and how all your circuitry works, well, then you know how that all works too, because it's the same model, it's the same design. And what you do is you soul center from each omni realm, sort of interconnected omni realm slash infinite worlds, from one to another by soul centering. And it's all done in the blink of an eye, less than a blink of an eye, because your feel is much quicker than sound or light, let alone the brain that can't even feel itself to be real or anything else, okay? And so what the brain's got to do is get over all the ego sort of fear-based insecurity programming that's given to us, all this intellectually colonized sort of language that we're given from birth and all the rest of it that goes back to the sorcerers, and not the original language that actually goes back to nature, because the original language is a sun language before we had monotonal languages. And that language is all done by feel.
When you say song language, what do you mean by that? You're not talking about like singing songs like we do today. Like, what exactly do you mean by the song language?
Well, the language is actually sung. It's actually sung music, okay? And that's what the original language is. Like, if I was to basically refer to the Great Mother in the old language now, I'd just go straight to my gut. That's what it sounds like. And it's basic form.
Right from the gut.
Yes. Like you
So
heard how
I
you
get
heard
it. Okay,
you heard
I
that.
when you're talking about centered, right, like in your gut, and then when you sing this language, right, it's a centered language. It's really
Well, you're resonating the actual music through the organs in your body. And your belly is literally called a belly because it rings like a bell. And it's like in Buddhism, they've got this external technology called a gunta, okay, which is the bell. It's modeled off the human stomach, okay? And then they have this thing called a dorje that you plug into the bell, okay, so that you can use it. Now, where's the dorje on our body? Right here. And you've got to do a double mudra, never a single-handed mudra. That's polarized, okay? Now, this one is the mountain of the three hills, okay, that I connect with at Katachuta, which is the appendix of the earth, okay? It's the solar plexus area of earth itself. Now, what I do, I get my left hand, which is my feminine 5 fingers, okay? It's connected to my right brain. Left brain, male, right side of your body, okay? So you got 5 feminine fingers, 5 masculine fingers, okay? It's like all creation, okay? There's the feminine, there's the masculine. Am I right? We bring them together to make it soul-centered in between, so it's not polarized to either side, okay?
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, I get it.
Yes, because all of creation is equal masculine and feminine aspects, all of it. Even the things in physical creation that are predominantly masculine or feminine, they all have an equal other part to them that's feminine and masculine, because there are some feminine people that are better at assisting male sort of aspects, elemental aspects, and vice versa. There are males that are better at complementing predominantly feminine sort of aspects in physical nature, because we've always got to bring the male and the female together in physical reality, because we're always interconnected in ourselves as males and females in the center between both hemispheres of the brain, so to speak. I'm just putting it in very simple sort of talk as possible. So when you're soul-centered, you go from one omni realm to the other. You go from your soul center, say, to the center of the earth, okay? The solar plexus being in that part of the central Australia, and the vertical center line of the body of earth, which in Mudger is Arahana. It sounds like this in the old language.
Orahama?
See how musical that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I got a question. It just came to my mind just now. When you just did that, it really reminds me of death metal. You know, they're singing like that. Does that have like some sort of a correlation, like Sepultura in from Brazil?
Oh yeah. Because the thing is that even with some heavy metal and stuff like that, if it's got the actual groove in there, it's really good. But a lot of heavy metal is all satanic, and they're basically pretending, trying to copy the real thing.
Yeah.
And the thing is that all sound and light is a whole spectrum, whether it's daytime or nighttime. You shouldn't call it like light being good and dark being bad. That's stupid. Because light is just balance, and dark is just dark. You shouldn't like give it all these sort of duplicitous fucking meanings. And in the Mudger language, each root sound and meaning has its own singular root meaning that is not confused in any way. So when they confused the tongues, they created numerical digits, okay? And we called them, okay, false images, because they are. Why? Because the natural math is already in the language. Like, it's already in the word sounds.
Yeah.
Just like in English, how we spell out sort of numbers, O-N-E, T-W-O, T-H-R-E-E. And so that's how it was in Mudger language. But we already, like, say, for instance, when I was talking about Ottawa, meaning 5 lakes, because, you know, when you look from the stars above Toronto, you see 5 lakes. And you're going, well, how did they know that? Because they knew how to soul center and read star maps and the stars. Because if you didn't in ancient times, you couldn't navigate the lands and the seas that are actually under all of the astrological and astronomical configurations.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, we are the astronomy and the astrology. Because nature is a part of us, as we are a part of nature, and we are source consciousness itself through our soul center. That's our connection to source consciousness. Like through your solar plexus, you've got the sun energy coming through. That's why it's called the solar plexus. Through the navel, you've got an energetic cord to the grandmother always, okay? Just like you did to your mother when you were born. And also your appendix, that's the real connection to the real Akashic records. So hence, the appendix is connected to every aspect of your body and the same as the earth body. It's a connected energy line to everything because it literally has to get a record of everything. And when you're soul-centered, you can actually connect to your appendix. Now, you just have to look in a book, appendix, and they give you the clue. We should just work out the functionality. What is the functionality of an appendix in a book? Well, it's a list of annotations and records, isn't it? That's the function of it. And so you just apply that same meaning back to the functionality of the energetic functionality of your appendix, and that's exactly what it is. It's a place where it has all the list of records. And so this sort of Akashic records in the third eye astral, that's a whole heap of fucking shit. Straight up.
I see, I get it.
So then we have, that's the thing, this whole stomach region here, I'll just stand up, okay? In shiatsu, medicinal yoga, they have what's called a medicine well. It's very similar to the original system, okay? Mm-hmm. And instead of having chakras, getting back to that initial question, those 7 chakras are an overlay over the existing sort of 10 basic interconnected medicine world systems on your body, okay? And I'll tell you where the 10 of them are, okay? They're basically in most of the chakra positions, but there's 3 more than just the 7, okay? So that stomach area is a medicine well, and the medicine well, okay, in the most basic sort of sense, okay, you've got the line here and 2 horseshoes like this. That's centered. Unlike that Photoshop thing on the tribal Australian that they dodgily put there, they put a horizontal center thing like this with the horseshoes this way. Now, you can't access the real dream time in the center of the Milky Way when you soul center to the vertical center line of the planet and the solar plexus, and then you soul center from there to the soul center of this galaxy, being the Milky Way. Now, you can only do that through the fisheye that's operated from this medicine world here, okay? You can't do it from your third eye. So to access the real dream time of Australia, the original one, you have to do it through the fisheye, through here. Now, this medicine world, you can play like a musical instrument, okay? You see your fingers? You're using them like a musical instrument, say like on a woodwind instrument or something like that. Like every single music instrument is modeled off us, because every single sound from every single musical instrument in an orchestra or a brass band or a woodwind band literally is in us. The same with Moog synthesizers. That's not my best Moog sound, but...
Oh, yeah, I heard that echoey sound in there like a bell.
Yeah. And the thing is that when you do monotonal music, that's known as didgeridoo in Madhya. Okay, not didgeridoo. It's didgeridoo. It literally means monotonal music. Now, that's okay for some basic things, okay, for basic tonal work, just when you need a pedal point note to go down a song line just for tuning's sake and things like that, when you're going... Because we didn't need to play a didgeridoo because we've already got one. We've got an inner tree, okay? And I'll explain now how that works a little bit more, because say if I'm going, there's a swear word in Japanese called "what the fuck," okay? And a lot of okay, a lot of swear words actually are from originally the most sacred sort of meanings that have got the most core sort of creation sound values to them. So they deliberately get those things and put them behind what the new desecrated, satanic, inverted, confused tongues meaning is. Okay, so Nanjakuri in Japanese means what the, you know, just, it means what the fuck, basically, okay? And when I was over in Japan, of course, I learned all of these things. I always pick up the swear words everywhere I go. I'm Australian.
Me too.
And you know what? In these swear words, you find out the most incredible stuff. Now, I had this Montauk programmer send me once this Nintendo game, and I hate it when he sends me this shit because I hate watching it. But in the fiction is the most sort of important stuff sometimes when you decode it all. And so what Nanjakurya means is when you basically attack with full force, okay? And in this video game, it was literally going, Nanja, Nanja, Nanja. And it was literally this sort of ninja, this Chinese ninja character that was attacking people. And I'd gone, the sneaky fucking bastards. They're actually showing you what it actually really means here, okay? And so how I would say that in the old language, okay, in Japanese you go, Nanjakurya, okay? That's how you'd say today, Nanjakurya. But in the old language, we would say it like this. We'll sing it. It's a little rough, but you get the idea. Now, because my frequency as a roots technician, I have to see clearly in the dark because I've got to go underground because that's where the fine sort of root fibers right on the ends of the roots are, and you've got to tune those harmonics. So I've got to spend a bit of time in the dark and the actual daylight in order to know the whole sound light spectrum, to know the right actions required for any situation in any spontaneous moment of now, which can change from moment to moment, day to day, but have similar sort of things that you do. But you always have to slightly adjust something to suit that moment, you know, to do what is correct according to nature, to remedy a situation and heal it, or maintain it and grow it further. And so we basically have these core creation words, and in each core creation word, the vowels represent all the chordal harmonic values from low in the sub bass to the very high top soprano, okay? And everyone has their own unique range, okay? My range, being a roots technician, is the sub bass. I play bass guitar. I play bass trombone. I play double B flat tuba. I've always had a leaning towards the bass in my life because that's my natural, where my register is. Mm-hmm. And they tried to stop me from singing all my life and tell me that I've got a fuck voice and this, that and the other. And so I used to hide behind any musical instrument. And it was only when I totally just let go of the mind completely and just feel it, could I actually sing properly. And I'd usually have to get sort of really stoned. I wouldn't get drunk because I'm not into alcohol, but it ruins your motor neurons over time and it's poison. And where cannabis is actually something our body needs because we've got approximately 5,200 endocannabinoid receptors in our system, more than any other system, like pulmonary, nervous system, lymphatic system, etc., etc. And they kept that out of medical textbooks as soon as they started the allopathic medicine, petrochemical nonsense, you know, whole Rockefeller crap. And they decided to take cannabis out of our diet, where it used to be the main medicinal medicine for most ailments. Mm-hmm. And so
for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years.
Exactly. Regardless of whether you're taking it in an oil form or a powder form or you're smoking it, whatever, as long as you're getting the stuff into you and it's of the right strains, okay, mm-hmm. it's like it actually naturally makes you centered. You know,
I find that myself when I smoke a big bowl, and just before I daydream, that's what I usually do because I'm unable to daydream. Well, I shouldn't say I'm unable to, but I'm not accustomed to it. I'm not able to fully get into that daydream if I haven't, smoked a bowl. Right. Once I smoke a bowl, then I get into that
yeah.
state of mind where I feel comfortable within myself, and I'm able to go to that spot where I can go and daydream and astral travel and things like that. And I find that cannabis really helps me
Oh
do
yeah.
that. The cannabis, it almost seems like that my mind is racing, and I got like a hundred
Cannabis,
thousand thoughts going through my head.
well, cannabis actually makes you really present in the now. That's the whole thing. It's like I played so many like professional music sessions and gigs and everything completely stoned for years and years. And that was my natural state of being because that's how I lived my life. When I did my final guitar performance in third year university, I got a high distinction and I was off my kite on Stony Creek, Nimbin Heads, some of the best stuff, And it's like I was adjudicated by one of the best guitar teachers in the world. And because at the end of the day, the old school thing is, as a musician, okay, what you do to make stuff happen for you is your own business. However, if you're not cutting the mustard up on the stage, then you've got a problem to deal with, okay, if that's stopping you from performing and doing what you do. And I was even in a band one time with a useless fucking bass player. He'd never fucking practiced enough. And I used to give him shit all the time and saying, you're the weakest link in the band. You've got to get your bass playing together. I was on guitar. And it's like, you got to get stuff happening. And after 3 years in the band, he sort of went, if I ever catch him, smoking drugs before one of our gigs, I'm going to sack him, take him out, blah, blah, blah. And then the keyboard player said to him, you should have sacked him 3 years ago after his first gig. and that just flipped him out. And he went, what the fuck? Because I was playing in this band, but I was playing in much better bands than this band. Like every musician in this particular was an original band. It was called Solar. And we played funk, acid jazz, that sort of thing in the early to mid 90s. And we made an independent record and everything like that. We pulled all the money together, blah, blah, blah. It was all on board. And I said to everyone in the band, I said, all the money that we make is going to be pulled towards the band. And you've got to earn your own living because if we want to do this seriously, we can't live off the money from the band. So go and teach music, go and play in other bands, do whatever. But if we want to make this happen as a business, we've got to pull all the money so we can actually record CDs, promote it, make our own record company, get distribution, blah, the whole everything, music business and the law. Mm-hmm. And we did that. And so we pulled all our money for 3-4 years until I finally got the fucking shits and I left the band. Because I was just sick of this nonsense of, there was a couple of people in the band at that stage, including that bass player, who were all just image-based and they were just full of shit. And I'm saying to them, I don't have a problem with my image. People know me. People know my style as soon as they hear me play. They don't even have to look at me. Okay, I've got my sound. I've got my smell. I do what I do. I've got a name in town for what I do simply by what I do. I let it speak for myself. I don't talk myself up or do anything. I just let the music speak for itself. I'm not here to fuck seagulls either. And I'm seriously into the music. And you're the ones that need to get your competency skills as far as the musicianship and the overall thing happening. Yeah, you've got all the other business sort of stuff sorted. But I gave you the main impetus for that as well. And you're trying to say that I'm not professional because I look like this all the time. And I used to wear a lot of purple at the time. And I'd say, what's your problem? You want me to look like you in sort of wife beater singlets that are chic now, okay? And you all look like the same. You look like the same ethnic group going out to a nightclub, all wearing the same shoes, same pants, same shirt,
The same
It's
keys on the pod, but not
and
a
that's
real
what you
identity.
have to be in a funk band. Sort of funk is not about that, you fucking idiots. It's like, oh, yeah, it's, you know, the funk is the groove where you're sitting on the back of the beat, almost late on it, but consistently like that. And it doesn't sit on a metronome pocket. It's got tension and release and movement. And it bounces and it moves. The whole body moves, everything, you know. It's like your whole body is moving with the whole sound. It's not just your fucking head or just a part of you. And that's how it works with our musical instruments in the real body. Because you can start playing music here. Okay, let me get something. Okay, I'll get this sort of ginger bottle. Okay, I'll put this on my stomach. Now, I usually warm up for a couple of hours doing this internally before I actually resonate in my voice. Because that's what you have to do for ceremony. And then this goes on for hours, days and weeks. And you get so deep in that it just comes naturally without any thinking. Now, I'm not warmed up at the moment. There's no excuses though. We basically go, okay, did you see that bottle move on my stomach? I just applied pressure to the muscles and that moved the note pitches up. There's a whole musical scale and system here. I can do it with my fingers as well.
Right on the solar plexus?
I'm just doing tuning at the moment, okay? I'm just showing you how you can play the register by literally feeling that area of your body, having kinesiology awareness, actually feeling that area and becoming that area and literally resonating your tone through the actual muscles and ligaments and body parts through there. And when you've got your injuries, now that sounds like avant-garde 20th century music, classical music. It's all there because this is actually in a state of healing at the moment. I've still got an injured body, but I've got the full flexibility in everything because I'm magnetically and electrically charged up and connected with source consciousness and nature. And once your body realizes that your soul is indestructible and that when it let the brain and everything lets go of all the fear and the trauma and all the rest of it by being soul-centered and no longer polarized in that dirty, reactive, ecclesiastic motion energy, well, that's the biggest deprogrammer of it all, because then you start having epiphanal realizations that most of this trauma has happened over a fiction construct reality that we've all been forced through, and none of it was meant to happen. It's all a bullshit reality. It's a Truman Show. It's rubbish. While they energetically harvest us, in the real reality is source batteries, that when we're not conscious of our soul, they can control it from the essences near the soul, alchemically from below, because alchemy literally means spying from below. The astral zone is not up there, down there. The satanically inverted everything. So when you basically become soul-centered, the governor of your own soul, instead of them sort of hunting you from below insidiously, you go one step below them to the source level and they become the hunted. Because they can't compete with you when you're at that conscious source level. And then you're in control of your own source battery here, shining light into the omniverse from your creation flame once you consciously ignite it here. Okay? And you make that unconscious realm that's been since they got rid of all of the original Magi birthright soul information, because without that soul information, we're rudderless. This is our real brain, the stomach. And when this brain becomes a tyrant, an egotistical tyrant, it's sort of fear-based, and it doesn't want to let go of control and listen to the wisdom of the timeless wisdom of the soul that doesn't forget anything, well, it becomes lost at sea and it becomes self-destructive and stupid.
Now, let me just ask you, I had a question come up here a few minutes ago about why do some people get paranoid on ganja from Star Child. Here, I'll toss it up here.
That's a good question.
I'm wondering what you just said is that, when you're living in the mind and in that perpetual state of fear, I wonder if when you smoke pot, if that, enhances it a little bit. So that's why people become paranoid on pot.
Well, basically speaking,
like pre-programming.
Okay.
Like you're doing something bad.
All any drugs do, whether they're legitimate medicine drugs, as they call them, pot's not a drug, it's a medicine. Yeah. Now, any sort of medicine or drug only basically magnifies the mind pattern or the program mind pattern or what's already there in the person first. Okay?
Yeah, it enhances it. It brings it out. And that's why
if that person already is in a fear state and in complete denial of their soul and they don't want to face the truth in their soul, pot is the heaviest drug more than any other drug there is. Because what pot does, for people who do want to know the soul and who do want to expansify it and be omni instead of stereo, okay? It's a good way of comparing the real stuff is omni, where everything is going in all the motions and directions through you. And you can get different parts of the elements and the ethers and everything using your hands and everything. You think 5D is good. No, wait till you get to Omni-D. Well, it's not even Omni-D, it's just Omni-Realm. And you can literally multi-track stuff through yourself like a recording studio through the soul. It's just incredible. Like one time I'll have to basically come on when I'm sort of halfway through a ceremony and show you myself when I'm in full flight. Because that's the best sort of way to do it, to see me in full action and when I'm fully warmed up. Because at the moment I've stepped back just a little bit, because I've got to keep one foot in this sort of matrix world and one foot in all that other world and juggle both at the moment, because I'm doing serious nature custodian work at the same time as sharing as much as possible of this soul information so other people can get on board and help out and do it. Because this is the real work that we're meant to be doing. Once you know that your body was designed as a finely tuned musical instrument and how the circuitry works and how it connects to all the primary elements, okay, and you become conscious of that and you feel it so much in the present moment of now that you expand from that feeling in your soul center literally to your whole body, and you shut this noisy sort of lawnmower sort of engine.
Yeah. That's what happens.
Stuff down. And I'm going to go into the design of that after I finish what I'm saying, because it's a bit detailed what they've done to us genetically from first Homo sapien to second Homo sapien bodies we're in now. But when you realize how we energetically connect with the sounds of the original language it's sung, and they're actually the sounds of nature themselves, different animals, different frequencies, different plants. That's all the sounds. And you've got to be able to respect the moment and sit on the back of the beat to allow more space to come, because rhythm is actually the space between the notes, and less is always more. Sure, you've got to have the fast stuff down, you've got to have the slow stuff, but you've got to get it slow first. Because if you can't get it slow first, you can't do the fast stuff, and you've got to free up the body. And these second Homo sapien bodies were all sort of Kabbalistic sort of designs, and they're all stiff and rigid and clunky. So we actually do have to injure our bodies a bit to get that same flexibility that we had, just move freely as first Homo sapien bodies when we had tails as well. And so what we have to do is all get together. Now, it's always come down to the core family, original family and all its members. When they sing together, they do all the earth and omniverse healing work, and they can literally, as Max Egan says, change this reality in a day. Because if I got the whole original family woken up and doing this work, it can do the work for everyone else as well. Okay. If I'm doing it by myself with just a few others, we still get the work done, but it just takes a bit longer. So that's how it works. More on board, it's stronger, it's more harmonious, it's fun. We enjoy it, we love it. And it's just an incredible experience as you literally playing blues through your body and funk and soul and all these literally commercial tunes you hear on the radio in bands and stuff like that. They've stolen it all off our tribal songs and turned it into cheap commercial music.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is
I'll
there
go.
any connection between opera singers, because they tend to sing from the belly, right?
Yeah,
And the way that they're singing, is there any connection with that to what you're saying? To like center
absolutely.
a person? Because that
Yeah,
seems to be the true avatar music. I would say so, because they're really coming from the stomach. They're using their throat chakra,
well,
and
that's proper singing technique, singing from your diaphragm. So
mhm.
what you've got to do, you breathe in from your stomach. Like as I was going with the Eastern breathing, when you breathe in and then out, 10. Now that was just a little bit chesty then, because when you breathe in your chest, you can't, it's shallow breath and it doesn't sustain. So what you've got to do is fill up the diaphragm first and then the chest. And then you hold this down like you're doing a big shit, okay? And then you've got so much strength and you're centered and soul anchored to basically sing a whole long phrase without having to take another breath.
Oh, okay, I got it.
And it's like when you listen to someone talk, this is a really good one. This is how you can see the unseen just by your simple senses, okay? Because if you see with your ears, okay, you can literally see the unseen, because music and sound is all unseen, okay? Now, when you actually know how to listen rather than just hear, you know how to consciously.
Between the two, isn't there?
Yeah,
There's a big difference between the two, listening and hearing. There's
that's
two
right.
completely different things.
If you listen, your ears become part of your soul center. It's primary, okay? And the only thing that comes before it is the actual Madhya language, which is the delivery system of source consciousness. So nature can communicate with itself, all aspects of it. So you need that delivery system first before you can actually make sound, light, and all of the rest of creation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's why the language is so important, and all life is in language. And language is such a deep science, natural science. You've got to know everything to know linguistics properly. You've got to cover all aspects of life because it's all interconnected. And to see into all life is to know all of the interconnected aspects. It's that simple, where Kabbalah is a system of separation. They say because we're in physical separation, everything's separate. No. We're still energetically connected as male and females. In the center between the two, we're not polarized to either side. But when we come together in physical creation, the feminine aspects and the masculine aspects, well, that's where perfect creation actually happens.
And we actually have both of those within us, because when you were just saying the center, let me just put myself on the screen.
You've got to understand you're compatible.
When you were saying center like this, right?
Yes.
And we have the masculine and then we have the feminine,
Mm-hmm.
right? What thing comes to mind is that when we do look at our avatar in whole, it seems that one side is always bigger than the other side, right? One side is always smaller, or one side is always bigger. Now I wonder if that has anything to do to reflect our feminine and masculine energy physically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in the omni,
because women tend to be smaller in stature than men are. So I'm wondering if that one side of our body, which is smaller, is connected to that feminine energy and that feminine creation within us.
well, it's interesting you say that, because when we look at the whole of reality, okay, if we look at, say, like a perfect master, say, template archetype of a centering symbol would be the seed pollen, so like of a dandelion, which is essentially like a roundish shape, which is the feminine shape. It's round, and the body of it, okay, is feminine. But all the masculine aspects, well, the curve, the lines that are never totally straight lines, they're always slightly curved, okay? They're all coming out from the core of the center of that ball sort of seed sort of shape, okay? And when the wind blows, all the pollen sort of blows and, you know, reseeds new sort of plants. Now, they call them weeds. Well, sorry, these weeds are the most important medicinal sort of plants we have. And it's nature reminding us of the original sort of archetypes, okay, like that. Now, the thing is that the female body, which is all the flowering and the leaves and all of that part of it, there's more of the female body than the actual masculine architectural structure. You get what I'm saying? In far as body is concerned, there's actually more feminine aspects in the actual water and the space than the actual fire and the earth that's more predominantly masculine structure stuff, okay? Because it's the male who's actually got to ignite the fire down in the inner sun that's south of us. That's real south, not I'm talking about magnetic north or south. And then north of us, we have the solar sun, okay? Now, the solar sun is predominantly feminine, okay? Where the source sun below the roots of Earth is more of a a masculine aspect sort of role, okay? But both of them have their equal masculine and feminine aspects to them, even though one's predominantly feminine and one's predominantly masculine in physical creation in its nature, okay? Or I should say seen and unseen creation, because it's all symbiotic. And so the creation in between being the earth, okay, the child, well, the thing is that you've always got to have equal masculine and feminine in every part of creation, even in physicality, even if something is predominantly masculine or something is predominantly feminine. Now, of the four basic elements in physicality, the water and the air is predominantly feminine, okay, because that's the body of everything, okay? And the fire, as I said, that fire down below in the southern sort of source sun down there, the inner sun, that has got to be ignited there by the masculine aspect, so the actual solar sun can literally fire up and literally give energy and light to the whole omniverse, okay? And then there's also an invisible sun, also in the real astral, which is the phosphorus light egg, that is part of Ishtan, the grandmother, that basically also powers that solar sun as well, okay? They're just different aspects of source, because phosphorus is what allows us to see and illuminate in the dark. And yeah, the Illuminati are all about this phosphorus and Lucifer and shit like that, and Lucifer rays. But the original Lucifer is a feminine energy, just like Baal. You know, it's all to do with the sky and water, the ancient world of sea, what we call in Maja Villa Kanga. If we say it in the old language, it sounds like this. And I might change just a little bit in how I express it and how I'm feeling. Now,
I just want to jump in here really quick. Guys, got a viewer here, Dariana.
Yeah, just quickly, before you do, I'll just finish off to say that, so that inner sun south is masculine, has got to ignite the light of the feminine, okay? And so that's why the masculine is actually more of an earth structure. You know, it's like architecture, structure. It's holding things up. It's like the wood on a tree is the masculine aspect, you know. It's got to hold the structure up so the actual feminine body can grow and flourish more. So there's always going to be more volume, okay, of the feminine than the masculine, but it's still equal, okay? Because
I've always thought about that. I'm glad you brought that point up because I've always
Yeah.
thought that, in this time and space that we're interacting with is more of masculine energy. But once we leave this matrix and once we leave this realm that we're in, this density or this dimension, then I feel that the source energy is actually a feminine energy, and then the
Predominantly,
aspects of the male or the masculine energy
okay. Well, this is how it works. It's like
interjected.
where it is predominantly feminine, like you said, is because the grandmother is the one that equalizes the children of the masculine and the feminine, the line and the
Yeah,
circle. So it always moves in curves because it's in her nature to
like a
always
sign.
love unconditionally. Okay.
Hmm.
And the thing is, that's the love of the mother. Okay. And that is respected. And even the grandfather respects that. That's where chivalry comes from. And when the grandmother is looked after, everybody is happy. But however, the grandmother can't be an evil, polarized, manipulating bitch. If she is, fuck off. Straight up. And that's the thing about women now. It's like the women are meant to be doing the work that I'm doing now because that's their domain, because they're much more powerful than us males. But we still have to know everything they know so we comprehend their role. Just they have to know everything about us so they comprehend our role as well. And it works perfectly symbiotically.
Hmm.
They're different but compatible energies. And once they're properly understood, vice versa, well, then there's no big deal. And there's no sort of emotional reactive drama. It's like, let's just fucking do this. It's like we know what we are. We don't have to be repressed in our sexuality or our emotional being. Okay. That's natural. Okay. But there is an ethicality to that as well that works that I will go into eventually. But before I go into those sort of areas, which are very sort of sacred sort of areas, it's like, I will say this. It's like when we wanted to basically have a place to live, we lived in a tree, okay? And you know how we created that tree? By basically preparing to make love, okay? And if we made love properly and we did all the proper groundwork to doing that, to calling all the essences in and everything to connect all the elements, from literally putting that all into proper lovemaking, we could literally shape the tree exactly how we needed it to live in. How amazing is that? We literally come, and it's natural science. It's not woo-woo magic.
Yeah.
It's literally by observation and listening and respecting the moment and not butting in, respecting the groove. That the groove is the most important thing, the quality of feel. If you haven't got a good quality of feel, it doesn't matter how many scales and notes you know, it's all going to sound like shit.
Hmm.
So it's the quality of the feel. And you've got to play right on that back of the beat to allow all that room to move so you can get omni and move around everywhere and syncopate and have all this tension and release. That's the natural spontaneous flow of life. That's the natural rhythm of life. And these are the songs of life that we sing that basically has ended up sort of being cheesy shit in commercial music. That these songs are not cheesy at all.
And also, I'm just thinking about this, and I don't want to be rude or anything like that.
No, say it as it is.
Yeah, I'm just thinking is when, because we're talking about the belly and the sound coming from the belly. Let me put myself on the screen here for a second. I want to
Mm-hmm.
ask you your opinion on this. So, we're talking about our belly, making the sound from our belly rings like a bell. And now we're talking about sacred love making. And then
Yes.
we're talking about, the gift of voice from the throat chakra. Now I'm wondering, like when people are making love, and we know this, women moan
Yes.
when they're making love. Now that moan is coming from the stomach in itself as well, which in turn also sounds like opera music.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, what's your thought on that? Actually, yeah, let me get your thought on that, and then we'll do a quick shout out here.
Yeah, sure. Well, the thing is that opera singing is very connected to the source stuff. Like all styles of music are relevant in both classical music and modern music, especially funk music, soul music, jazz to a certain degree, although jazz gets a little bit too sort of, that's sort of caught in a program trap a little bit, you know, the whole cycle of fifths sort of thing. It's sort of, how can I say, it gets a little bit inorganic. Look, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of jazz I love, but there's natural jazz and there's really sort of corny sort of jazz, you know, that's contrived. And it's too sort of like standard sort of chestnut, clockwork sort of stuff, where the original jazz bebop was influenced from Russian Jewish klezmer music, okay? And the klezmer music was influenced by the Mudja gypsies who could play, who could do it all rhythmically. You know, there were no better musicians, you know. A lot of great Bulgarian gypsies that are Mudjas as well. And I've played with a couple of great ones of them. And the thing is that and even in Ireland, there's a whole lot of funk music and stuff that actually influenced a lot of the soul music in America. Because the Irish are incredibly soulful as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the funk. They had also all the old sort of tunes, and then all the country music as well was part of our repertoire as well. And we used to put funk into the country music, and that's like the meters stuff is really close to how the original Irish stuff is as well. And we had a lot to do with shaping the Philadelphia sort of sound, okay, the Atlantic soul sound. And that might come as a shock to people, but there's big sort of similarities between a lot of the original Irish music that has been trashed now and suppressed and the actual American soul phenomenon, okay? It's predominantly in sort of what we know as Afro-American sort of music.
Mm-hmm.
But the funk and the soul isn't something that's like colour discriminant. It's like if you got music in your soul, it doesn't matter what colour you are, whether you're white, pink, blue, and purple.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And we're in cartoon skin suits, second Homo sapien skin suits today. So with the opera stuff, we used to sing that in a way that was funky too. It had more rhythm. That wasn't.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because one of the examples of that really funky rhythm is we see it in that movie, The Fifth Element, where it's with Bruce Willis and I forgot the other girl's name, but they're at some planet, and there's this blue woman that's singing opera music, and she really gets funky and gets really into it. If you guys know the movie, The Fifth Element, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, look, I've heard some Uga music too. That's like rather operatic, but at the same time, it's just got this resonance in the voice that's so soulful. It's like, oh my goodness, just listening to the voice alone. Forget the shitty sort of production behind it that's making it sort of like world music sort of thing. If you just listen to this voice of this one singer, I'll have to get it for you one time. It's just incredible. It's literally, you can hear her voice resonating through different parts of your body, because what you can do, so for instance, you can be resonating something down here and going, and then you can start resonating it at another point, okay? I can put one hand down here, okay? And this is how you keep your mudras. Okay, I'm going to put some of it through my nose up here and check out the sound now. And notice the tonal change when I resonate it through here and here at the same time. Now I'm only warming up at the moment. Okay, so it's all basic, but I'm just being instructional, because people can try this. Literally start feeling your body and getting a kinesiology awareness and singing through there, because then you can start doing, when you need to do really fast stuff, when you've got really fast moving sort of stuff you've got to heal in your body, you're going like this. Hold it. Like you've got to start off slow. Okay, now that's very much like the old tap dances, and we used to do that as well. We do all of that. I do it standing up, and you do it in all directions as well. And you can start sequencing all sorts of different tracks to it as well, multi-tracking things, and you get really into it because you just start flowing. And when you're feeling it, you're moving so quickly, faster than your mind, you literally have to let go of your mind completely and just do it all with your feel. Now, I'm not totally in the zone at the moment. I'm centered, but I'm not as deep as I can be, but I'm just trying to explain things on a very logical, rational level, so it's not too out there to comprehend. So you can get the basics and then go into the experience yourself and experience what I'm talking about, because that's the only way you're going to know what I'm talking about, is to be proactive and do it. It's like there's no point in knowing stuff if one doesn't apply it. And if one is willing, you know, that's not good enough either. You've actually got to be proactive and actually do it, walk the talk.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the thing. It's not just an intellectual knowing to go, okay, I know this, so everything's okay. No, you've got to do the do. You've got to proactively live your life. And then now. And when you're in the spontaneous moment of now, you're literally moving to the rhythm of nature. You're listening to the groove. Like, I literally hear birds. When I communicate with them, it's like they're a whole orchestra arrangement. It's incredible.
Yeah, I love birds. I know. I use their songs as a form of meditation. You know, I'll go and hang out by my favorite tree, and it's just jam-packed with all these beautiful little birds, and they're singing, and you know, the orchestra that they got going on. It really,
and then from all the bird sound, you start hearing all of these high, like heavenly, ethereal singing, sort of like chords, choirs, like holding long notes and melodies, and I'm just going, wow, it's in tune with all this bass stuff, because like Dennis Cummins, my grandfather, who was me, who they robbed from history, okay, what he used to do, he was in this very house in Woolloomooloo, Wallamalla, where the boats come in, or literally where the soul vessels come in here, okay, and it's actually a Malda base 50 miles deep here, which is the biggest Malda processing centre in the world. Talk about deep underground bases. And what was I saying? I just lost my thread.
You're talking about your grandfather?
Yes, and what he was literally in this house, was me, in the middle of the 19th century in Woolloomooloo. And also, he was also in Tasmania, he was also in England, he was also in Ireland. And they had so many split timelines trying to curb him back, because he took control of the energy, just like I've done now, back in his time, and they wasted all these split timelines trying to curb him because they couldn't win against him, and they had to rub that script out from history completely. And the only thing that's still lying around today is Dennis the Menace comic. It's about him, because he was a menace to the Illuminati. And so what he did, what my point is, that he basically worked out, he would get the fridge tones, you know, like the G sharp sort of ungrounded sort of dirty electricity sort of note of the fridge when it sort of pings off.
Mm-hmm.
I literally start tuning up those low frequencies, and I tune them up with my body, and I'll listen to it, I'll start moving. Now, what I'm doing at the moment is moving around in the astral etheric sort of layers. Some people call it 5 to 7D or whatever the fuck they think it's called. And what I'm actually doing is I'm hearing that tone, I'm tuning that tone so it's not an abrasive, sharp, piercing tone, okay? I'm softening the tone, so then it softens the tone for that whole G-sharp sound out of everyone's fridge everywhere. So it becomes a sound, industrial sound that syncs with nature, and it's not being abrasive to nature. I do it with all the heavy roadwork gear that they're doing roadworks outside my place for months now. And the industrial noises are so loud and above 110 decibels, they ruin people's hearing, okay? They complain about rock bands being too loud. My goodness. And so I do the same with that machinery. I tune up all the machinery so the sounds start resonating with nature. It doesn't annoy the animals. It doesn't annoy all the sick people in the street living in housing, government housing. And the workers start grooving with their work and not getting damaged themselves with their hearing and stuff like that by the heavy attrition of doing this sort of work all the time. So these are the consciously clever ways that we do to heal nature and all the abrasive things that sacred geometry, scar geometry, scared geometry, Kabbalistic sort of baby sort of building blocks of squares and triangles and pyramids and things like that, that are sharp objects of harm because they're over-masculinized. So we're constantly healing all their dirty shapes. We're putting flow back into it. It's like all those embroidery designs that's got all the swirling, flowing signs that you see in the pyramid and that we balance out the pyramids so they can be organic again and grounded. We're always fixing their rubbish, always healing it. We've been doing it for lifetimes and lifetimes. And it wasn't until this time now that we could basically strike back and basically take the energy back. We had to wait 2.2 million years since the first nonsense started. That's how long it's been. And since 1913, they've retroactively changed history and put us through this false retroactive scripted history that they've gone back and changed. So every time period is like a different movie studio in a big Disney complex, movie location. So this is getting down to the real reality. And there's been 8 top Illuminati people controlling everything, including all the Dracos. And I know who they all are because I've been dealing with them personally for a long time. And they're the ones who are really in control, who are basically of the grandchildren of the initial belligerent children that fucked up from the original Vilagtanga and turned things to shit. And I'll go into why that happened because that's an epic story. And I won't start that just yet, but I'll just warm up to it. And we ended up healing that situation, except there were a few cat mutants left over, okay, that didn't want to heal. And instead, they plotted for 1,500 years while we had this peace to take over again. And they plotted the confused tongues, everything, the whole model and way to take everything back over. And so when they struck, everyone had become too complacent except for us top people who had, it was our job to be in charge of security because that's what my job is generally. And to be in charge of security, you've got to know everything of what's going on. You've got to be a good facilitator. I'm not necessarily the best person at doing this, that, or the other, but I've still got to know every single aspect in order to keep on top of things so things don't fuck up. And if things go shit, I've got this duty as Arahant. If you look up Buddhism, what the real meaning of Arahant is, which I actually found somewhere online. I knew what it was anyway, but they kind of diluted a little bit. When you become Arahant status, you have the job, if physical life and all life that comes after it, because physical life is the building structure of all life, and without the physical, you don't have the rest. And they give us all this horrible theosophical driven bollocks that we come from non-physical life first before physical life, so physical life isn't important. Physical life is dense and horrible and all this shit. Sorry, that is so fucking wrong. And I have to express my disgust. I'm still soul-centered, but that anger is righteous and it affects us all. And everyone should be pissed off once they find out the truth. Because when you're angry at something that is fucking wrong for all the right reasons, there is nothing wrong in expressing that. Because you're using that anger to transmute things back into beauty again. That is your pure intention. So there's nothing wrong with me being angry about this. And so what they've done is that they've turned the whole of reality into a meat grinder with us as the minced meat. Okay? And they literally bet on us, this top 8, who's going to win the next dog race, when we basically pit them against each other and program them like clockwork because they don't have the soul knowledge anymore. So we can program them anti-clockwise or clockwise spin. Well, there's no such thing as fucking spin. That's a fiction construct. When you're omni, you're moving omni-emotionally in all directions infinitely.
Like the symbol of chaos, right? With the symbol of chaos, you have a central point and then arrows pointing in every different direction. It's moving in every direction. Is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, because when you can be omni-emotional, omnidirectional, well, the directionality never gets in the way of itself. When you have a squared circle, it does. You've only got stereo. You've only got bipolarism. It's stupid. There's no such thing as 2 fixed poles in space or 2 fixed points. It's so absurd. Look at the sun. Is that bipolar? For fuck's sake, no. It's omnipolar if you want to look at it that way. It's limitless. Look at its design. The way all the masculine aspects of the rays of light go out from the core. It's not a... And what they try to do, they try to gild it in a cage, just like our souls.
Mm-hmm.
They've tried doing that to the sun, to put an electromagnetic cage around it, to control it and everything. I had a friend 10 years ago who saw it at twilight one time. She actually got to see into it.
Like the Dyson sphere is what comes to mind when you're saying that and trying to cage, the sun rays or the sunlight and its energy.
Yeah.
The Dyson sphere where you just create a structure around the sun, capturing the sun, and then you're caging the sun.
And not only that, they had a fake sun generator from like the early 2000s, mid-2000s to a few years ago when I basically shut the fucking thing down and brought the real sun back. And I had a friend of mine used to say to me, why don't you go to the fucking beach? You need to get a tan, this, that and the other. And I didn't want to tell him, well, it's a fake fucking sun at the moment that you're not getting good sun rays from. Where I used to go to the beach all the fucking time, in the 80s and the 90s. And I would power up off the sun all the time by sun gazing, by being in the sun all day. I'd never get burnt because I'd have coconut oil on. I'd never use sunscreen. And it's like I could go from pure white to really dark brown rather fast if I really need to. Because I've got those genetics in me from my mother's side. Well, she's olive skin. Same with my brother. Now, my father was completely pale skin. He never used to tan. He would burn. And me, I'm generally fair skin if I don't go into the sun. But if I go into the sun, I start tanning again, all the rest of it. But it's not important to me because I know how to power up in the sun, even in the nighttime here. I just connect with the portal, the kun of Nup. Okay, Nup is the Madhya word for sun. In the old language, it sounds like this. Okay, so you connect to that portal of the sun, which is kun, sounds like this. Okay? And you can power up off the sun in the dark. And I can also connect to the inner sun as well. And literally put my tail deep in to the core of the inner sun. And that makes me so earth grounded, and soul anchored, and solid, that's the most centered you can be. When you put your etheric tail, even though it's been chopped off now, we can put that etheric tail straight into that inner sun and ground ourselves. And if you want to get even deeper, you can basically soul anchor yourself with this one particular 10-legged octopus on the bottom of the ocean floor that they can't fuck with, because it literally plugs in the inner sun on certain aspects of the sea floor. So you can be soul anchored to that soul totem aspect of you, spirit aspect of you, and also the same with your tail into the inner sun as well. You can get a double grounding, soul anchoring and earth grounding. It's pretty good, huh? And so we have 10 medicine wheels in our body, okay? And I'll start with the first 3. And the most important ones, they try to say, okay, our physicality is not important. Well, sorry, the whole reality has always been seen and unseen. There's never been any separation. It's always been physical and non-physical, if you want to put it in basic terms. And you have to know all of the non-physical and how to operate in the physical. And by taking away our soul information, that's what's made us retarded, and then controlling us as source batteries from beneath, fine essences. And when we take that soul sovereignty back, we emancipate ourselves from all that bullshit. So the medicine wheels, first of all, you've got 2 Achilles heels, okay? And then you've got your tail that normally, just like animals in nature, their tail is basically like an earth grounding. So when that tail touches the ground, it's actually grounding. It's magnetically grounding you to the earth. Okay? So when you put your tail between your 2 legs, between your Achilles heels, you literally have the 3 hills of the mountain. Okay? And the mountain of the 3 hills is the Hungarian crest. Okay?
Interesting.
It's literally the core creation symbol, Maj, M-A-G-Y, if we have to look at it in sort of Romanized lettering, okay? Now, we say that, Maj, okay? Maj. If I'm to sing it in full old language, it sounds like this. That's it. The second one's more right. Okay. Now that is the mountain of the 3 hills. Now, what is the mountain? You, your body, the tree. Okay? That's the mountain of the 3 hills on the human realm. Okay? That's your support structure. That's the core that's holding everything else up. So your first 2 medicine wheels are literally on the soles of your feet, including the Achilles heel. Okay? That's why they call it the Achilles heel, because you basically cut that out. That's it. The person goes down.
Now, when you mentioned, I found it really interesting when you said the 3 hills. Now, I'm wondering if there's any connection with that to the pyramid complexes around the world, because all pyramid complexes seem to come in 3s. So is there a connection with the 3 hills that you're talking about and the expression?
Yeah, the pyramid technology is modeled off the mountain of the 3 hills. Very good observation, Homer. Yes. And it's externalized technology that should have never been used. Why? Because when externalized technology falls into the wrong hands, just like fucking the torsion field technology and scalar weaponry today, well, look at the fucking nightmare these fucking children are basically creating with their fucking baby adult toys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And it's so destructive, them playing with external technology. And the whole Mudger thing is like, we would only use external technology if it synced with nature, it wasn't destructive against nature or ourselves, And it was often very simple technology that couldn't be used in a bad way, okay, in a harmful way. So we always put these ethical considerations first. You might think I'm a fucking cunt because I swear and I'm this, that, and the other, but listen to my intention. I'm a good cunt.
And speaking of a good cunt, we got Stephen Cummins, aka Gauze Gauze, with us here on Watchers Talk this afternoon. And thank you very much to everyone for being here on this stream here today. And I just wanted to address this thing to Dariana. The stream is called Ancestors Teaching, Decoding the Essence of Sacred Knowledge. And what we mean by that, by the title of this stream, is that Gauze is telling us about our ancestral knowledge, and he's decoding it in a manner where we can understand it in our 21st century language, so that we can fully grasp what our ancestors and great-great-grandsters were talking about. So that's really the meaning behind the title of this stream, Decoding the Essence of Our Ancient Knowledge. And that's what Gauze is doing here today, Darian. I just wanted to address that because I recall you asked that earlier on in the stream. So, shout out to everyone. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada, with Gauze Gauze coming at you guys from Australia. So, Gauze, please carry on.
Okay, mate. I'm just going to get a vitamin drink now that I'm going to have. Just 2 seconds. I've got.
Okay, sure. So, guys, while we are taking this break, I will just announce this again. YouTube has given us a option for a members program. So I've gone ahead and created 2 levels, and one level I'm going to delete. So it's just one level. It is $1.99 a month, and your support will be much appreciated. And what we're going to do with the funds is that there's a lot of speakers out there who I've approached that want to get paid for their time on Watchers Talk, and this program gives me another option to reach out to these guys and financially, pay them so that they can come and give us some downloads. So it would be really appreciative if you guys can join as members and help support this channel. So with that being said, just a quick plug. We'll get back to Gauze Gauze.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to have a quick sort of nutrition break. Okay, I'm going to get back to where I was on the Mountain of the Three Hills and the medicine wheels. Okay? And also the fact, I'll just say that indeed the ancient way of life was soul-centering, and the way that we communicated was all by feel and not by sort of intellectual sort of process that we do now. It's considered the norm. So basically it was a shamanic way of living. So what I'm explaining is, and describing, is shamanic way of comprehending life, okay? And I'm trying to put that in simple terms for people to understand, with analogies that are simple, with other technologies that are modelled off the human body so they can comprehend it easier. And the hardest people to get this through to is academics, because they're basically given an intellectual colonised language with all their paradigms of science and allopathic medicine and law and all the rest of it. It's a combobulated, sort of confused tongues sort of nightmare. And once they become indoctrinated in that language, it's really hard for them to get simple, fundamental foundation principles.
Yes, like you were saying before, they've perverted the language. So a yes is a no and a no is a yes. And
yeah, that's right. And it's like the same with the word cunt. Cunt back in the 16th century was actually a most loyal and trustworthy friend. So it actually had a good meaning, and they've actually satanically inverted it to actually have a bad slang sort of meaning now.
Yeah, they've turned it so it has a negative vibration. It's kind of what they've done with the swastika, right? The swastika was the an ancient symbol that was a good symbol. It stood for love and understanding and compassion. And then, the Nazi Germany came along, Hitler's party, and they just totally perverted that and turned that around so that now anytime somebody sees a swastika, it automatically goes to that negativity rather than the positivity for what the symbol actually stands for.
Okay, I'll explain the original swastika versus the later swastikas, okay? The original swastika indicates, you know, the four basic elements, okay? The four primary elements. And also the fact that in a family you have a mother, a father, a daughter, and a son. That's the ideal family that you want to have. To basically, you want to educate and bring into the world both a female and a son so that they can basically do the same. When they learn the law, they can go off and create their own omniverse, okay? I'm not saying those two get married, but when they find their significant others, okay, in the tribe, they can go off and do the same. But everyone has to learn and experience the law firsthand so they know the fundamental basics of the structure of everything. So you're not going to do anything that goes too beyond the limits, okay? Because if you do something against the law, you're doing something against the grain of how nature just exists, okay? And you're going to cause harm to it. So you don't want to do anything stupid. And so because everything was transparent and everyone knew what was what and respected everyone's own private space with their partner and all the rest of it, that we all understood what we were all doing, so it was no big deal. And there was no sort of taboo or, oh, that's naughty or this, that, and the other. No, nothing was like that. So just imagine a world where nothing's polarized like that and everyone just gets on with it and there's no big sort of cheesy emotional sort of need to do things, you know, codependent need. We're all independent. We're all our own dogs. And when you're your own dog, your dog is your loyal best friend. So if you're being your own dog, you're being your own best friend. And if we're all being our own best friends and giving ourselves the gift of true knowledge, we're looking after our inner child that's always happy and creative. And then we can grow up and always have that creativity in us, but still be adults. And that's the problem with the world today. They don't allow people to grow up. They keep people as children, always reflecting back to school times and uni times as their best days. And it's like, oh, just get over it. And they stay in that polarised state, in that compartmentalised area of society, thinking, well, that's their role for life. But you're meant to just keep on learning. You never stop learning. And people think they can't learn when they get older. Bullshit. I don't stop learning ever.
Yeah,
I know
that's when you learn the most, is when you become an adult, because you begin to understand the world that's around you.
Yeah.
And then you begin to question it, and you begin to research and try to figure out the answers for yourself. And, you know, for me, you know, I'm like you guys, I just don't stop learning. For me, it's almost a drive to continue to want to learn. So, you know,
well, you know, the gift of learning, okay, and knowledge is literally the best self-love that you can give yourself, because what you're doing is you're nurturing your inner child to become even more creative and smarter and consciously, fluidly more intelligent.
And that's what they don't want us doing.
And that's what true self-love is. Because I was going for years. You know, people say, oh, you've got to love yourself more. You've got to do this. You've got to pamper yourself and do that. Well, hold it. There's got to be more than that, okay? Because just hedonistically sort of looking after yourself, well, that's an aspect of it. To look after yourself like that is okay. But there's much more to it. It's not just on a material level making yourself comfortable. That's not self-love. That's only a small aspect of it, okay? What it is giving the gift of true knowledge to yourself so that you can grow further and always be excited and invigorated by new things in life and improvising on the foundations of what you know, because that's the beautiful thing about creativity and imagination. There's no limits. So when you get to that realization without the trauma and the fear that they use to keep us literally down in their fucking box that they created for us, because there's no such thing as a box in nature. It's a fictitious creation. Just straight up. And why are all these fucking cover boxes all over the fucking joint? Fuck them off. And because what a cover box is literally turning a phosphorus light egg into a self-imploding black hole. That's what the snake eating its tail is. And what you're doing is you're getting a downward spiral, fast energy, okay, a destructive energy, downward spiral, like a ball rolling down a hill. And you're using that sort of energy to power things, but it's a self-destructive energy, right? Because eventually that ball's going to fucking loom out of control and crash into something and cause injury. And that's what it's doing. That's what's inside that cover block. You know, it's a self-imploding sort of portal. And eventually that's a parasite that's going to, like a vacuum, suck up everything like a big black sinkhole. Okay? And take all life down with it, because there's a bunch of selfish fucking idiots that have basically created their own self-inflicted sort of vortex of doom that just will turn itself inside out and suck all of reality into it. It's such a stupid idea. It's ridiculous when you really see the natural science behind it all. So to capture that sort of fast motion as a destructive motion and then sort of use it in manipulated ways and say, oh, look, we've got good energy out of this. Well, you know, when they give you good energy, that woo-woo energy, the guardian angels, and they teach you tricks and all that sort of thing, or they fucking flip you astrally out of your body onto an Andromedan fucking spaceship or an Orion spaceship or this stuff and the other, and they're doing fucking astral surgery on you and showing you this and that and all this, everything. And it's like they're literally giving you a junkie hit. What they're doing is that they're sucking 100% of your soul energy, and then they give you 10% back. It's like an ultra concentrated dose, right? It's like a junkie hit. So that's what gives you the woo-woo. Wow, look at this. Look at all these colors and what they're showing me and all these tricks that I can do. And they can show me how to psychically do this and remote view this, but it's got limitations within the third eye on what you can see and what you can't see. Mm-hmm. That's what Farsight Institute has so much problems with some things that they try to view because they're not given access. But if you actually remote view with your center and you don't use numerical digits as a brain target and you actually write them out in modular language or even English as the full written numbers, well, you're not using their digital fucking cover system anymore. It's that simple. And when you soul center through the fisheye for remote viewing, you don't get blocked access from anything. So I'm putting that out there. I'm not saying they're doing a bad job. I'm just saying they can do it better. Because if you do it with the ancient soul centering way, it's the remote viewing, man, there's nothing that you won't be able to find. I'm telling you. So I do it myself. And you know what? I don't have to see it. I feel it. Because I know feel so well, sound. I know the resonance. When someone's talking to me, and I can hear them talking through their nose, and I can't hear any gut voice or any intuition in the heart voice, that tells me they're a bullshitter straight away. Bang, like that. Just from hearing where in their body they're resonating their voice. Now, when I talk, pretty much 100% of the time, you hear me coming from the guts. And because it's coming from the guts, it resonates truth. And I might slip up and make a slight error here or there. I might forget some detail or something like that. I'll be the first to admit it. Okay? But I don't make many mistakes. It's usually choosing the language to describe things properly, which English language can't do because it's commercial term-based language for commerce, not for fucking describing life, for fuck's sake. That's why we have so much problem in English trying to describe this stuff simply and detailedly to the finest sort of tremor or ripple.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that, because I find myself humming and hawing sometimes, trying to find that proper word to describe what I'm saying, and I can't really find that word in my vocabulary.
Like if I had to describe what I want to describe now in the old language, I'd just do this spontaneously. And it'd be understood. I know that language better than the language I'm talking at the moment. And you know what? When I don't think about what I'm doing, it just comes out. And you know what? The people, the shamans out there that know this, and the birds and the animals, they all hear what I'm saying. And they've been waiting to hear that for fucking ages. They've been waiting for all of us to start speaking the original language again that they still speak, so to speak. Because they don't actually speak it, they feel it.
And language is supposed to be felt as well, because I've done some interviews with people that are speaking light language, extraterrestrial language, and a lot of them have said that it's more vibrational based and frequency based, and that you need to feel the language more so than to hear the language, right? It's more energy based than.
Well, you have to feel to hear it, or feel to see it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Mm. And also with your senses, you've got to learn to not just use your eyes for vision and your ears for hearing, okay? Because you also need to see with your ears, you need to feel with your ears, you need to smell with your ears and taste with your ears. And that way you start using all your senses, medicine worlds, in an omnisensible way, okay? And that makes us even more expansive and knowledgeable in a detailed but simple way.
Yeah, as you're saying that, guys, I'm just thinking, because you're talking about the ears, listening, hearing, tasting with the ears, and that's a very good point, because the words are frequencies, they're vibrations, and what the ear is doing is decoding that vibration and turning it into a sound which we're familiar with, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying, is, really it is a fact that when we're decoding information with our ears, everything is based on that.
That's right. And the thing is, it's like, as I was saying, if you know how to listen, sound, but hearing actually becomes your primal sense with your stomach. It syncs up, right? But if you don't consciously listen, it falls back to number 4 in line, okay? In the sense of, first it's gut, then the nose knows, okay? And then you've got the taste. The mouth is very, very important, because there's a whole medicine meal just on the mouth and the face that you can use like a wah-wah pedal. I've got to warm up a bit for that. Hold it. I can't get the full sort of omni sort of thing happening at the moment when I'm warming up.
You got to practice, like you were saying earlier, right? You got to warm up. I totally understand. I want to address this to Dariana. Dariana,
I'm showing people this all warts and all, like literally from warming up to doing it hardcore. Like you're so in the moment. You are there. Like you're a whole salsa band. You're a whole orchestra. You're a whatever you need to be with nature. You're literally grooving and funking with nature. It doesn't get any better. And I do this all night long, right through into the daylight at times. Like, as I say, when I'm doing ceremony for weeks, when it has to be done. And my whole house turns into, I've literally got aspects of Earth here all set up in microcosm models of the Earth, in my kitchen, to the front room, to upstairs, to behind me, and my organ generator. Like everything on this table here has a reason for being here. Everything is a vital element in Earth and stuff like that on this table that's all connected with my organ generator, even to the leaves there, the pine cones. I've got like a sear liquid. I've got apple cider vinegar. I've got a variety of juices. I've got things like MSM. I've got fossil shell flour. I've got honey, organic honey. I've got cayenne pepper. I've got magnetic gold river sand from where the Darling meets the Murray River, which is where the two fallopian tubes on Earth meet up in the Earth reproductive system, female reproductive system. It's basically right on the cusp of Victoria and South Australia there. And that magnetic river sand I've been using, I've got in
I remember you telling me about that. I was going to ask you about that.
Yep. And I'm basically at the moment got this pit of Maldavite, what is it? Shungite, sort of pyramids here. And I'm cleaning the Giza pyramids and all pyramids in the world, okay, and the energy and turning it into good grounded energy in this. And I've got them all buried in the sand here, the mother sand, so it's cleaning and scouring them. And then I've poured like MMS in there. I've poured different elements. I've put methylene blue, all these things that are healing agents and disinfecting agents for cleaning up all the rubbish and all the damage that they've done to the earth. Okay. And if you make these microcosm models, okay, and you make them exactly with the same elements as what those things are made of, and the same constituents, and you start using ingredients to heal all the rubbish, okay, you start healing those macrocosm elements on Earth, literally from your models right here. And this is what these elites do in their own houses themselves. This is what these Illuminati belligerent top eight do. They copy me and what I do, but they can't do it as well as I can do it because they don't have the health and the soul centering to be able to do it, and they won't work on it. They won't grow up. They're always looking for cheap mind tricks and technology with that to fuck with this, in the sense of the gut, And
It's like you don't have imagination.
Yeah, and so they monitor me to see what I'm doing next, and I have to play stupid all the time in my brain, so I'm not uploading all my soul information so they can steal it. So I can hit them spontaneously by surprise by being dumber than dumb, because I've incorporated all my past life aspects. So I'm now operating with all my past lives now that I know most of them. There's just a couple I haven't looked at yet, but I've called them all into me because I've gone back and visited all the split timelines and found out what's going on.
You got the downloads, brother. That's what's going on.
The what's going on?
You got the downloads. That's what's going on. Your previous lives gave you all this information to request to us. And this is the thing.
It's all in the soul. And since I was 19 and a half, I made a conscious decision that I didn't like what I'd become by then after I finally finished fucking school. What a fucking nightmare that was. I was made to do 2 extra years. I got sick for one. I was made to repeat for 1 year. That just, that almost killed me. It made no difference to my grades or anything like that. And then I got into my final year and I got glandular fever and hepatitis for a whole fucking year.
Oh, it's shitty.
It is heavy, yeah. And then then at the end of that year, they put me back into fucking year 11 again to warm up to do my final year again. And I'm just going, how the fuck am I going to get through this? This is just torture. And I just wanted to fucking leave school and become a musician already. And I knew I'd get into uni because I was competent enough just by that and a simple pass mark to get in. And so I ended up doing the last year and I almost self-destructed by the end of it. And it was like, and then when I did basically apply for university, exactly what I said happened. It's like the university I went for up in Lismore was the first sort of university that offered a contemporary music course that wasn't just straight classical or straight up jazz. It covered everything in between. And I'm going, where's this at? Lismore. Where the fuck is that? I don't know. I'm going. And and that's up the north coast, sort of like 10, 12 hours from here, near Byron Bay. And I basically went up there and I had no idea what to expect, but it said recording studio and jazz rock improvisation class. And I went, fuck, that'll do. There's nothing else in this fucking university guide or anything that makes any sense. Why would you want to do any of this shit for the rest of your life? Forget that. And so I made a decision. I'm going to unlearn everything that I've become, and I'm going to find the essence that is me, and I'm going to start again, and I'm going to self-educate myself everything, and I'm going to map the consciousness of this unconscious realm, because I have fake memories as a child after all this trauma since, and being used in projects and memory wiped and fixing all their problems and memory wiped again. Look, they've put me under so many fucking drugs. I can handle drugs better than fucking anyone practically. And I'm serious.
Yeah, me too.
I'm serious. So many fucking drugs into me, into that fucking manner and the Malda project and everything, and put me through mind control things, the Montauk chair, the this, the that, oh, fucking hell, it just doesn't end. And then they memory wipe me, and then they put someone else in my place to cover up what the fuck up that happened, because I'd often...
Oh, shit. Shit, yeah, brother. That wow, I can't believe you mentioned that, because I'm an ambassador for a foundation called the Wish Alliance, and the Wish Alliance is run by this lady named Sheila Seppi, and Sheila Seppi talks about walk-ins, right, where the an old soul has been wiped from the avatar, or has just simply abandoned the avatar, or has made a contract with another soul and has entered that avatar. And that's kind of what it sounds like, what you're talking about there, of like a walk-in.
Oh, yeah, I know about walk-ins, yeah, like that. They got that in the Malda project as well. That, you've got two types of walk-ins, okay? You've got like a Draco walk-in that literally takes you over, and that's the whole Ascended Master fucking the alchemical sort of Philosopher's Stone thing, turning that into gold. But what you're doing is you're turning your body into a perfect crystalline structure for their technology to work through, okay? Because crystalline structures are all in secondary inorganic sort of elements and compounds. So, and that's the thing. All of their stuff is alchemy, which is all of inorganic compounds, okay, predominantly. And so when you turn your body into a perfect sort of like crystalline sort of body, you're actually making your body a perfect vehicle for a senior Draco to walk in and take you over, and then make you think that the Draco is the God mind part of you that's giving you all these woo-woo powers, like as I said before, that's sucking 100% of your soul energy and then giving concentrated junkie dose of it back to you. So it gives you, whoa, it adulates you and you think you're king shit, okay? And then you have the big come down off it like a junkie, and then you crave more from it, and you become dependent on this fucking thing that controls you.
It sounds like androchrome.
Sounds like what?
Androchrome?
Yeah, the adrenochrome is basically, I can tell you exactly what that is. They basically terrorize a ritual victim with the fear of death so much before they kill them, that before they kill them, that adrenaline has run up their body into their pineal, okay? And so that actual adrenaline that goes into the pineal is what creates what is called adrenochrome, okay? Where adrenaline in your body until it gets to that state. Now, how they get that out was the cutout scene from Eyes Wide Shut that Stanley Kubrick did, that he refused to cut out, and that's why he got whacked. Now, about 10 years ago, maybe a bit more, someone uploaded the cut scene from Eyes Wide Shut to YouTube and basically put the world's most expensive drug, okay? And I happened to watch it, and I think I've even got a downloaded copy on my old computer I've got to look through, okay? And they took it off YouTube pretty quickly, but I got there in time to see it, and I'm pretty sure I downloaded it, unless they've gone through my computer and stolen it, which they do sometimes. And basically speaking, they can't do that anymore. Though. I've worked out ways of stopping that shit happening. But that adrenochrome is basically taken by getting a needle and sticking it in the back of someone's neck here in the medicine world, okay, where your spine meets your brainstem, okay, and that's a reptilian brainstem.
And that's the oldest part of our brain that dictates flight or fight.
Well, the thing is that the original reptilians were not a problem. We healed them. That's what was going on with the Aboriginals and the Mudgers, okay, and that goes way back to when we first healed and we terraformed the planet into trees and forests and plant life, so we could heal them, so we could make all the animal types for a body type they could shapeshift into that would get their sense of smell back, okay, and make them more mammalian, okay, and keeping their reptilian features so they could keep at least some of their uniqueness from where they originally came from and how they were fucking made in an abominable way. And that's the thing they wanted to heal. They were over the cat and dog mutants that basically they had to be fucking servitude to, that actually created them after they basically, born themselves in blood anyway in Aldebaran. And Aldebaran's actually like the heart valve sort of part of the whole omniverse in the real astral, okay, as well copied over into the fake astral of planets and space, okay. So that Aldebaran is, really important. So from there, they started gobbling up all of the red essence of the liquid and in space and stuff and turned it all blue. It used to be all purple because it had a purple tint to it. And it's like, they fucked it up. And after they did that, we basically spent 500,000 years terraforming the Earth and making it beautiful and having perfect bodies for the reptilians to shapeshift from their reptilian aspect into the more mammalian aspect and get used to it, go from one to the other. Now, eventually, it got to the point where we healed 10% of the reptilians and they didn't have to basically shapeshift anymore because they were used to their new bodies. And the whole thing was from that body, they were then to go to the 3 lakes in Africa, okay, that used to be the 3 lakes there. That's why there's so many minerals and stuff in Africa. The Triton, okay, that they named cars after that now, for fuck's sake. And the whole idea was to basically then allow that being on land to go back to the water, to go back to our original state of being predominantly aquatic beings that could shapeshift into land beings when necessary, when we needed to, instead of being a land being and not being a fish being as well anymore. Yeah, the original creation, you were both, it's like, ah. And before we had forests, we had these giant mushrooms. And these giant mushrooms are what regulated the environment and gave us all the essences from all the clover, the 4-leaf clover that had all the essence of ginkgo, coffee, saffron, everything that's all the good herbs and flavors and essences. That's all the thatched sort of vine like you see on the Celtic cross that the 4-leaf clover was part of. And the 4-leaf clover had the original cannabis. And they basically separated the cannabis from the 4-leaf clover and turned it into the marijuana plant, the same as the ginkgo plant as well. So what they did was they took our original interconnected sort of essences and turned them into individual plants and then took parts of us out of us, and hybrided it with the plants so that we became dependent on nature and we became parasites just like them in order to survive. Because whether you're eating plants or meat, you're a cannibal. Because, okay, you're not so much a direct cannibal eating animals and plants as eating a human, okay? But still, if you're eating nature, you're eating a part of yourself, as nature is a part of you too. So it's like, what the fuck? So how we got by in a perfect world was we looked after nature. We nurtured it. We put all of our love into it, into making magic and creation. It's incredible. And in return, nature would give us its essences for us to live off. So when we were actually breathing in water or breathing in air, we were getting all of the essences from the actual spores of the mushrooms. All of that would come through the mushrooms, all of those essences that I'm talking about, you know, cayenne pepper as well, you know, and it's like there's so many things, you know.
We don't have that anymore now, do we? Is the essence of nature is because for some bizarre reason we have removed ourselves from nature. You
Well,
know,
that's
and what I
because of
mean
the,
by that, Dawes, is
yeah,
you
I
know
know.
I
Yeah,
spoke about this at the last conference at Seed, where I was saying that it seems humanity has removed itself from nature,
yeah,
and you know, and we have forgotten, or we've been made to forget
that's
that
right.
we are nature, right? So
That's
when people go
because
around saying, "Oh, I love nature, but I hate people," right?
and
To
it's
me,
a
that
simple
just doesn't
equation.
make
You're right.
sense.
You're right. And why that happened is because they took away our birthright soul information. With that
Yeah,
birth, we can't plug into nature. They instead plugged us into their fake Truman Show fucking Matrix fucking bullshit
yeah,
destruction.
yeah, exactly. So in order for us to get the essence of nature,
You got
we
to plug
have
that into it.
to what's that word I'm looking for? We need to merge ourselves, and we need to understand that we are nature.
That's
That
right.
nature is us, and we are nature, and that we're one and the same. And the
Now,
only way to get that essence of nature is first we have to admit to ourselves that we're part of nature instead of separating ourselves from it. And that
okay,
seems to be the biggest problem with
mhm.
humanity today is that we've just totally removed ourselves from that aspect of ourselves. And that's why we're so abusive towards our Mother Earth and the animal kingdom on the earth and the bird kingdom on the earth. And that's why we're just continuously destroying this earth because we've removed ourselves from that. And in essence,
Well,
we're really destroying ourselves when we destroy the earth.
okay, now this has been done by deliberate design because we had this
Yeah,
information.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Now the thing is that when we lose this soul information, we become rudderless. Like we don't have any grounding. We don't have any soul anchoring.
It's like we
And
don't have an operating program. We don't have
exactly.
softwares being just deleted and then uploaded a different software into us to make us think something different that
Oh,
goes
totally.
against our nature.
Exactly. That goes totally against our nature. And this is the thing. It's like, it's not totally our fault. Okay. In the sense of that this has been done as a
Mhm.
very vicious, malign, deliberate sort of thing. Okay. And it all comes down to a family fucking grudge because there were certain of the first children that thought they knew better and that they could work out a smarter way of pushing the boundaries of nature to crack new things. And instead they fucking destructed and fucked up. And
Mhm.
they were told, now, I got up to the spores, right? Now, when the spores release, the atmosphere, the water, the mist, like the mists of Avalon, so to speak,
Mhm.
okay, they're releasing, say in the air, they're releasing the actual, the water and the humidity and everything in the air that makes up the air, okay? And it's got all that flavour of all the essences I just described in and much more, okay? And that basically comes through the mushroom. Now, that's the medicine of the mushroom, okay? Now, we live off the essences of the medicine of the mushroom, but we do not eat the fucker. For fuck's sake. Have you seen what a mushroom can do and take over a whole plant and a whole rock and a whole everything? In the sense of like, the whole thing about the mushroom is that it regulates the environment. It literally recycles all the waste and turns it back into good stuff again. So when you're eating mushrooms, you're getting a combination of waste and good things. And the problem is that you're actually pouring mold into your body by the flesh of the mushroom. The strychnine is not good for you as well in the magic mushrooms. That fucks up your stomach lining and your guts. Okay? That's the last thing you want. Okay? So don't eat the things. The only time, there's only two types of mushrooms I've come across that sometimes just a little bit of the powder is actually helpful to get the kidneys back happening when they're completely fucked. Okay? For the Jing energy. Okay? Now, there's a type of mushroom called Jing that you can have it. But if you have too much of that stuff, what it does, it gets the adrenaline flowing in the body and flowing to the brain, and that's what the fucking reptoids want. Because what they've done with the mushrooms is that they've hybrided with a whole heap of fucking shit as well. So with the mushrooms, you've got to be very particular about which mushrooms that you use medicinally, and you have to distill them with alcohol to get the things out of the mushrooms that you need, okay? It's a simple process, but it's a detailed process. You've got to do it correctly. Otherwise, you'll fuck up and you'll turn yourself into an idiot, like what happened to the first children, okay? What happened to them, okay, is that when the mushroom spores send out all the goodness, the essences that we're literally getting off in our breath and our water, when we're actually in the sea, it gives us everything we need because our bodies already have all the magnetism and electricity that we need, that we don't need to basically keep on sustaining ourselves with eating nature, okay? So when we live off the essences, it's like an equal trade-off. We look after all of those essences so they can produce the essences, but we never harm the plants. They get to live and grow and be giant, okay? Just like we were. Like, predominantly, Earth was the roots of the physicality of the whole omniverse, for fuck's sake. It's 40 billion miles in all of its realms. Like, the map of the Earth that we got is just a small portion of the Earth. See, because I've seen an omniversal map, okay? And when I saw this map, it was actually an old tribal map from here that Phil Valentine found one time. And I've got it on one of the videos. I actually got to find it and start posting about this because it's really important. Because I kind of looked at it and I went, hold it, there's all the star constellation stuff that we're given, that we're seeing. But then there's all these other animals and configurations and astronomy configurations, because the astronomy and the astrology is both valid, okay? And all of these animals and things, I'm going, hold it, these are all old extinct sort of animals and things like that, and things that we've never seen for such a long time, if not at all. And I'm going, hold it. In how reality really works, it's like there's some truth above, so below as above, as in front, so behind. Okay? So the thing is that because our body is a microcosm of the greater omniversal macrocosm, what is under the astrology and the astrological configurations, the stars and whatever, is always land and sea. Because look at it on this small portion of Earth. As ancients, we used to soul center so we could read the stars and the astrology and the astronomy to navigate the land and seas below them. Okay? So there's a fundamental principle here. Everything in the sky, there is land and sea below it. So they try to get us to think that we're just on this small bit of fucking Earth that's just an insignificant part in this whole fucking, what they say is a huge universe of fake space and planets that they're creating more of. Like when NASA shows us, oh, look, there's this new universe that just popped up over here. They're creating all this bullshit with the third eye energy. So people have got to stop using it. Stop feeding it. I'm trying to shut it down and block it out and clean it out all the time. I'm sick of cleaning it. I'm sick of cleaning all the wormholes that put more fucking... See, that's a dirty use of free energy. using the 9 fucking system instead of making it 10 and grounded. You can't use the 369 Tesla stuff without grounding it to the 10 and the center symbol. It's so simple.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Yeah,
you're
I
using...
recall you telling me that the last time we spoke
Yeah.
about the 10. For people that were not here to listen to our last broadcast, can you explain a little bit about the grounding with the 10?
Yeah, because in the original language, in the original modular language, there was no numerical digits, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we had this word called algebra, okay? Okay, and that literally means pseudo pictures, false images. And that's where the word algebra comes from. So all numerical digits, like 1, 2, 3, that's all fiction, because the math is already in the language, the natural math. As in sort of, you say O-N-E, 2-W-O, T-H-R-E-E, F-O-U-R, and so on. In modular language, say the number 5, that's it, that sound. That sound, that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's how you say it in monotonal. Okay. Now, why do we need to make a pseudo?
Yeah, how do you say it in monotone again? Ort?
Ut.
Ort.
Ottawa. Ottawa.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say that. Sounds like Ottawa.
Ottawa. Ottawa.
Yeah.
Ottawa. That's how you sound it in more of the
That's
old.
how it's actually pronounced. It's not pronounced Ottawa. It's Ottawa.
That's right. Yeah, that's English fucking rubbish. Yeah. Like Canadian American dialects of English have got such horrible artificial vowel sounds. It's horrible. I'm not saying the Australian is much better, but it's at least based on the English sort of phonetics, which are a little bit better, okay, in the sense of the vowels kind of come off the mudger in certain sense. There's only 5 vowels in English. There's 15 in mudger, okay? So that's how much harmonic range. And now all those vowels from low to high, from the low sort of U's and I's and things like that, like I is actually the low sound initially. It's more of a, how can I do it? It's an inflection on how you roll on the word. And the Tasmanians, when they spoke their language, it was very much sounding like African people, actually. That's what I remember of the Sung dialect there. I've remembered, I've sung it to myself, and I compare the different sort of dialects of the old Sung language in different places, and I've realised how much they've messed things up all over the place. And the thing is that the Africans were actually created in Atlantean times, not Lemurian times, you know, and they were from blue and brown Hathors, okay, because blue and brown make black. There was no black originally. There was no yellow originally either, because the black comes from the inside of the woman in the womb, okay? That's where it's supposed to be, okay? The yellow comes from the sulfur, and sulfur is the main ingredient of all organic material, whether it be humans, plants, everything. Sulfur, it's the main ingredient. That's why sulfates are really important in your diet, because you're getting magnetic information from nature. That's why the phosphates are really important too. You're getting electrical information from nature. You need both. And it's electrically and magnetically charging your cells. This drink I'm about to have has got plenty of it, and I'll tell you what's in this drink in a moment. Now, where was I? So, Ottawa. See, A in Mudger sounds more like a soft O in English, just with a little hint of an A. Okay? So, basically, in Ottawa, that's actually an O with 2 dots over it, which is more like a U, actually, sound.
Yeah.
So it's like Ottawa. Okay? Now, when I do the wa at the end, it's more of a wa. W with a slight hint of an A. It's more of a soft O sound. Utua, utua. But see how the sound is just so much more consonant? There's no
Yeah,
sharp sound in there.
yeah,
Yeah,
like compared to Ottawa.
yeah. Ottawa.
Yeah,
No, that's too sharp and nasally. That's what the
yeah.
even is. Horrible. It's not even an E in there, but the way vowels are sounded in sort of Canadian and English and American is just blah.
It's almost
See,
like when you say Ottawa here in Canada, it almost sounds like that you're beginning the character with an A, Ottawa, right? Like Ottawa, right?
mm.
Instead of Ottawa.
See, we have a place in Australia, in Queensland, called Toowoomba, okay? And it means in my lake, okay? Toowoomba. It's and the ba is basically indicating in mine. It's a suffix. I think I got that correct, if I remember correctly. But if we were to say that in Madja and not English, it would be more Toowoomba, 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 like that. If I'm to say it in full old language, it's like this. So there is a difference between the monotonal old language and the sung language, as you can see. And you kind of got to balance the both of them a little bit, because the monotonal is important in a fundamental aspect of doing tuning things, but then when you're turning it into music, you got to go beyond the monotonal stuff. Yeah.
Just want to jump in here real quick, Gauze. People are asking about your contact information, and there's people asking for your YouTube channel, but Gauze does not have a YouTube channel, and the only way to follow, pardon me?
I do have a YouTube channel.
You do have a YouTube channel. I had no idea you had a YouTube channel. What's your?
I'm sorry I didn't inform you. Yeah, it's called Mr. Gazimus, okay, which is where God comes from, okay? That's a nickname I had when I lived in Japan. Now, Gazimus, again, that is actually a very important word that goes back to Madja. And Gazimus is, they use it as a courtesy word after they say thank you. Now, arigato comes from obligato in Brazilian, okay? That's where it rubbed off from. And the Japanese have a relationship with the Brazilians, in particular in Sao Paulo. And basically speaking, so when they say thank you, they put gozaimasu after. And if you're the last person to say thank you in the situation, you go arigato gozaimashita at the end. But otherwise you say arigato gozaimasu. But arigato gozaimasu, okay? And they got their dialects in Japan in different parts of there too. The different, you know, like a Kyoto person will say it different to an Osaka person. And they got their own sayings in different regions as well, their own sort of colloquialisms. It's quite fascinating. But the Japanese language originally is Madja language as well, because the Japanese, the original Japanese, are a Madja tribe. And they got polluted by the Chinese, which are like the Asian equivalent of the Khazars, fucking through the rest of the Asian and Middle Eastern nations. And the Chinese basically came with the Khazars from Tiamat, the same with the Hebrews, the Habru. They were initially Madja tribes on Tiamat that got taken over by the Dracos that were created by the cat mutants when they took over again in 1913. And they had all the time travel technology all ready to go. And then they had the Malda project by the 1920s. You know, they had chemtrails sort of patents by the 20s as well. And all the best information to find is between 1913 and 1920, because they paraded the old world before they got rid of it in that time.
Gauze, can you spell how your YouTube channel is spelled?
Yes.
I'm trying to find it. I just can't seem to find it.
Yeah, I've spelt it all as one word: capital M, small r, capital G, and then lowercase OZAIMASU.
MASU.
Now, the U on the end of Gazimus is actually silent, and it's there to basically indicate the sound of the S when you say the S, Gazimus. So I'm just putting it out there for the linguistic people. And the thing is about when Japanese people learn English.
I still can't find it.
Typical. I'll give you a link.
Yeah, maybe toss it into the private chat. Yeah, and then I'll toss it into the.
Because a lot of people have said that to me when they look for it. It's been shadow banned. It's there because
I wouldn't be too surprised.
Look, I've pushed the boundaries on YouTube, but I've cleverly uploaded some very deep information in the way that I've worded things. And I've even gotten away with some COVID stuff because I call it COVIDs, but I won't say anything more about that. But ultimately, there's been a lot of stuff that I've favorited on YouTube over the years because I had a pretty dormant account for 10 years. I just uploaded a couple of music videos of my own, and a young guy in a youth situation. I basically produced his rap track for him and just uploaded it there one time, 2009. And so I just had a dormant YouTube thing for about 10 years. And then I started uploading stuff of some of the videos I had of Attila Flink and a few other bits and pieces that the people right into this deep stuff and the linguistic stuff will appreciate. Sorry, I better not multitasking well. I'll just go to this YouTube channel now. Oh, here we go. I've got it here. And I've just got to get back to you now. I've got to find the right window. There we go. I'm a bit tired at the moment, but it's no excuse. I'll perk up again as soon as I have.
Yeah, it's pretty. What time is it for you? Like 4 o'clock in the morning? About that? 4:30?
Let me look at my thing. The birds are starting to chirp, so it's coming up to daybreak. I can see now. Yeah, it's 22 minutes past 5 in the morning.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you've been up to pull an all-nighter, bro.
Yeah. Oh, well, I always get my second wind. It doesn't take me that long. I'm still fine now, really. I'm just rather chilled and laid back. Now, what was I? Okay, I put it in the box. Now I send it. There it is.
Okay, cool. Right on, guys. I will share Gaz's YouTube channel with you guys. Go over there and subscribe, and I will as well. I had no idea you had a YouTube channel. I think I asked you before.
I'm sorry if I didn't actually put the link in for you. I may have mentioned or I may not have, and I apologise if I didn't, if I got distracted with something else. Because I tend to sort of start about 5 topics at once. Because I have to explain a certain point, I've got to describe the different interconnected aspects and then tie it all up at the end. And if people don't have the patience to do that and they want to chop me down before it, well, they're a fucking idiot. And that's what fucking the Illuminati fuckwits try and do, the trolls, the bots and all the rest of it. They try and cut your flow so you can't actually spontaneously come out with stuff. They try and trauma you and try and get you reactive by poking sticks at you. That's how much of the cowardly faggots they are, you know? And I say faggots because they're dead pieces of wood that don't procreate life. You can't be that. It's like there's feminine and masculine. That's it. It's so simple. It's meant to be simple. There's not this whole array of fictitious in between. That's because of your fuckery with genetics and endocrine disruption and poisoning people insidiously. That's what makes people deranged. And when you're endocrine disrupted, fully blown, you're so far fucking gone, it's ridiculous. You're in such a state of fucking denial of your soul and of life that everything you think is the opposite of what is real. It's literally beyond mental illness. It's everything illness.
It's everything illness, yeah. It is, isn't it? True words.
It is. It is. It's like it's a mental illness in the sense they're all mind operated. But it's like we talk about mental illness. Well, there's more than mental illness. It's whole body illness. If you toxify your fish tank, your terrain, well, your pond's going to go filthy and eventually turn into like a toxic dump.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the analogy I use in my book Earth Frequency, where I say, if you take a glass of water, and for every day that you've been alive, this is actually, I'll give you a backstory on this. This is in regards to
Yep.
recycling our own energy and
Yep.
and to harness the Earth's fresh energy so that you're always consistently fresh. So I used the example of a glass of water, and I said, if you take a glass of water, and for every day that you've been alive, and you drop a drop of vinegar into that glass of water, would you be able to drink that glass of water? And of course, the answer is no, because the water is extremely toxic, right? So if you don't, meditate and center yourself, then you become like that glass of water that's filled with vinegar. Now, if you take that very same glass of water and put it underneath a tap with, just a light stream of water coming down into it, and then for every day that you've been alive, you add a drop of vinegar into that glass of water, would you be able to drink that glass of water? And the answer is yes, you will be able to drink that water
That's
because
right.
the water is fresh, right? Just
That's
like your own body computer avatar, if you meditate and ground yourself and do earthing on a daily basis, 10 to 15 minutes, then you too are like that glass of water that's consumable because it hasn't been
that's
tainted.
exactly right. And it's
You're
like I've been studying mapping the consciousness of my unconscious for 34 years. Okay, consciously.
Mhm.
And I've been soul centering for 10 years. Okay. I had to work out how to soul center from crumbs, the original stuff, because I just wouldn't buy into any of this new age third eye stuff. The stuff I did check out was at the Claire Vision School in the 90s, where I did a few amazing things because I was soul centered, but I didn't fully consciously realize I was soul centered at the time in the way that I did things. And I did things beyond their third eye realm that sort of made them do a knowledge report, because in my first regression on this Japanese man, I was 30 years old and he was like 50. And he had this big spider entity on his heart. And I went over his body and I felt this hot spot and energy drop. And I dropped onto his heart. And I said to the Claire Vision guy, I know it's his heart, but you know what? We've got to go there right now because this is important. I said, there's this big fucking spider there and we've got to get rid of the fucker. And he's just looked at me and gone, okay. He's looking at me like, how the fuck did you work that out so quickly? And I just knew it. I didn't even see it with my third eye. I felt it. I felt the energy. I just knew what was there. It just streamed up from my soul. And then all this information about this man's life just streamed up to my soul. And I started telling him stuff and everything. And this man was responding to it. And I was telling him and I was guiding him where to go in the regression so he could regress when this thing came into him so he could get it out of him, and find out the trauma incident, like the key sort of destroyed experience that created that psychological experience that they call invaded samskara. Okay. And once you basically regress that particular moment, then you take the emotional charge out of it by having an aha moment. That's what happened. And then you take away that some semantic and dynamic trigger in here and now life when someone triggers you by that same dynamic, okay, that caused that trauma in the first place, that sends you into dysfunctionality to cope with it. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. You don't get triggered. So that's the best way to release emotional charge from your body. And see, with psychology and psychiatry and psychotherapy, they're all focusing on the fucking brain. Wrong. That's not where the trauma is kept. It's down here. It's so retarded. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the most deepest traumas are in the spleen. That's why so many people's hips fucking go in middle age, because of all the trauma that they're carrying. And there's a lot of people that are carrying trauma from rituals they've been in children that they've been memory wiped from, and that trauma has been programming them for life. I know all about this stuff. because I've done so much removal. I've done so much regression myself and with other people. And they keep people away from me because I get good results. But that's okay. I heal things on a bigger level anyway. Like I connect with all the elements to do it. And when you become the moment of now, that's when the magic happens. And because you are pure and good at, the right intention, existent in love, it's not emotional but omni-emotional, okay, you make things happen. You make the will. That's what Gazaimus means. The real meaning of Gazaimus is it is so. That's what it means. It is so. Why? Gazaimus. And how you say that? I'm saying it with extra euphemism at the moment for some reason.
How would you pronounce that in monotone?
In monotone?
Because there seems to be two
It's
dialects there, right?
quite easy.
You have the one natural, and then the other one is...
Well, okay. The Mudger word for gas, okay, in English, is actually G-A-Z, but the A is pronounced like a soft O in the older dialect with a hint of an A. So it's actually Gauze. The word, so it's Gauze, Gauze, Gauze. There's the monotone. It is so.
I see. Okay.
Why? Simply, it is so. That's the monotone there. That's the deep subharmonic monotone. I gave you the pedal note up there for the tuning. If I was to say it with the full music, so that's the technical difference. Okay, so the word for gas in Mudger is actually Gauze. It is so. That's the root word of it, in the sense of what is so is in the air, is in the gas. Yeah. And when you connect with the leaves know all about the wind and what the wind is saying and what the wind is blowing. So that's the whole thing about the four-leaf clover. When you connect with the clover, you're connecting with all the leaves of all the original, that sort of vine, the vine of life. Because as I said, all of these essences were all connected in the same plant. It's just like the biggest forest in the world at the moment is a one-tree forest in southwest Tasmania. It's one tree. That's what one tree can do when it's not fucked up and chopped down by idiots. And all of our ancient trees were like that. The original Babel was 3 trees entwined, the mountain of the 3 hills.
Redwood Forest in California, they chopped it down.
Yeah, those hills.
Up here in BC, we have the old growth forest where trees used to be like 20, 25 meters or feet in diameter, and they're cutting those down like, like they grow overnight. Just
it's ridiculous. And it's like we were giants as well, and they've cut us down as well. And we had much more oxygen and carbon in the environment, and they've sucked it out with all their 0 point technology that sucks out all the orgone from the environment. And people think point technology is good. No, it's not. It's death energy. It's okay. 0, as in a numerical 0, is nothing. 0, as in a female, is basically everything in that nothingness. Because, as I said, the air and the water, that's the body of everything. They're feminine, and there's more of that than anything. So if you connect to the leaves, you're connecting to all the air and all the gas, everything that's in the air. So it's very, very important. It's like I've got eucalyptus gum leaves, things like that in my house. I've got, look at this. I'll just show you one of my little shamanistic things. Okay.
Thank you, Eddie. Have yourself a wonderful food. and a great day, evening, wherever you may be in the world.
Okay. You see this here, Omar?
Yep.
Now, all the things in here, I've got jasmine, I've got a certain type of pine cone, I've got some of my own hair and genetics in here,
Mm-hmm.
I've got some cannabis, and I've literally got inside here all of these stones, different rocks
Mm-hmm.
that I play music with, that are literally my tools that I used in past lives that I've found all over the place, the countryside. I'm serious. And I've got them all in here at the moment. I
Mm-hmm.
could show you a demonstration, but I'm not doing that at the moment because this is all for the
We'll do that next
central.
time.
Well, I've actually got this modelled here for the
Mm-hmm.
central soul aspect of Ishtam that they've fucking murdered so many times in this life and tortured. I'm healing her at the moment. And these are all essences for her at the moment to heal. There's some 24 karat gold in here as well. There's a lot of different interesting things of plants. There's some lavender here. Okay. There's see, this is the thing. We only use like flowers and leaves and berries for the essences to do magic. We never do it with animals and flesh and blood and all that fucking nonsense, And because they're more powerful than that, much more powerful, in a wholesome way, and they don't do harm. So if anyone wants to call me a fucking black magic sorcerer, you're a fucking idiot. Because I'm being transparent about what I'm doing right here. And here, in this particular one here, look, I've got this scarf, this silk scarf. It's very, very important, okay? And then I've got these two blood orange tangelos, okay, for a reason. And I've got some more jasmine here. And then I've got cases of leaves here, okay? And here you might see there's an acoustic guitar. And I'm healing the body of Ishtan at the moment with this acoustic guitar being the microcosm so that she can sing music properly, so the fat lady can sing properly again, okay? So what I'm doing, these are full of vines, okay? There's more jasmine here. There's more lavender. There's eucalyptus, gum leaves. There's a red reptile lamp, okay, that's like infrared, because that's literally the colour, the natural colour of a fish eye, like the chakra, so to speak. Well, it's not the chakra, but, the medicine world there.
Yeah, I know
Okay?
what you mean.
So we're shining light into the aquarium, but it's infrared, okay? And that's where the red is meant to be, not fire engine red on your genitals. No, that's wrong. You're meant to have murex purple down there, which is the even colour between red and blue.
Mm-hmm.
It's really quite simple. Now, I've got apricot on the strings. I've got a whole combination of essences all over the wood, okay, from essential oils to lots of things. I can't even number the amount of things that I do because I do so much work on it that I can't remember literally everything I do. I do this 24/7. Right? And so in this bag, okay, I've got, look, more vines, flowers. Because I want to show people how this works, how the magic works. There's a natural science behind it, and there's no fucking cheap woo-woo stuff. Okay? I've got gum nuts. Lots of indigenous, I shouldn't use the word indigenous, it should be indigenous because that means of the original genes. We've got lots of indigenous plants here, non-hybrid plants, and they're very, very powerful. These, I'm just trying to find the spirit leaves. Like, you saw that spirit leaf that I showed you on the picture that I sent you, Omar?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, here we go. This is a leaf full of spirit information.
I'll bring it up. There we go.
Now look at all the colours on that.
Yeah.
And all the nature shapes. You can read life off those leaves, and I know how to read the leaves. and I know how to read saliva. Because your saliva is a superconductor that can literally make energy change without having to have wires. So it's omni. So wherever you spit, okay, it's a superconductor energy link, okay? So you don't need wires. So I connect all the energy points up with my spit, okay? Now they say spit is disgusting. No, it's not. They say spitting is rude because they don't want us spitting on the dirt and the trees because it's healing for nature. Our spit is so healing. And especially when you're pure in your intention, that spit is very, very powerful superconductor for energy. Okay? I'm teaching people the real truth about life here. Now, I can read that leaf, okay? And that spirit information on the leaf, I go around looking for leaves of trees that have spirit information. Because they've got symbols all over them, very important symbols. Archetypes, shapes of nature, animals, centering symbols, cymatic designs that are literally what the sound looks like in vision. Okay? This is where they come from. If you have a look at the back of a turtle or a tortoise, they've actually got
geometry on that.
Well, they've actually got cymatic designs on it, and unfortunately, in the 56 to 54 BC incident, which was a reset incident, where they actually got a comment that smashed the fuck out of me. It didn't quite kill me, because I always go, fucking, if you're gonna fucking kill me, come on.
I'm the same way. Come on, bring it.
Bring it, yeah. Do you want to fucking kill me? You know what? You're never going to get me fucking scared, because you're always going to be scared of me. And when I come back in the next body, I'm going to fuck you even harder.
It reminds me of
fucking Jesus means, but not in the way that you ever thought that it'd fucking happen, that's for sure. Because they don't even know who the real fucking one is. His name's not even Jesus. Jesus is the name of a fucking alcoholic that's associated with the 12-step Alcoholic Anonymous fucking program. It gets people to say they're always an alcoholic when they're not an alcoholic anymore. Yeah. And that's why so many Christians are fucking alcoholics, because, you're allowed to drink in pubs. Fuck off. It's like, what, go and commit sins and then turn up to fucking church every Sunday and ask Jesus to forgive your sins. How stupid is that? It's like you meant
I've never understood that. I saw I watch a lot of serial killer documentaries, and I came across this one documentary where this guy, he was a gangster, and he was going around killing people and, pimping and doing kind of what gangsters do. And then on Sundays, this guy would go to church and play the church game on Sundays. And then on Monday, he was right back to doing what he was doing. So, yeah, it makes no sense.
That's right.
If you're going to be one way, stay that way. And if you're going to be the other way, be that way. Can't have the best of the both worlds.
Well, the whole thing is that they basically they deballed Christianity by taking out all the soul-centering information, of course, but also to basically repress them emotionally and sexually. Okay? To say that you can't play with yourself, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't, and make them guilty for it. Okay? And sorry, that's not how real life works. All you got to do is not be a fuckwit.
Yeah.
You're allowed to express yourself. You're allowed to be sexual. You're allowed to do, but at the same time, you've got to properly understand what it's all about on an energetic level. That's the first level of life. You have to understand things, literally. I don't say understand often, but you have to understand the fundamental principles. Okay?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was actually waiting for you to bring this up, because earlier on in our conversation, we were talking about sex.
Yes.
Sacred sex and lovemaking. And I believe it was Dariana who had asked a question up here. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, sure. Because I know a lot about this, because you have to understand sex on an energetic level first, like everything else, because that way it takes out all the emotional repression and taboo and, you know, the dysfunctional stuff that people go through when they're talking about sex in general. Okay.
Here it is. Yeah, here it is.
And
Guys, let me toss this up on the screen. There's actually three of them. So Dariana was saying, as people have been dumbed down and only bombarded with lust frequency, there's a lot of confusion as to what is lust and what is the love making.
that's a good
And
question. I'll answer that
she goes
directly. Yeah.
on to say, lust is below fear in frequency. How do you transmit to men that difference? I thought that was a wonderful question. I was waiting for you to say something
Okay.
to bring this up. So maybe you want to address that question for Dariana.
Okay. In the first place, love in its purest sense is magnetic. Okay. So when you literally find your significant other, and we all did have an original significant other, okay, especially the older souls before they all got split up into newer souls, okay, and us made smaller. When you meet your significant other, you literally have a magnetic attraction that you just can't deny. And it's not like a soppy, Mills and Boon sort of romantic sort of rubbish, sort of emotional sort of, it's generally like a codependent sort of love sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a natural attraction. It's a natural love that there's no bullshit, that you can look each other so squarely in the eyes and you basically see yourself coming through their light in their eyes as they're seeing themselves come through the light in your eyes. Okay? That's what it's really about. Because they say the eyes are the window to the soul, and indeed they are, if you're not soul blind. If you can actually read the energy that's deep inside there. And that happens by feel. And feel is magnetic. And that comes before what's electric. And they try to say that the whole universe, omniverse, is electrical. No. Electrical comes second. Because electrical is something that's of secondary elements and what we call inorganic compounds. Now, some of them are not necessarily bad, okay, at all. But some of them are really fucking toxic if you don't know what you're doing with it. Okay, so, and you need to have the toxic ones around as antigens to basically cancel out other poisons. Okay, so when you've got the knowledge of that stuff, you know how to use a poison to basically neutralize another poison. A great example of that is belladonna, deadly nightshade, and opium. Okay, they both cancel each other out. So if you're having a heroin overdose, have a little bit of belladonna to bring you back, to neutralize it. Okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't suggest taking opium or belladonna full stop, just for recreational use at all, full stop anyway, because they're both poisons. Okay, and they're really fucked up opium genetically from what it used to be anyway, because we do have opioid receptors in our brains, but no. What opium and heroin are today are garbage, and you don't really want to touch them at all. You only want to use them medicinally as an antigen to cancel out another poison, okay? So if you're having a belladonna trip, which you can die of, because it's literally the deadliest poison in the world, the natural one, okay? It's what they used to make hemlock out of and lots of different things. And if you've had too much belladonna, like what happened to me one time, I was set up and I thought I was just having some sort of natural sort of like just a normal herbal light sort of thing. And I was totally set up in a situation called a moment off guard. And I had the next 8 hours of my life, I had to work out how to break the spell of this belladonna because I didn't have any antigen. And this aspect named the Delsha of the fake cat basically wanted to gobble me up at the end of it. And I looked at it and it appeared to me right here. And I looked at it and I saw, well, you're an interesting looking thing. I could see all of its hybrid natures, like it was all different hybrid sort of creatures all put together. And then I looked at it and I went, I'm here to heal the hybrids. And it caught it so off guard that basically I activated my 2 soul totem poles of 2 past life characters that I've been. And one of them was so fucking huge, it just dwarfed this fucking Del Shard. And in a fucking split second, this Del Shard just ran away. And literally the whole Belladonna trip ended right at that moment. And it actually did me a favour because it activated 2 of my past life totems. And it let me know who 2 of my past lives were. But when I looked at the biggest one, it was like something I'd never seen in a comic or a movie or anything at all in this life, like what's available out there. I'm going, how do I even describe what I looked like there? My goodness. My goodness. It's so ancient that it's like I don't even know how to classify it. And at that time, I realised that my real guardians are my own aspects of myself, not some other external fucking guardian angels and things like that. And that's when I realised, okay, I see this really for all what it truly is. And that was a near-death experience that I actually had on that Belladonna trip, because I had enough Belladonna to kill 3 elephants. And then when I talked to my mate Dragon, who was like in the Montauk project, and he never went public. And I learnt so much from this guy. And we were both used in the Montauk project. And he'd remembered more than me earlier than I started to remember. And the more I started to discuss things with him, he was trying to basically give me subtle clues that, dude, because I used to say, why is it that I'm attracted to people like you, and I meet people like you, and we talk common sense? And like you say to me, I'm the only one that gets what you say, and the rest of them are just like, I just don't get it. And you got the patience to listen. Not only that, you get it, and you come back to me, and you help me further with what I'm doing. And that's how things are meant to be. And he basically said to me, because he was like a top nerd, like he was brought up in DARPA, then he went to Project Pegasus, where he was used in time gates and sent back in time as a child when they were testing different time travel methods. And he told me all about that. And he told me about all the stuff that Andrew Bastiago didn't tell, of all the disasters that happened. And I used to compare information between his stuff and Bastiago's, and it was interesting because Bastiago actually triggered a whole lot of memories out of him too. And he said, I reckon they're using him to basically find out which ones of us are still alive around, and if they can haul us back in. So he said, I'm not going fucking public, basically, you know, in no certain sense. But I learned so much of him, and he was also a shaman as well. So he'd learned the best of both worlds. He was a super soldier. He was the best super soldier they ever had. And they know who I'm talking about. Dragon, his nickname is. I know his real name, but I'm not at liberty to give that out at the moment. But I will give it out eventually. And he told me over 10 years ago, he said, look out for the year 2020, because that's when the shit's going to hit the fan. And he was absolutely correct. And he knew in 1976 that it was a done deal what was going to happen now. And so he's been preparing for it ever since. He was made to be at this meeting of the top sort of Archon controllers of the Earth. And he said exactly what they were. One was a blue aquatic. One was like this grandfather-looking sort of character. Another one was like this sort of female Draco type. And then there was a Levite priest magi, like a fake magi. And there was a couple of other beings. And he said, I don't know why I was made to be present, but I was. And he's also of original Mudgeon royal bloodlines himself. And he always sabotaged his Montauk operations. And he'd sometimes take out a whole company if they'd fuck up in a war game drill and start killing innocent citizens. You know, as you know, this is how things start. They start their war games that turns into a real fucking event. And he would sabotage the whole fucking mission if it basically went against basic human principles. And they loved him and hated him at the same time because he was a worthy challenger. And he broke programming, and they tried to kill him so many times. They tried to chase after him. They were doing the same monitoring with voice to skull with him as they were doing to me. But he used to chase them back into FEMA camps that I'm doing the voice to skull out of. And he'd start basically fucking the operators up the same as what I've been doing to the ones at the PCYC up the road here. Because I've fucked up all the voice to skull people now that they're too scared to fucking deal with me. Because I hit them with their own cricket bat. I consciously defeat them all the time. I've back-engineered all this stuff. And I say thank you for the last 3 years of total terrorism and harassment, because you've made me better psychological profiler now than I have ever been before. And I know how to smash you with your own cricket bat. And then I've got the backup of the real stuff behind it that I don't even need to use, because I can literally use your own chi against you. That's what being a chi master is about, and knowing Tai Chi and Wing Chun and all that sort of stuff. And you're meant to know all of that stuff for body flexibility and for maneuverability and things like that, but you only use it, like as they say, you never use it as a destructive art. You only use it in case of self-defense if it's ever required. Otherwise, you don't need to be violent with it. You just need the flexibility and the musicality and the rhythmic stuff out of it. So you can be disciplined and soul-centered and be able to put your body in any position you need for any sustained particular time and still hold your marbles together and not fall over and have that strength to do it. Like I'm in my 50s, I'm bouncing around like I'm in my 20s. And I've got a more injured body than I had in my 20s. And yet I didn't have the vitality that I have now in my 20s. Like I did in a certain young natural sense, but like not the way that I could sustain it now. I can stay awake for days if I need to. And I'm not taking any uppers or anything like that, or drugs in that sort of sense. I'm taking natural things that do things naturally, like what's in this drink that I'm going to have. Like what's in this drink, I'll tell you straight away. I've got acai. I have got some berry juice. I've got some ginger, lime, and lemon grander water. Okay. I've got, let me see. I've got a little bit of pear, ginger, and apple in there. Okay. I've got some Mucuna pruriens. I've got some L-citrulline, which is the precursor for making L-arginine in your body. I've got a little bit of maca in there. I've got a fraction of cinnamon in there. I've got L-creatine, L-glutamine, a little bit of L-methionine for the liver and stuff. Okay, and then I've got some sea buckthorn berries, which is a precursor for making serotonin and melatonin in your brain. Okay, I've got a little bit of L-tyrosine. Okay, I'd usually get L-phenylalanine because that's the precursor that gets the body to make L-tyrosine, but it still works. The Mucuna pruriens has got similar sort of dopamine sort of qualities. And then I've also got a little bit of L-lysine in there. I've got a little bit of ashwagandha powder in there. That's really good for your thyroid. What else have I've got in there? Then I've got some colloidal zinc. I've got some colloidal both plant minerals, like fulvic, humic, phosphorus, like plant minerals. I've got a 5 phosphorus mix, liquid mix of 5 different phosphates. So I'm getting the electrical charge and information from nature from that. Okay. I've got some sulfate stuff grounded in here because I've got beyond 24 karat gold in here as well. It's bioatomic and not monatomic. If you take the monatomic, you end up trying to disrupt yourself and fuck yourself up. Okay. And having that in there grounds all the other sort of electrolysis made sort of colloidals that I have. Then I also have some ginkgo in there, biloba, a homeopathic sort of mixture that I've got up. Then I've got some liquid St. John's wort. Okay, now that's good for depression, but what I use it for is actually St. John's wort is like niacin. It gets things to the full extremities of your body. It gets things deep into the bone. So if you've got a balm, like some lemon tree, lemongrass, tea tree, and wintergreen, which is like Aboriginal, I should say, tribal people here, like bush tucker medicine, and you basically put some hypernicum, St. John's wort with it, it actually absorbs it way past the skin level of of what most balms do because they don't get deep enough like tiger balm and stuff. And they literally get all of those ingredients deep within the marrow of your bones. And that's where you need it, and it actually heals you. Okay? And so when you put St. John's wort in this stuff, it gets all of this stuff to your whole body. Okay? So that's why I put that in there. And then I put in a little bit of molybdenum, okay, which is the precursor for creating hydrochloric acid in your stomach, okay? Because most people through toxicity today are not producing enough hydrochloric acid in their stomach, and hence they're not digesting food properly or anything properly in their stomach. So you need a little bit of molybdenum in there to just make sure. I put a little bit in there just to make the digestive process of this with the hypernicum work totally smoothly. I only put just a little bit in the molybdenum just to catalyze and facilitate the process subtly, because less is more when you're making big combinations like this. You only need little bits of all of these things, and how you mix it together, that's the sort of the magic formula, so to speak. And you do it all by feel and what you need from day to day, moment to moment. And so I've got more in here than that, but basically that's what's in this particular drink. And it literally, that drink will keep me going for a day. Longer if necessary, but not only that, the magic and the intentions I'm doing with ceremony, that's going to add to what I'm doing, because I'm connected to these elements in nature as well. Because when you become the moment, you're connected with all of that, and all happens. So if you want to become part of nature again like that, this is what you do. You learn the law. Now, I've been centering pretty much, except when I've been poisoned by psychiatric fucking drugs and my body fucked up, and it's put 25 kilos on my body, and I've had to fucking lose all that fat and work out how to do that. Most people can never do that after psych drugs. They have to get liposuction, things like that. Well, I've lost it all. I'm back to my normal. I'm around 73 kilos at the moment. Adds up to 10, funnily enough. And I'm 6'3".
I'm glad you mentioned the Bush Tucker foods, guys, because we had.
Sorry, I'm distracted from the sex stuff, and I will get back to it. Sorry, I forgot. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm very happy that you actually mentioned the Bush Tucker foods, because I had saw Rita Antaria on our conference about 2 months ago, and she did a presentation, fantastic presentation on Bush Tucker foods. I've got the link in the comments, guys. If you guys are interested after the stream, go and check that out. It's
I've actually got some good videos that I've done with a tribal man here who's half Irish, so he's got double Niger in him, and he's a little bit polarized in the Biami sort of stuff, but he knows stuff really well, generally right across the board. But when it comes to Bush Tucker, this guy really knows his stuff. And this was the first time that I'd met him. I met him through my shaman friend that centers like myself. And he said, you've got to check this guy out and hear his sort of take on, the bush medicine and everything. And I did, and I took some videos of him, and I still got those videos. I just haven't uploaded them yet because I've been so busy with so many other things, because I want to upload it properly so people can actually know some really good stuff about bush medicine. And like, as you've described here with the person that you interviewed, it's so important, this knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Hang on one second, guys. I've got Laura Eastlight in the studio. I put a link out into the comments if somebody wanted to come in and ask you a question. And Laura is also part of our Watchers Talk members team. So he's in the studio, so I believe he has a question for you. So I'll bring him on and interact, I guess, and ask questions.
There you go. I can help.
Hi, Laura. Nice
Laura.
Thank you very much, Laura, for becoming a member. First of all, really appreciate it. And the stage is yours, brother. Go ahead and ask Gauze whatever you have on your mind.
Yeah, hi, mate. I'm up here near Byron Bay.
Nice one.
Yeah, and I've lived here most of my life around the area, and I after the last big flood up here, I got back into the fossicking, and yeah, I've collected a whole heap of crystals and stuff. I just wondered, I feel I got something to do with crystals,
I,
because yeah, I'm just wondering if you know if there's anything magic to do with crystals and grounding and stuff, because I'm kind of here
okay,
opening up a parcel of land that I've kind of connected with, and I'm getting information, but it's corrupted a bit, and I got
okay.
yeah.
I'll tell you how to clean up the crystals, okay? Because crystals are secondary inorganic elements, right? But some crystals are better than others. And like, as you said, some crystals are really polluted because they carry memory, okay? And if they haven't been cleaned and been used in past life stuff for all sorts of yucky sort of purposes, yeah, you've got to clean that stuff. Now, what you need to do with the crystals, I use some crystals, but what I use is crystals that have basically been sort of melded in certain like primary rocks, because rocks absorb crap energy really well, the same as plants take all of our carbon dioxide. You know, we give plants carbon dioxide and they give us oxygen. It's a fair trade, you know, without being a trade. Okay, it's great. One feeds the other. So what you've got to do with the crystals, you've got to ground them with some rocks, okay? Okay, so you've got to use some rocks in combination with the crystals to ground them and to also help clean them, okay? And then you'll be able to use your crystals and the rocks together to do all the right land applications that you want to do. Does that make sense? Oh, it seems I'm by myself at the moment. I don't know where the other two have gone. So that's the story with that. And I've got plenty of rocks myself that I've
Sorry,
picked up.
God, I'm here. I didn't realize that I was muted. I was sitting here just talking away.
I don't know where Law's gone, whether he's dropped off or what happened, actually. I've just seen him in
Laura asked the question, and then he left the studio, so he was just waiting for an answer from you.
Oh, okay, no worries. So that's my answer, Law. But if you want some more detailed questions, like with the crystals you have and the suggestions of rocks to grab, what you've got to do, you've got to go out into nature, literally on the land that you intend to use it, and allow your gut. Okay, this is, your stomach can actually douse and find out where there's underground water, electrical cables, lots of different things. Okay, that's how you douse, from your stomach. Okay, and what you also do, use your stomach, walk around the property or the land area or the bush, whatever it is, whatever terrain, and look for some really like old rocks. Okay, like the more organic and primal, the better. What people think are just junk, just rock. Those rocks are some of the most powerful energies and consciousness there is. And the information that you can get a rock. The rocks that I have from Carry On, my goodness, I put that on my belly button and it tells me information like, oh, my goodness gracious. The uploads I start having from these rocks are incredible. So you need to have these rocks to ground the crystals, and so the crystals can work in an organic sense. So you've got the rocks that are having the magnetic information and the crystals that are more electrical information, and they're working in series and they're properly grounded. So that's the energetics that you're looking at there, you know, just in the most simple sense you want to get correct. So inbox me to my Facebook, Goz, and if you've got any specific questions about the crystals, and literally go around your property and let your gut decide which rocks that you need to pick up and use with the crystals, and then collect them all and assemble them with your crystals and start like feeling the crystals and the rocks out as into what they're all about. And if you want, you can send me some photos of the crystals if you want some more information on my opinion of what's going on there and what I know in my shamanic knowledge. And you can take it from there and compare it with other people who've, you know, spent time doing this sort of thing too, and got experience, first-hand experience with it. And then you'll be able to do the work that you want properly, because I can see you have a genuine intention to want to do it properly. And you find that you've got something to do with this, and this is part of your sort of original abilities. the aspect of nature that you're from.
Is it possible to exhaust a crystal? So that, like, what I mean by that is, like, is it possible to, like, overuse a particular crystal? Let's say if you're wearing a crystal around your neck, can you drain that crystal of its energy or of its properties so that it no longer works and that it needs to be replaced with a new one, or that it needs to take a break to rejuvenate over a certain period of time before it can be used?
It just needs to clean up. The problem is with crystals and stuff, all the sort of the Kabbalists and the New Age people sort of charge them up with fucking moon energy, which is the dumbest thing you can do.
I charge mine with intentions. Right?
Yes,
like my intentions for that particular crystal.
Sunlight, and also your intentions. And you can also clean the crystals in sunlight by putting a little bit of really good sort of land salt on them, okay? From like sort of Utah salt or Dead Sea salt, something like that.
What about like Himalayan salt?
The black Himalayan salt's better than the pink, because the pink's got a lot of fluoride in it that's like natural fluoride that's not particularly good for you. Mm-hmm. It's okay, just a little bit. Like I've got pink Himalayan salt here. I use sometimes with some applications, but the fluoride content in the Himalayan salt isn't good. And those salt lamps are a fucking nightmare. They're putting toxicity into your essences in your environment through all the fucking fluoride in it. It's another new age fucking cage trap, unfortunately. So I take trace minerals, but what I'm finding, I'm taking less and less salt as I'm healing my body, okay? Because we do need salt in our body. We need salt in these second Homo sapien bodies. We need water, we need salt, we need lipids, and we need oil, okay? Lipids being fat. And we need saturated fats. That's it, nothing else. Coconut oil or basically beef or lamb is probably the safest fat to have, okay?
You just mentioned not to use the moonlight to charge up the crystals. And Dariana is asking, the moon, or where did it go? Where's her question? Why the moon light is not good to charge up the crystals?
Because the moon is basically an artificial construct that's been put up there since the last reset event, when the Dracos basically strategically crashed an iron comet into Mount Meru in Hyperborea, what we know as Hyperborea. And that's actually what we know now as Greenland, okay? And it's all frozen over. It's hiding. It's like both sort of North Pole, South. We know it. It's hiding Atlantean technology that they don't want us to see. And not only that, there's a whole heap of land beyond that in either direction.
So Dariana is asking, why is the moonlight not good? And then she goes on to say the moon is reflecting the sun, so it's the same light.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Enlighten us, brother.
It's not. It's a vampire. The moon is a vampire that basically has been working on a 260-day cycle, like on the Geese calendar, okay? That's a 260-day moon cycle, okay? And it adds up to the number 8, octagon, octopi, octagon. It's a nasty number. That 8 is a fake infinity symbol, okay? It's bipolarity that's fucking going insane in a fucking noisy feedback loop, like that fucking pineal. Mm-hmm. The pineal is meant to be here on the top of the head. It's a fine antenna, transmitter, radar.
Yeah, it's like a rice grain sized blue crystal that's right in the middle of your brain, right between the two hemispheres.
Well, it's like having a very high frequency antenna transmitter in your fucking head, mm-hmm. being noisy as fuck. It's the wrong place for it. It's not meant to be in the fucking head. It's meant to be above the head. That's why you see the Teletubbies and all these other cartoons and shit with fucking things pointing up on their heads.
Yeah.
Because that's where the first Homo sapien pineals were. That's why in the Vatican, they got the pine cone on top of the staff and not down the staff.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, okay. I'm catching you now. What about
Now,
meditating?
this is
What about
information.
meditating
This is
in the
information
moonlight?
that's going to shock the fuck out of some people, but it just is what it is. Okay,
Star
because
Child is asking the same thing, but in a different way. She's asking, moonlight is very good for meditation, I do believe. Is it good for you
believe,
to meditate?
okay, if you believe something, you're guessing, so you don't know.
Hmm.
So do you know that, or do you believe that? Is my question back to her.
Okay, Star, if you can respond to that in the comments. If you want, Star, you can come into the studio.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know,
It's
you
I'm
don't
gonna,
have to have your camera on. You can just go audio if you feel comfortable that way. That goes for anybody that's in the audience. If you don't feel comfortable with the camera,
the
audio,
moon. Okay,
audio.
the moon energy is connected to Saturn. Okay, and hey, look, you're back. The moon energy is connected
Yeah,
to
mate.
Saturn. Like David Icke talked about the moon matrix and Saturn, and he's on the right track with that stuff, absolutely. And the moon is, and that Saturn is energetically connected to a black hole at the center of the fucking galaxy. Okay. And that's the big fucking drain on all the fucking natural orgone energy everywhere. That fucking thing. Okay. It's full of fucking homosexual energy. It's disgusting. Still. And it's turned the original phosphorus light egg of Ishtar, the grandmother, into a fucking black hole, self-imploding vortex sinkhole sort of situation. Stupid. And I spend all my time healing this stuff, doing the work that you just do and don't talk about because it's got to be fucking done. But I've got to talk about it now, and I don't care if anyone thinks I'm full of shit. You go and fucking experience it for yourself, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. You can think that I'm full of shit, but what you think, you don't know anything with your fucking brain. You know everything with your soul, though, because the soul doesn't forget anything. So once you know how to read your soul again and communicate it with it, there's nothing you can't find out. And this has been the biggest secret they've kept from all of us. That's why they outlawed it in the Inquisition. All the Magi, you know, soul knowledge teaching, it's birthright stuff, because without it, we're fucked. We have been fucked for centuries. And people who are naturals are naturally centered. But when you become conscious of being centered, you're not fluking it anymore. It's like you consciously know how to turn it on when you need to and be present. And literally, the past, present, and future is a fucking construct. Like linear and cyclical time is all a fiction construct that never existed. That's what they're doing to literally slice up into jigsaw pieces, including us as the pieces, us and nature, in a big fucking meat grinder, as you see on that Pink Floyd thing, you know, the wall, you know. It's like they're telling you the truth. That's what they're doing to reality. These 8 top Illuminati people, you know, fucking betting on each other like on the next fucking dog race. And we're the dogs. Fuck them. You want to forgive and love those people? I've got to say to you, if you have an abuser, you never love your abuser. It's called Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah, I talk about that in Earth Frequency as well.
Yeah. Really important.
We're like in love with our captors and our oppressors, kind of what have you, and
So that's
we try making excuses for them instead of trying to break their
important.
hold on
It's
us.
so important. It's like, and they teach Jesus as this sort of like, oh, I've got to tell more about the yes and no and stuff and where it leads back to. It's more homosexual references too. And it's like the whole sort of Jesus thing. They basically say gentle Jesus, meek and kind. Well, there's that aspect, of course. But when we're in times where the world is in serious extinction, the Arahant protector comes in and does whatever is fucking possible to fucking stop it from going to extinction and the whole of reality being destroyed. And we hit that cusp recently. You know, we've been at a critical stage for a few years, actually. And I've been fighting these forces, all of them. You know, they all gang up on you. They're all coward, weakling faggots, basically, because they, by themselves, they can't match you. So they all gang up on you and they keep you isolated from other people so you can't get real solidarity happening. But it's too late for them now. They've lost control of the energy. We got it back from the Kabbalists. and that'll eventually sink through to other levels. But people who get stuff on an energetic level will be feeling this already and knowing what I'm talking about. And there's a few other people like myself out there doing the work. I'm not the only one, but there's still need more people to do it. But that's okay. That'll happen. That's why I'm sharing all this information now. Because if I don't share it, they'll try and steal it off me, you know, through all the monitoring. And I've finally fucked off all the monitoring. Just about, I've got rid of about 95% of it. They still get through here and there, but, you know, I've dealt with the top 8 people. And now it's just people after them. And I say to them, well, if I can set astral traps and capture them outside their bodies and store them in garbage bags, okay, because that's what they do. They're experts at that. They're fucking hiding in rubbish and things and everything.
They put symbols in around the place too to flow, like it's an energy flow or something. There's out of like sticks and shit. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
That's what I observed here.
Yeah, I've got heaps of sticks. I go and collect all the indigenous vines and leaves and, you know, gums, eucalyptus, anything that's non-hybrid, that's original. And the sticks, like as you say, yeah, you get so.
But I've seen them positioned. I've seen them positioned on the land here, and that's like where they kind of.
Yeah, I've got all of that. Well, I've got rocks in the front room. I've got stuff everywhere all over this house. It's just one big ceremony place, and it's, you're exactly right. You get all the natural stuff, but basically you still got the essences. Like even twigs that have dropped off trees, they're still fresh. You know, that you want the essences. You know, more than anything. And so you're not wasting anything. You're not killing anything. And also, when I go up to a plant and I want a leaf off it or I want something off it to use for medicine for a certain purpose, I connect with the plant first, and I feel the plant, and I literally feel it, and I literally either say in the old language or I say it silently. I tell it what I want to use it for. I want to use it for healing Ishtan. I want to heal it for healing this aspect.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I say that, almost instantaneously, I don't say it, I feel it. I literally just lightly pull on the branch, or whatever it is, and it just comes straight off like that.
I was shown that. Yeah, I was shown that. I had a big upgrade there probably a year ago. It was back in June last year, and it was a couple of week period where I was shown how to connect with nature, and it showed me to go to Earth's heart, and the thing you were connecting with, and connect it through the heart. But obviously, I think it was meant the gut.
You got to go the gut first. If you go the gut first,
I think it was. I think
the heart
the
will
gut, but
automatically
so
follow
close
up.
to the heart, so you feel it. But when you connect, you feel it. Also out to the sun and connect, make a circuit.
If you connect with your heart first, your heart's not grounded. So if you connect with anything that's ungrounded or unstable, it's going to fuck. Okay. Yeah, you definitely do it.
Could have been my gut. It could have been my gut mistaken, you know. Like it wasn't words. It was like more a feeling. It was feeling, you know, that I was getting spoken to. Like by feeling.
If it's feeling, it's either heart or gut. So all you got to do is just observe yourself, get kinesiology, body awareness more, and go, oh yeah, that's the difference between my gut and my heart now.
Yeah. Well, now that I know this. Like I know it. Like you've mentioned that. Well, it's real relevant to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's just simple, basic fundamentals. But if you miss that one little subtlety, everything is ungrounded in the series of how the energy is meant to work in the right sequence.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. Hey, that connection is what we need to bring back.
And the thing is, the reason why you do that with the plant, because if you go up to a plant and just fucking yank something off it, the plant will literally feel your violent intention before you're going there. Yeah. And immediately draw all the fucking goodness and sap back into the stem of the plant.
Yeah.
What you take.
What you take rock formations as well.
Yeah.
Here on the land, and I was shown them, and I was told to use sticks to clear them out and be gentle when you get close to certain ones. And like the spirit here on the land, it's
like the rocks I got set up in the front room are with sticks. Exactly that what you said. Yep.
Yeah, and they're kind of been half fucked with and separated, and I've been putting them back together, and you can get a mirror image to them, and that I see that in the land as well.
Well, that's right. Everything's microcosm, macrocosm. You see spirits in the land.
Yeah.
Are literally of animals, and shapes, and those animals are in astrological and astronomical configurations upstairs.
I can see them because I go into nature a fair bit. But I use my phone to take the photos, and obviously the photos can be fucked with and corrupted, and have been. I've got the witches on my back fairly heavily all the time as well, and they knock you off your game. They can do, and they're putting shit in the air too. So,
yeah. Well, when I'm doing ceremony, have a look at my hair.
Yeah.
Man. It's full of red clay, white clay, all sorts of shit.
Dirt. I got told that too. Yeah. I rubbed myself in dirt one day. But there's like AI on the dirt and shit now. Like, I got told to wipe my eyes and shit because it's getting in my eyes.
I put mother sand in my hair from where I was talking about before, where the Murray meets the Darling River. Which is the centre of the Kadisha on the Bali to Bernal sort of 44-degree line. Okay, that's a very, very significant line.
Yep.
And mother sand literally takes all the spirits back to mother, so they can start the dream. We're kickstarting the dream time. Me and this other shaman are doing the work to do it because it has to be fucking done. It doesn't matter what color of your skin is or anything, because white people. Well, actually, we were oak people. We were the colour of oak, okay? We weren't pale white. We were the colour of oak, okay? Yep. And 10 original tribes, I'm going to just fucking say it now. You had all the colours of all the essences, of Buddha essences and the mountain of the three hills, okay? Okay? You had the red man, okay? You had the oak man. You had the copper man, copper tone, okay? You had the purple man. You had the blue man. You had the green man. You had the salmon man. Okay? You had the grey, silver man. You had the gold man as well. Okay? Getting into the Buddha essences and stuff.
Yep.
Have I said 10 already?
I said 14 on a rock I found. Different civilizations, and such.
But the thing was, we never had black and yellow to begin with. Because the black was already in the woman's womb, okay, the melatonin of the melanin, not melatonin, the melanin factor, that's where it's meant to be, in the womb, and also in the universal womb, as well, the omniversal womb as well, okay? The yellow was already in the sulfur, in the magnetism of because sulfur is the main element, primary element of all organic material in the omniverse, in physicality. So everything that's organic, with plant life, with rock life, with human life, with animal life, sulfur is the main ingredient that carries the magnetic charge from nature through us as source batteries to illuminate the universe with the animals and everything here. Because Earth is the physicality of the whole omniverse, because underneath all of those stars indicates lands and seas everywhere. You can't have any space without any land underneath it. And that space is probably liquid. It's actually liquid because our bodies are liquid, and like all these 10 medicine wheel worlds. The deeper you go into it, the deeper you go into the nothingness in the sense of the unseen.
Yeah.
And there's more of the unseen than there is of the seen. But they've kept this unseen knowledge from us, so we can't be nature custodians properly while we're in actually 3D reality.
You don't know where you come from, kind of thing.
Exactly. They've taken the roots away, and I'm basically giving back roots information because that's my speciality. I'm into subharmonic, the fine root sort of, right at the end of the roots, you have all these fibers. They're the fine harmonics. They're the low sort of dig sounds, the real pedal notes like you hear in tubas and trombones and things like that.
That real deep vibration kind of, you can feel them.
And all of those tuba and trombone sounds come from a lot our intestinal tracts, the appendix, and also our genitals, especially in males, like the tube, you know, your penis and things like that. It's all biology. It's all like, it shouldn't be embarrassing to talk about because it's just natural science. You know, it shouldn't be a big emotional issue. It's just omni-emotional, you know, it's cool. It just is what it is.
It's like you were saying earlier on, you know, that we shouldn't be ashamed of talking about this or that because they've corrupted the idea. Like you were saying earlier, with like, you know, they're saying it's wrong to play with yourself and they make you feel guilty about it. And this is the same concept here, is that, you know, they've corrupted the idea.
Yeah.
So
Now,
that,
the thing is, to answer that lady's question about sex and love,
that was
now
very
there's nothing wrong in natural magnetism into wanting to ravish your significant other, okay, in every passionate way possible, okay, and to exchange energy, okay. Now, that's what you're doing, okay, but you've got to do it in a grounded way. And it's all about your intention with your sexual energy by the time you climax, okay? Now, you can climax without actually physically climaxing, and then you can also ejaculate, and both are fine. You don't have to hold everything in the Taoist thing and totally repress yourself. As long as you do all the preparation work, okay, all the foreplay, so to speak. Imagine if you do foreplay for weeks before you actually get around to doing the full-on act. And you're literally in nature drawing all the spirits into all the trees and all the essences into all the creation that you're going to make, to the beautiful child that you're going to make. And even if you're not going to make a beautiful child and you're just doing the act of lovemaking, say for songline work or other structural stuff, like shaping trees and landscapes and environments, that's what you're putting. You've got to direct that energy towards that intention and nothing but. And if you do that in a pure way, that magic happens. And this is very powerful magic too, the sex magic. It's our most powerful magic.
Yes, sacred sexual energy is called.
You can't use real until you become pure, and you're not a manipulating fucking polarized idiot anymore, whether you're male or female. You both have got to be soul-centered. You've got to not...
When that's happening, and say that your intention is to conceive a child. Now, I've seen both sides of you know, of this idea.
It depends what you're doing. It depends what you're doing. Whether you're conceiving a child, you're doing the...
One second. You know, let's say your intention is to make a baby, and you're involved in that foreplay, and you have this pure energy, this love energy that you're trying to transmit into creating this child that's going to have this energy in it. Now, when that child is born, its vibrational distortion is going to be quite high. But when we look at the polarity of that, and let's say you're a rape victim that got pregnant and had a child, the energy of that child is going to be a lot more denser than the one that was conceived with love. Now, the reason why I say that is, like I was mentioning earlier, I watch a lot of serial killer documentaries and such, and what I found is that a lot of these serial killers, well, I should say a lot, but a majority of these serial killers, they happen to be a rape baby, right? And then their actions of violence and what have you that they're doing, I wonder if that is connected to the intention of the actual sexual act, the energy that was being transmitted in that moment.
Absolutely. Everything you said was 100% correct. Because where that intention goes, that's where that creation goes. Mm-hmm. It's like Kabbalists use their sexual energy when they masturbate and stuff to basically manifest money and wealth and stupid shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, even if you masturbate, okay, if you put that energy towards nature and healing things, that's valid. You know what? You're better off masturbating, being centered, and putting your energy purely towards nature to basically making this world better and growing things and making things fresh again and cleaning up all the rubbish. And I use it basically because I'm not with a partner, and I'm not going to be with a partner unless I'm with the right one that's not bullshitting around, and we're doing this for real. This is work. This is serious stuff, but we enjoy it because this is what you're meant to be doing. Okay, you're meant to be joyous with it. That's the thing. You're meant to be passionate. You're meant to be all of it. They just don't want you having fun. You're meant to be having fun, but doing it in an ethical way, just not being a fuckwit. That's all it takes. Because if all your intention is pure towards procreating life, being proactive in every action that you do, and in love with life with everything that you do, well, then literally you're going to manifest that into the world. And so there's so many ways that we can do that energetically with our bodies. Sexual is just one of them. It just happens to be one of the most potent ones. So if you're going to do it properly.
That's very powerful energy.
Now, the thing is that it's when you have sex in lust, in the sense of you don't direct your energy towards the partner that you're actually making love to, and you've got all this sort of other dialogue going on in your head. It's not even you're present in the moment. You're thinking about that person over there, or this or that, or whatever. Now, if you're just doing it to get your rocks off and you're not directing your energy, the Illuminati come along and scoop up all that sexual energy and say, thank you very much, and just shove it in the black hole. I was talking about
wasted energy.
That's right. And it depletes you.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when I orgasm, it doesn't deplete me. It charges me up for another few days. That's the difference, because I know how to direct the energy properly, whether I'm making love to a woman or whether I'm even masturbating. I'm talking about natural science here, technique. If you get the right techniques, fundamental techniques to enter the right sort of energetic creation sequence events as they work properly in nature and how they're properly, perfectly designed, because we do come from perfection, well, then that is the result that you will get. And then once you know the fundamental principles, you feel, you remember, because you knew this stuff once upon a time. It's just been a while, okay? And then you start finding your own unique ways of finding the same things that other people find their own unique ways, and then we share the ways that we do it together, and then together we become stronger as a family in everything that we create. It just makes sense.
Yeah, very true.
And we respect each other's privacy and intimacy with our partners. We all know what we do. We all don't have to brag about who we've fucked or done this or whatever. It's like we give each other instructional information on how to make love properly, but we don't do it in a gossipy, sort of frivolous sort of way that's just like, it's just rubbish.
Now, I'm wondering if you can deplete your energy, like your own personal sexual energy, if you're, say, a habitual masturbator.
Not if you direct it the right way and you're doing energy work with it.
Okay, I see. So let's say if a guy is masturbating like 5-10 times a day, that's a lot. 5-10 times a day. You know, can that person's energy be depleted because of the amount of
what entity attachments and walk-ins do to people? Okay, Dracos can also walk into a people. This is what I found when I was taking Draco walk-ins and entities out of people back in 2015, is that over a 10-year sort of period, once a person had like 6 entities attached to 7 of their chakras, because even the 7 chakra system overlay over the real medicine wheel system, it's like the solar plexus is too pure with sun energy coming in on the 7 chakra system. That's why they don't teach people about the solar plexus. You know, connect from there first. They get people to activate the 3rd eye and then to activate the gut after that, to get the 3rd eye to control the gut. It's fucking wrong. That's what they teach in even the oldest Vedic stuff. It's wrong. The gut is the master. This is the servant. And it works properly.
To the ground too, yeah?
Exactly. You're grounded. That's the whole thing. You're grounded. It's like now,
let me just get a follow-up question in there, Gauze. You just mentioned when you were doing the entity removal in 2015, I'm interested in their physical health. Now, when they had all these entities attached to them, how were they health-wise, physically, prior to you
Shit,
removing these
shit
entities?
up. Okay. Okay.
Were they
Because what I was
altered?
going to go on to say is
Were they
that
sane, or were they like
once they had
different?
six entities attached to chakras,
Hmm.
then the Draco that they're plasma connected to
Hmm.
in the astral etheric, okay, because they're all hive connected like this. They're all connected. So if you take out a senior Draco, you can take down the rest of the collective with it.
Yeah.
And that's what I ended up doing. I ended up taking the big boys out because I went, okay, if I can take, and I took this out of a Texas woman. She was literally like 98% fully walked in of a senior Draco with all these 6 entities in her, right?
Hmm.
And I got all the entities out of Quick Smart. That's easy. I can do that in minutes. Okay. With this energy, it's so much stronger than third eye astral energy, which is piss weak in comparison to this energy. So if you just fucking pulse the fuck out of every fucking bit of rubbish out of someone and just do it hardcore for 2 minutes and really fucking mean it, and literally just go into that person and just fucking take all this stuff out and just send it all to the dirt and then through the water and then the lowlands and then back to Vilog in a center symbol from the inner sun and just blow it out from there.
So you're kind of visualizing that as you do it?
What's that?
Are you visualizing that happening like through that?
I'm actually feeling it. I actually feel it and then I visualize it. And I don't always visualize it because I've done it for so long in so many past lives. I don't need to see it anymore. I don't want to see most of that stuff anymore because it's the same old rubbish. I'm not a blind man. I've overdeveloped my other senses, so I don't have to see the rubbish anymore. I can't
I just think I have trouble. I think I have to remove them from myself. They come and go. You know, I'll get rid of them, then they come back. It's probably my own fault sometimes too. But with what I'm doing too, they're on my case fairly hardcore, and I've had them come like I can feel them from different realms around me all the time. You hear them and clicking and you know.
Well, the thing is, when you've got entities, they stop you from soul centering. They don't want you to soul center, so they stop you. And
I get to it, but then they jump ahead of me, like you say, with the time shit.
Yeah.
It's like they get ahead of me and start whistling and shit, and rocks start falling off and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what you've got to do is that you've got to temper them in the sense of like, okay, it's my time to be here. You're in spirit at the moment. You're meant to move on to mother, okay? So you shouldn't be fucking around here any longer. You need to move on to mother to get back to the dream time. To say you need to go back through the fisheye again. I'm giving you information to tell that you can say this to the spirits too.
Yeah. But it's through the ground though, back through the ground.
There's a lot of spirits that are trapped here, okay, from massacres, all sorts of nasty shit.
Well, yeah, that's what I feel happened here. Where I've
been. Well, they've done that deliberately so they don't reincarnate through the sun in the real dream time again, okay, because they want to kill the real dream time off and basically replace it with this third eye astral, which is a fiction construct, manifested into reality.
Yep.
Okay, so that's why basically people have got to start using their fish eyes again from their gut to get to the real dreamtime astral, because we're kickstarting it again, because I'm sending all the trapped spirits back to mother again so they can re-kickstart the dreamtime, because they've deliberately trapped all these souls in the earth so that they can never escape from it.
Yeah, I've broken curses here that like twig with the twine around it and the stuff like that. I found I got told to dig up, but that was after full moon too. So I don't know.
Well, the best way to reverse curses, I'll tell you how to do it now, is get a glass jar and literally walk around town one day and literally pick up every rusty nail or bit of metal you can find. The rustier, the better.
Wow, yeah, someone showed me that not long ago, actually. Said add metal into it.
Yep.
Rusty
and so
stuff,
fill the jar up with all bits of metal. I get a couple of little more cleaner bits of metal just to add in there, just to cover all aspects. The most clean. Okay, and you end up fucking finding old keys and all, mate, some gold stuff actually, some really good stuff. Because what you're doing is you're collecting their junk, okay?
Yeah, the rubbish,
Now, how you reverse the spell is then you urinate in the jar, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you basically put the lid back on and make it airtight. And then you go and bury it in the ground, okay? You find a plot of land, you bury it in the soil, and as you bury it, you then make an affirmation to all of nature and the whole omniverse.
Yep.
That you basically say, any curse on me, my family, anyone in my company that is my friend, and nature and everything that is associated with our family, tries to put a curse on or has had a previous intergenerational curse, because they do intergenerational curses on a lot of our
I realise that now, yeah.
when they ritualize, satanically ritualize as children and stuff. And especially the main called Mudger bloodlines, they like to keep us humiliated and cursed generation after generation, so we never wake up to who we are anymore. And they put us through extreme trauma. But through the soul, we know it's all fucking fiction, even though it's pain we've had to live through. But when we realise how strong the soul is again, we can bust through that pain layer and do fucking anything again. Like we could literally become limitless.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting that back. It's just, I'll hit a few
every
now and again.
It's good that you're honest to yourself about what you've been through, because I've had the same thing. I've had to get rid of entities out of me too. And walk
I ran into a shadow dude up on the mountains, and watched him come towards me, like wobbling his head like that. Couldn't believe that I could see him, I don't think. And then, watched him morph up through the tree leaves. And he come home with me and attached to me that night, and kind of bashed myself up a bit, thinking I was, talking to my ancestors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And,
I'll tricky with that whole ancestor thing. The Draco basically like jump on some practitioners that's still doing the holographic third eye stuff, and they give them a whole fake sort of history that's out in their fake and shit that's a colonized history.
Yeah.
And not the real history. Yeah,
that's what I think's happened to me. That's why I've got to be careful of the information I get. I think it's even corrupted sometimes, I've had some good information, but the
best way is to find it out yourself through your gut. Now, when I finally connected with my real mother, the grandmother, like as in the greater omniversal mother womb, okay, it was like the first time I'd fucking met my mother in fucking, I couldn't remember how long, because my birth mother here is part of the fucking theatre script. She's not my real mother. But they've used her in these split timelines to sort of this fiction Truman Show reality, the distraction reality, to sort of do the Oedipus Rex fucking incest the whole family and make us like them. That's what they're trying to do to everyone else. They're basically testing everyone and mixing all the bloodlines. They're just doing. They're just out of control. This is what happened.
Yeah.
People are endocrine disrupted. They're literally all of their body is just gone.
Yeah, I watched the documentary on the black goo the other day, and it was going right down to that genome kind of stuff.
Okay,
that's crazy stuff, hey, Lord? The black goo.
Black clay heals the black goo, because I used to have Morgellons. I had to heal Morgellons out of my body, so I've got protocols to help heal the Morgellons, and it's got a few components in it. It's got the black goo, okay. You heal that with Australian black clay or Brazilian black clay. The stuff up in Canada way has been polluted, the same with the Gulf. So you can't use the black clays from those areas. But that actually heals it, because if you start zapping it aggressively with frequencies, you'll initially kill it, but then it'll come back like a zombie. That's what happens in this alchemical sort of nature. They want you to aggressively smash it, because then
it keeps coming back.
Weaponize it and come back as a zombie. So you don't smash it hard with frequencies, okay? If you basically do frequency treatment, you've got to make sure the form of frequency is grounded. Otherwise, if it's an electrical frequency that's not properly magnetically grounded, it's just going to inflame the situation worse. We'll get rid of it initially, but it'll come back like a zombie. So you need to actually heal the virus. So you cancel it out like an antigen, like I was saying with the poison before. You get one poison to cancel another poison out. And so you do the same thing. You find the frequency and magnetic sort of grounded frequency to basically heal it. And the way to do that, black clay, okay?
Yeah.
I've got my pit. So I use black clay frequency to heal that also in nature. That's why I've got it up here with my orgone radionics machine. And I connect all my intentions, shamanic intentions to this. I give myself a bit of backup.
Yeah.
And I'm disconnected worldwide now. It's a
good.
$900 machine.
I see a lot of the black in the shadows in the landscape too. Like it shows it to me as not good. Like just shadowies, like in the dark.
Yeah, shadows.
I don't know.
I see them in my bedroom sometimes floating around. It'll be pitch dark in here, and I see them floating around. And what I say to myself, and what I say to them, is I say, I'm a sovereign being. I'm Omar. I'm a sovereign being. I do not give you permission. Now fuck off. And then usually they just
That's what you do. You basically go, I'm a man of law. I'm a man of the truth. You are fucking fiction. Fuck right now. And if you are literally a lawman and you're in the moment and you say your will, it fucking happens.
With intent.
In karmic law, they have to listen to that.
Intent. Absolutely. Yeah. That's what scares these New World Order faggots, because we don't fuck about. It's like we love with absolute delicacy and kindness and all the nice things in life. But if you threaten that way of life, we will fucking have a hell worse than your fucking fake hell.
No, that's it.
God's just making fists.
And there's nothing wrong in having that level of anger for all the right things, for preserving, the beauty
your way of life. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally get it.
And that's why they're scared of us, because when it comes down to it, we're not afraid to die.
We're more powerful.
That's right. Well, we don't really, do we?
That's the whole thing. We don't die. They've literally cut us up physically and given us an Illuminati death program. And once you get past that death programming, that's it. You can actually stay alive in this body now. Once you consciously activate your soul, and in time, you'll watch me heal my fucking body physically. I'll walk my talk.
I'll show you how to do that to the ground too. Heal through grounding, So.
And I've already done it a few times with my body. Like, my body was doing it for years when I realised actually my body's meant to be doing this, because these second Homo sapien cartoon skin suit bodies that have got a fucking transmitter in our fucking head that's creating noise so we can't feel the whole body, because you need to feel your whole body. As soon as you stop the noisy thinking, the lawnmower fucking projector, that's using the third eye as the fucking movie screen.
I have a problem with that.
They've used this transmitter as a little black box, like in a cupboard box.
Mm-hmm.
They've basically reverse polarized it. They've turned the actual motor and reversed it into a generator and imploded it on itself, and hence why it's so fucking noisy, full of pink and white noise all the time. That's later in life, because the whole of your brain is actually ringing from all the fucking.
That's when they're attached. They're on you. Yeah, it's like when you used to turn on the old TV and the old tube. It'd take a while to.
Because you've got a transmitter in your head picking up on all that fucking frequency that shouldn't be inside your fucking head.
Yeah, right.
I'm glad that you just mentioned the ringing gauze, because I was going to ask you earlier, but you were going. I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking about, like, hearing with your ears, tasting with your ears. Now, at that point, what I was thinking is, what is it with the ear ringings, right? Like, sometimes it's like a really high pitch ringing in the ear that just comes and goes, and sometimes it just stays around for like a minute. Really strong ringing. What is
that?
Rising
real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly, Lord.
The left ear is basically external stuff coming into you, like mind control stuff and shit, like New World Order computers and all radars and shit and stuff like that. And the right ear is internal stuff, your own stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that usually rings for me, is my right ear, like really loud, like almost deafening.
Well, that's actually something internal inside of you, something communicating with you. Okay.
Oh.
So if it was coming from the left ear, okay, that's coming from outside.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I heard
Because
that they can also see through one of your eyes. So the same thing with your eyes.
Yep.
One it's like I got told that the witches can hear through one of your ears and see through one of your eyes, and they leave all these like
Well, you notice with the new
round
order,
circle glass things.
okay, with the new order, well, the satanic types pay specific attention to their right eye. Okay. Now, when you look
Right.
at a person's right eye, you know they're taken over, okay, by something. When their fucking right eye is just a piece of shit, it's so weak as fuck. It's like,
I've got a little brown speck in mine.
but you look at the left eye, you'll see the left eye like, like that, like over
Yeah.
fucking, and
Yeah.
it's
Right.
like, whoa, it's like you can see the humanity part of them has been squashed in them in their right
Yeah.
eye, the soul part, but in
Yeah.
the left eye, you can see something in the mind that fucking is the tyrant. It's either them or something controlling them. Yeah,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
that's how you can read someone's eyes. Yeah,
Yeah. I've seen entities come out of people, in different confrontations and stuff like that, and triggers and stuff like that they thrown in.
yeah, absolutely. Look, some of the stuff. See,
Seen it all.
I feel it and smell it so much. Like, say for instance, I remember there was this woman in America years ago I was contacting, and she was a very psychic woman, and she actually started seeing some stuff that was involved in the rituals, like when I was a child, and she validated some stuff that someone else validated as well, and I was very thankful for it. But then I said to her, I said, hold it. I said, I can smell a whole heap of fucking Dracos around. They've come through you. What the fuck's going on here? Now, I didn't need to see them. I literally felt them in my presence straight up.
Yeah.
This was back in 2013, something like that. And straight away, or was it 15? It might have been 15. And straight away, I went to her, what the fuck is going on? And she said, oh, they always follow me around and they're around me. I said, typical. And I said, you tell them right now to fuck off if they're your friends, because I'll fucking send them straight to the dirt immediately. And as soon as I said that, they were fucking gone.
Yeah, good
I was
shit.
gone from my place. Now, I didn't need to see them. Like, you see them coming out of people. And there's a lot of people more visual than me. But they've also fucked up my brain so many times, I've had to grow it back. So I don't even really use my brain. Well, my friend Dragon, the Montauk guy, he had the same thing. He actually had his pineal taken out, and he told the Montauk people, "Get this fucking thing out of me. It's fucking annoying. It's in the fucking way." And he said to me after that, "I can still see into all 9 levels of the astral without the fucking pineal." So what does that tell you? And when he told me that, he wasn't fucking bullshitting me. We never bullshitted each other, because he's part of my family, my original family, and they've scattered us Irish tribe of Dan originals everywhere.
Yeah.
And they've done that on purpose so that we can't get back together as family. And I've found a lot of old family again. Some of them woke up, some of them are not. And I'm really trying to fucking bash down the door a bit to wake them up.
I found a brother in February on the 22nd, actually. Everything kind of come a bit better for me. Before that, it was pretty shit, but we're here to do a job.
But that's the thing. You eventually get through the shit, because I've been through so much shit, it's fucking ridiculous. I hear you. And you got to go through the shit in order to get back to the good place again.
Well, that's it. That's it. I had the worst weekend. The weekend before I met him, I had the worst weekend in my life, pretty well, and then just come good. 22nd.
The polarity of that, Guys, I've got a two-parter question here for you from 2 of our viewers. It's kind of the same question, but put into 2 different ways. So I'll toss the first one, and then the second one, and then you can answer that question. So this one is from Dariana. She says, how about it is in your head and buzzing? This is what the earring that we were just talking about. How about it is in your head and buzzing? It hasn't been for a while, but it was nonstop for about a few months. And then Matthew M. asks, I get ringing all the time and flutters of vibrations in left ear. What's this mean? So buzzing in the head, and
They're fucking with him.
They're fucking with him. They
Yeah.
also, well, I had these, and I've only just got rid of the fuckers as well. Fuck, they took ages to get rid of. They literally have what's called ear walk-ins. It's technology. But they get walk-ins to go into your ear to fucking send frequencies through to your fucking brain and all the rest of it, and like the fluttering and what he's talking about. Hardcore. And I had fucking years. And I finally now got it back to just a slight little sort of, I can hear a distant sort of breeze now. But I don't have the aggressive ringing that I used to have.
Yeah.
And literally had to, bit by bit, disable all their technology on me.
How do you go about centering and meditation? Like, let's say if Matthew and Dariana wanted to get rid of this buzzing in the head and ringing in the ears, would they do that through centering and meditation and through intentions and affirmations and stuff?
Yes, and also through the right nutrition. And I'll tell you some things to do now. I find what actually heals tinnitus and ears and stuff is actually peaches.
It's what, sorry?
Peaches.
Peaches.
Yep, both the essences of peaches and the peaches themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do shamanic sort of stuff on my self-healing, I actually get peaches while I'm actually doing all my stuff, okay? And with my intentions of doing that and being present in the moment, I apply the peaches with my left hand and right hand to both ears, okay? So I'm doing feminine, masculine aspects of both. I basically rub the peach sort of essence off the peaches onto my ears, and it basically soaks in all the essences and stuff with everything else that I'm doing. I'm also, if you want to, you've got to clean your head out as well, your toxicity. Mm-hmm. And the MMS is the best thing for that, the chlorine dioxide, okay? Because that oxidizes everything with electrons out of your body, but it's all grounded at the same time, and it leaves all the good bacteria in your body alone, okay? Don't activate it with lemon, because that's citrus, and that can basically put mold into your body and cancer sort of stuff, the same as mushrooms and shit. And so if you eat them. And so basically speaking, get the MMS, and that gets past the blood-brain barrier and oxidizes literally everything. Pharmaceuticals, heavy metals, rubbish, everything. It's the best thing to clean stuff out of your body faster than normal detoxification. Now, I also use that drink I had in there, had 3 drops of hydrogen peroxide, 35% food grade. That is one of the best things for getting the liquid crystal components out of Morgellons, because they use the liquid crystals, the same liquid crystals they put in these fucking screens we're using here. They put it into the Morgellons and the fucking vaccines and shit like that as well. Because the liquid crystals insulate the black goo. It's a protection. And then they get E. coli, cat shit in the chemtrails as well as some of these fucking vaccines and shit like that. And the cat shit they can program stuff through. Like, the cat shit basically moves through polymers that they mix with these fucking certain parts of sea algae and stuff. And they get to act. They basically move through the actual the black goo and liquid crystals. So it's like you've got 3 main components to the Morgellons. Now, with the cat shit, you can use colloidal gold to get rid of it, but don't use monatomic gold. You've got to use the bioatomic stuff. It's got to be grounded, otherwise it'll fuck you up. And you can also use, to get rid of it, organic catnip essential oil. That works. Okay, that's pretty full on as well. And the best way to have that is to have some drops in a tablespoon of extra virgin coconut oil. That's the best carrier for all essential oils. That's how I take all my essential oils. I ingest them like that. And I also put them into my belly button. and I just apply them to my belly button like this, from the center out like that. That's the way you want to do it. And you can even do it like that, you know. Do it in ways that's smooth and curved, you know, not sort of just straight, fucking rigid sort of, no. Do stuff with care and diligence.
Here's a good question for you, Buzz. I've actually wondered about this. Why is it hard to sleep? Since a child, I haven't been able to sleep. I feel ramped up no matter what. So even from what I'm catching from this, even when Star is in a relaxed state, a physical relaxed state, mentally, you know, she's feeling ramped up no matter what. So
sounds like she's got a blocked trauma incident from when she was younger that she hasn't been able to move past in that sense, because she's that awake about the fact that something happened, but she's been blocked from what's happening, because sometimes it's so traumatic, it goes deep into your spleen and you can't get that memory out. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
so that trauma needs to be addressed and regressed, and that energy that's there needs to be really gotten rid of.
That's right. What she needs to do is centered regression, so she can revisit the actual psychological imprint of the actual initial destroyed experience, so she can see it in the here and now back then. And when I've regressed, what actually happens when it's a real regression? It's like when I got sort of stuck in the neck by that professor, you know, what's his name, sort of de Rothschild, Anthony Gustav, the father of Evelyn and my mother. Well, no, Anthony, he's the grandfather of my mother, but he was like the father of my mother. Basically speaking, you've got to do the centered regression so that you can have the aha moment. And then before, like say, for instance, if someone stabbed you or did something, you'll feel that first near astral etheric, okay, in the now, before you actually get to see it with your mind's eye, so to speak. Okay? And there's a real astral that you can see that's higher up here, that you can view the fisheye stuff on here. I've known about that for a long time here. I knew it as the astral above before I realised, oh, this is just the fisheye, like on the Pope's hat. That's what it's indicating. I have to piece all these little clues together and remember stuff like this.
What I do
tell you something significant. That's what it remembers all your life. Your soul's telling you something. Remember this, remember that. You're thinking, why am I getting drawn to this thing over here? And then I'll just let it sit on the back shelf and let it process for a while, and eventually, oh, that's what that's about.
So that's what Star needs to do, is a bit of soul search and go within and
go
back to that point in time when this particular trauma happened that just keeps her ramped up and doesn't get into that comfortable state that she should be in. You know, what I do myself is, you know, I've dealt with a lot of trauma in my life, having been raised in foster homes, group homes, prisons, institutions and such. What I found has worked for me over the past several years is self-hypnotism. So what I do is I go into, first I smoke a big bowl, and then I put myself into a daydream. And then in that daydream, what I do is I go back in time, and I visualize this in my mind. I go back in time when this trauma took place, and then I go there and I observe myself and I counsel myself as the trauma is happening or after it's happened, and I look at myself in time and I say, hey, look at me, everything's worked out just fine, and you know, this too will pass and you'll get over it. So what I do is I exchange my energy, and I take the negative energy of that moment and I get rid of that energy and I replace it with my own energy from the present period. And then what I've noticed is over the course of last several years, that energy that I've been trading off in the past with myself has really caught up with me now to the point where, there is still a number of different traumas that I need to deal with, but I'm not in the state of mind
that's
that
really
I
good.
was in.
See, that's your unique way that you found through it,
Yeah.
that you're sharing back. And I'm actually going, well, that's actually good, because by doing that, you're setting up an energetic intention and purpose that over those years, you've slowly, epiphanally, okay, discharged the emotional charge of the
Yeah.
actual trauma. And that's exactly how you do it. You got to get rid of that shit energy. It's trapped in you, okay? And it's trapped in the body, not the brain.
Mhm.
So
what we'll do, guys, is I'm just thinking out loud here. Maybe for our next stream for our members, uh, I have a number of different disciplines in techniques of meditation, self hypnotherapy, and trauma healing. So maybe what I'll do is I'll do a workshop and then show people exactly how I do what I do, and maybe people can replicate that for themselves in their own lives to use to
well, this
trauma for themselves.
is a beautiful thing about soul centering, is that once you get the fundamental principles correct, there's so many ways that you can improvise and find different ways to do the same thing, or sometimes different ways that are connected but can expansify more. And then all of a sudden you can get your way and your mate's way, and you combine them together, and then all of a sudden you've got something better than what's better than either of them by themselves.
Mhm.
So this is like how we create a perfect creation, in the sense of having a really conscious, intelligent approach to making proactive life happen in the here and now. And we have to make it happen. We don't just talk about it, we do it. And
there's a lot of misinformation out there on it as well. So
yeah, it's like we talk about it. And as we ask questions to each other at the moment, we ask the right conscious questions. We eventually nail down all the correct answers without any fucking doubt. That's real natural science. Just question until bang, there it is.
You got to learn it yourself.
Teach yourself. All of us have got to teach ourselves how to teach ourselves. Literally that. Once we all do that, and then we share what we teach ourselves with each other,
that's right.
We're literally building a new garden together. And yet we've all got our own gardens we look after anyway that are nurturing us, so we're not being fucking codependent on each other.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what real anarchy is about. That's self-governance. And the world's not ready for that yet. It'll take a generation, as Max Egan says, to do it, because we need a regency caretaker government of fucking specialists of the best, okay, with through self-life experience, or someone who's been at university. We just want the best of the best. Doesn't matter how they've learnt it. We just want the best of the best. And they can basically help people by making good government portfolio policies, basically heal everything, which we're going to do anyway, and basically get us back and educate people towards self-governance, and we can go to living in clans again. And that's it, and then eventually we work out how to go back to the sea if we want to go back to the sea when we're ready. We take our time, because there's no fucking hurry to do anything. The only reason why we hurry and stress is for the sake of earning fucking fictitious money, just so these fucking cunts at the end of the month can hoover it all up anyway with their vacuums. Fuck that. We're all running around like idiots. Right? Exactly. It's not cyclic either. The real of life is spontaneous action created, existing in life in any spontaneous moment of now. And when it's that pure, it fucking happens, and the past, present, and future all a simultaneous experience right this moment now. You can go anywhere.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right. And if you start living that, things happen, man. Hey, if you listen to what those messages.
Well, the thing is that reality moves all together. That's the whole thing. That's the real socialism without marketing. Okay, it all moves together because it basically lives for each other as it lives for itself too at the same time. It's so equal. It's just that's the natural science to it. It's just everything's equal. You know, it's like you just respect it. You respect the moment. You respect the space. Oh, I can hear the birds now.
Same as I'm really with you with that. I thought that for a while, mate.
See, they're happy now.
Good intentions.
The amount of wildlife that's starting to come around my house now, and new birds and the new everything, it's just exciting me like you couldn't believe.
Sorry, what was that? What was that, Laura? I didn't quite catch it.
I watched his last chat. That he had, and the 4-hour one, and he said, you know, if everyone had good intentions and good intent, you know, we could do you know, I've had that view for quite a while actually. If everyone had good intentions, and were from the heart, or you know,
just starting with the soul and then the heart afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or the heart and soul at the same time, but always know that the soul is your rudder, you know, because the heart is the main engine that's got to be protected. It can't be used.
Too much of a way.
Yeah.
We proved that too last year at the Uluru ceremony that was done with Stephen and Evan Strong, and a lot of us actually got together on that day. And here on Watchers Talk, we did a full day event where we were meditating and sending out good intentions and intentions of love. And there was about 15 million of us. Yeah, there was 15 million of us across the world actually doing the very same thing. And then when we looked at the Schumann resonance at the end of the day, the Schumann resonance was off the charts. It actually went black, right?
I remember on that talk we did on that talk. We literally moved the Schumann resonance on that on the end of that 5-day talk. That was like incredible.
That was amazing. It actually brought it to mind. I believe it was Matthew. He said root chakra, fourth energy center of my brain. I had worked on recently, 21/12/2020 Uluru event is when my life started changing, and that seems to be the case for a lot of people, because I've heard a lot of people say that after that Uluru event, because there was a flash that day as well when the ceremony was taking place, and also there was a UFO that flew by too that nobody caught, but that was caught afterwards when people were looking through the videos. So for me, I think, you know, it's tangible that if we all put our intentions together, and if we throw out the intention of love into the world, we do have a positive effect where we can make things change. So
what I'm going to do now is explain some stuff that's the deeper magi information, and I'm going to give it to people because it needs to happen now by anyone that wants to put their intention towards it. And if you can do this, you're going to get access to the real Akashic records and get all the soul information back like I've got it. Okay. Now, what you do, by sending intentions to Uluru, okay, Uluru is actually the left ovary of the Earth Kadeta of its female reproductive system. I just thought I'd say that. That's actually what Uluru is. Okay, it's one of the hills of the mountain of the 3 hills, like I was explaining before, of the body medicine wheel system that I'll get back to, that I've only explained the first 3 medicine wheels of so far. Okay, I'll get to more of that, but that's okay, because I have to explain all this stuff in between so it makes more clear sense, okay, where this all comes from and how it comes about. Now, cut the tutor next to it, okay? Now, cut the tutor with TJ, tutor, okay? Okay, that means place of many faces, okay? But there's many faces there, okay? It's like the fingers, it's the fingertip. It's literally the appendix of the earth, okay? And the appendix has got so much like plumbing and wiring in it. It's incredible. It stretches everywhere across the whole body. It's linked to everything. It's one of the most important organs. And they play it out like it's some fucking outdated organ that was used when we used to eat more plant life, but we eat more meat now. No, that is fucking wrong. It's a reset switch for all the fauna in your body. Okay? In your gut and your intestines and everything. And also, it literally is the gateway to the Akashic records once you know how to soul center consciously again. Okay, so you can connect your appendix to the Kata Tutor appendix. Now, Kata Tutor, the full name of it, okay, because Kata Tutor is just one aspect of the full meaning, okay, interconnected aspect. The full name of it is with a ch, a ch sound, okay, which is the ch of the universal seed, okay. That's what that is, the ch, as in chopper, chopper, chopper. Okay, that's the universal father name. Okay, so that Chakata Tutor means mountain of the two broken tree trunks. So that's telling you that that actual mountain, that's actually a hill in sort of more ancient terms, okay, compared to what a mountain is, the big one, okay, that used to be a fucking tree. Actually, two trees, okay, with another tree coming off what's now called Connor Mountain, that used to be called Attila Mountain, which literally means bow of the father. Okay, that's all it means. It's the bow of the father in the sense, if you've got the seed coming from the father, you've got the appendix and the child in between, okay, the creation, and then the mother's ovary on the other side, okay. And that's what all of those land locations are significant of in particular. And there's even more meanings to those things as well, other aspects of the same meaning. It's not different meanings, other aspects of the same meaning. So there's no confused tongues or anything. And that's how things work. There's a sequential order to how the creation works, from the roots aspect to the top of the roots aspects, seen and unseen, okay? And it works through the dialects in the vowels of the sound, from the low sounds of the U's, the low U's. Okay? Going to the higher U's. And then going to the O's above that. Notice how they've got different timbral aspects. Okay, all of it. And then we get to the I's and the A's, okay? It's more of a sort of a smoother, rounder language without sharp sounds, you know, that are piercing frequencies that are unpleasant, that are giving us fucking ringing ears and headaches and shit. You know, machine industry fucking noise that's just, you know, the worst fucking like noise pollution you can have that does you harm. And so, yeah, so that's what's going on there. So what else was I going to say? So when people connect their appendix to Kata Tutor and you do some Ishtan breathing in through your belly button and you breathe in Kata and you breathe out Tutor, okay? And you feel it. You don't even have to say it, just feel it. And then you connect with the portal of the inner sun up there, the kun, okay? Now, you can only do this if you have pure intention. If you have evil intentions, you will not get access to this. That's how the consciousness works. Your consciousness has to be ready for this. Otherwise, you are not going to be able to handle the energy of the sun, the solar sun, and the inner sun below us, okay? You're not going to be able to handle it, especially if your diet's really poor, you're not doing anything about your physical nutrition. You've got to look after that aspect as well. You've got to get all the sulfates and the phosphates. That's what you need. Non-hybrid plants, okay? And vegetables, fruit. Okay, the hybrid stuff you're not getting fuck all from, okay? Go for the non-hybrid stuff, and you're going to get all the sulfates, you're going to get all the magnetism you need, energy. From the sulfates, you're going to get all the electrical energy and all communication from nature from both. And I'm literally about to take 10 vitamins now that have got all of those things included. That's what I take every morning. And it's full of sulfates and phosphates and all the things that I need to keep myself running less with more. I mean, with less, so I actually have more. Because I actually don't put that much into my body. And I used to put a lot of things into my body, good stuff, but I decided How about I work out a smarter way of being able to do this much as I used to do with this many ingredients, but working out even the smartest ingredients and the best combinations in the simplest ways. So it's doing even more than what I had before with much less. It's getting smarter about it. So this is how a magi thinks. This is how a shaman thinks. He or she challenges themselves to turn every shit situation or a seemingly impossible situation into a proactive, fucking perfect situation. It's like all of a sudden you've got to go through shit. Well, while I'm going through shit, what's the best positive thing that I can get, proactive thing I can get out of the shit that I'm going through? Actually, it's the mistakes in life, the shit in life that you learn more from. When you put yourself a challenge to go, okay, how can I turn this around to make it something fucking good, turn this shit into something beauty. And then when you do that, bingo. That's how a shaman operates.
Reminds me of this channel. Watchers Talk. YouTube is seriously shadow banning this channel, and I've been working hard on it for like last 5-6 years. So like, I'm taking that shitty situation and turning it into a proactive situation. Like, look at what we're doing here. Right?
That's right.
We're turning the tables on them. So when you were saying that, it just reminded me of me being shadow banned.
Absolutely. And the thing is that, like, to me, it's like, I've smoked a couple of joints during this whole time, and it's no big deal. It's like, do I seem fucking stoned? No. It's like, this is just fucking medicine. This is food. This is soul food.
I got told it was like this was by spirit or whatever, that it was good lubrication for connection.
Exactly.
He left the egos.
Well, it's like it is helping connecting you to the leaves and the air, the cannabis, because that's what it is as well. And it's like as I said before, you have approximately 5,200 endocannabinoid receptors, more receptors than any other system in your body. And it's like, I'm just reading this. 17 power breaths after an hour of meditation. So you don't want to do 17 power breaths. You want to do 19. 17 is the octagon number, shit number.
Yeah, that's number 8. Number 8, the fake infinity symbol.
Stay away from 8 for now, okay? What you want is to do things in 10, 5, 5. Okay, there it is, right in front of you, okay? 5 feminine, 5 masculine, okay? You're centered in between. You're not polarized to both. You know both. So you act as your natural biology. It's so fucking simple. It's fantastic. So it's like, so Matthew, so do 19 breaths instead and you'll get the 10 and it's a source number. And work with soul intention. It'll connect you to your gut, the breaths. Okay?
That's a good number, that 10.
108 Gaelic something. What? I've got shit on my screen. I can't read that word.
Gaelic Mala.
Inala.
Yeah, I'm practicing shamanism. I have a 108 enchanted Gaelic Mala as well.
Okay, what does 1 and 8 add up to?
9. 10, 18, 8 plus 1 is 9.
Okay, so what's the correction needed on 108 then?
1.
That's right. You just said it, Law. So add 1, what do you get?
1 plus 109.
Bingo. That's a whole centered number. You get it now?
Yeah.
It's so simple how to literally retune all the numerology so you're working off source frequency and vibrations and nothing else. Because as I said, number 10 is the only one that can hold the same pitch note frequency that's balanced in masculine and feminine in one frequency and vibration. It's like it's all there. It's centered. If you have it in any other number, it not only is it that number a pseudo image, a pseudo picture, because as I said, the original math was in the language and didn't need fucking numbers, and look at the word num and look up what a burr is. And a burr is like an industrial gradation in fucking metal. It's like a burring in something. It's a
Like
horrible in the palm. And that's literally what
burr into your skin.
they're burrs that make you numb burrs. You know, they do. They keep you under illusion, and that's how these sorcerers are laughing at you all. These subtle little jokes. When you know the language and the real meaning of words and all the occult meanings that they're fucking giggling at you behind, yeah, well, it's like this is a big fucking kick in the teeth back to them, isn't it?
Now that we're speaking about numbers, sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Oh, I was just going to say, I read the local paper here once, a little weekly kind of letter thing, and it was talking about something to do with the council and the water. And I started reading it, and I was reading it kind of in shortened form, each word, 2 or 3 letter kind of shortened, and backwards and forwards to say it said what they were really meaning and about how they were putting
exactly. You always
in the water.
In confused tongue languages like English, bumblish as I call it, because it just bumbles along, and it's full of bums as well. It's confused bums, confused bums language, created by confused bums because they are very confused bums. I'm so confused. Anyway, you got to have fun with this because otherwise you just.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I've been laughing at us for so long, it's kind of turned the tables, eh?
Because literally, we're reversing the curses back on them. It's like, here, have all your shit back in your face. Right. Your shit back in your face. Not
all day,
your shit. Don't make us wear your shit. Stop being a fucking shit monkey, spraying fucking shit. A voice to skull shit monkey, as I used to call them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Put an idea of the thoughts in your head and shit, and that's why you got to be aware of your thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And this is how I fuck them up with all the psyops. Because if you're the real non-actors of my family, you connect to me through the field in my centre. Anything coming through my head at the moment is rubbish. Everything coming through my head is rubbish because the real source connection is here. So if you can't get a bit of technology to bounce it down to here, and they tried that for a while. They tried bouncing something down from my brain to talk to me from here, but I'd always feel it bounce. I'd always feel the energy coming from there first before it hit there. I go, nice try, but you just wasted all that money trying to fool me.
Yeah, no, they're trying to take my concentration as soon as I got the property the other day, and I fucking sang to them non-stop and told them what they were and just sang non-stop all day. I said, am I getting to you yet?
That's brilliant. That's the way to do it. Enjoy it.
I think I am because I'm getting to me. They love me. I told them that they love me because they've got it because they're my fan club and they're on me all the time. It's just taking the piss really because return the favour, and everything that they've put to me they can have back. It's just I don't own it. They made it. I don't want it. Exactly. You have it back.
That's exactly right. Because that's exactly what they do. They preemptive dump, strike at you. What I said before, this is what a psychopath does with what we believe in denial, okay? They basically hypocritically dump and project what they're guilty of as a preemptive strike on you and accuse you of what they're already guilty of, but they jump in first and accuse you first. And then that's when you say, no, sorry, don't dump and project your fucking shit onto me. You just pull them up straight away. Don't preemptive strike on me. I know psychological profiling and I can smell your bullshit a mile away before it even leaves you. And listen to where you're sounding that in your voice. You're talking through your fucking nose. No wonder you've got such a poor sense of smell because you're talking through your fucking nose all day and you're full of fucking shit. Tell me I'm wrong.
This has been a pretty good session, and I really enjoyed it. We're at 4.5 hours now.
Really?
So let's address this question from Matthew, and then we'll call it a day because I've got a few things to do. And because we're on numbers here right now and on numerology, and I'm sure a lot of people.
Okay, if we're going to finish up, then I'll also finish the other medicine wheel stuff because people need to know that stuff. But yeah, thank you for telling me that. Yeah.
I see a lot of numbers as well myself, and my wife sees a lot of numbers, and they come in sequences like 222, 333. For myself, it's a lot of 222. And Matthew is asking any understanding of why I'm seeing numbers. Not only just Matthew, but just in general, why people continuously see the sequence of numbers. Is that like a communication from the universe, or is that a communication from the matrix that we're interacting with?
It's matrix coding essentially, because the whole matrix is programmed like clockwork, and that time is timeless. It moves in spontaneous wavatures of omni-emotionality with, you know, incredible vibratory resonance. You know, that's like, you just can't compare it. It's like, what would you have, stereo or omni? You know, like there's no choice in the matter. So the thing is with the actual clock stuff, it's like, as I say, I follow the clock, but only to look at the significance. Because most of my actions, I look up at the clock when I do posts on Facebook or online or this or that, or I send a Skype at a certain time. Literally, most of my actions, I do the numerology on the time, and they'll always add up to 10. Most of the time, they add up to 10. And when they don't, it's telling me I'm in an in-between sequence before I tie it back up again. So I work to the 10 because that's the only real source frequency there amongst all the numbers. And all the other numbers are basically shit most of the time. But 3, 4, and 7 also work together. Okay, 3 makes the 4 in the mountain of the 3 hills. That's organic. And they steal that 3 and 4 for their pyramid stuff, okay? And because, as I said, that's all based off it. Pyramid stuff is basically copied off the mountain of the 3 hills. The mountain of the 3 hills is the organic, real thing. The pyramid stuff is the baby's toys, you know. And it's just like building blocks in a fucking, like a sandpit, you know, for fuck's sake.
What about 222?
222 adds up to 6. As I said, it's like, to make that, the 6 is like the whole 666, okay, there's nothing wrong in that. It's protons, neutrons, and electrons, and it's a bit more than all of that. But the thing is that what adds up to 8, that adds up to 18, which is the number 9, okay? So you need to ground the protons, neutrons, and electrons. And that's really easy. You just add 1, you know, to basically ground the whole fucking equation, because otherwise it's all electrical without magnetic connection. And once you make the magnetic connection, the whole 666 fucking whole Satan demonization goes right out the fucking window, doesn't it? Is it just
Wow.
Because you're looking at natural science. I'm talking about magnetism and electricity. So fuck all the names. We know what the sounds are. That's those 3 electrons, neutrons, and protons, how they sound. And they're not high sounds, they're low sounds. That's what they're like in their root. And you notice that each one that I did, each one went lower down the scale. And I just did it spontaneously. I didn't even
feel that vibration.
Yeah, so I'm putting myself on the line with some of this stuff, because some of these words I haven't even said in fucking ages.
Yeah.
Because I'm walking my talk with this stuff, and I'm showing people what's the difference between the language you're speaking now, the Madhya language, monotonal language, and the Madhya language, sung, didgeridoo language, to get the tones and the tuning, and then the sung language that came before that. So there's a phase. I've technically explained and showed examples of how we find our way back in the communication. Still, the only time we actually have to open our mouths is to sing the songs. And most of the time we're hearing each other internally, we're connecting when we're soul-centered. And the more that we can build up that strength on a silent level, that's fucking strong shit.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you open your mouth after you've been all silent, solidarity for like hours and days on end, when you start opening your mouth, oh my goodness, it's like beyond description how wonderful the sound is, because you're also well warmed up when you're in the zone. That you're literally just jamming. You're literally being the music. The music's playing you, you know. It's like you're so grooving with nature. It's all moving together as one organism, and that's how the real reality works in here and now. Literally the whole of the omniverse moving together, moving all of our bodies.
As well.
Wow, it's incredible. It's like, why would people want to trash that in the first place, just to cover up the fact that you were wrong in the first place and they can't admit it?
Yeah.
Literally, they endocrine disrupted themselves because as those mushroom spores go out to nature, the male aspect takes the female aspect out to the whole of nature to replenish it all, the essences, and then once it does that, the male aspect then comes along the sea and the forest floor, okay? Well, there was no forest, it was just, I should say, the mushroom forest floor, okay, to go back to recycle again into the mushroom, taking any nasties out of nature along the way, okay, to recycle, to then basically go into the mushroom to create the the symbiotic masculine, feminine energy to go back out to the environment, and there's no waste, no nothing. It's perfect. It just keeps recycling. That's just all the time. Now, the thing is, these children were warned not to touch the masculine aspect as it comes back to the mushroom because it's polarized energy. It's not with the female energy. So if you take that, they were told it would change their whole biology, okay? It'd endocrine disrupt them. Because if you take a total male sort of aspect of nature without the female thing, like something as serious as that, like the masculine essence of the mushroom, it's the essence of all life, the medicine of all life, and you only basically supplement yourself with that aspect, and you actually eat the raw data and not live off the essence, you're going to trauma the actual plant and trauma yourself. You're going to change your biology and your chemistry, and you're going to turn into a fucking perverted idiot that thinks it's the opposite sex and then goes and has homosexual sex and creates the first trauma that ever happened. And it was like an ancestral matter that happened. I'm not going to say who was involved at this stage, but this is what happened. And then, in order to cover it up, they got more people involved and sick into it as well. And then they plotted to basically take over the original parents when they were inducting the first children that actually had learned all the law that were going to go off and create their first omniverses. But these other children were belligerent and thought that they could fucking, make some sort of mathematical equation to sort of push creation quicker and do this shortcut stuff. Well, they fucked up. And this is what they did. They were actually experimenting with these monatomic gold, masculine, polarized sort of aspect of the mushroom, and they were told not to. And basically, they try to blame the original mother, they try to blame the original father for it, but it's all their fault. And the only way they can do it is block it out of people's memories by blocking all the soul information. Sorry, well, that's all back now. And that's actually what happened. And that's why I'm so against homosexuality, because when it becomes fully blown, the endocrine disruption, it breeds the worst murderous, coward, weakling, psychopath faggots that are dead pieces of wood, that don't respect life, that literally trap fiction life as a game out of fucking life, and life's not a game meant to be played with. So that's what happened with endocrine disruption. It becomes fully blown. It literally turns the person backwards and upside down. It's worse than mentally ill. And it's like, how now psychiatrists, psychologists don't fucking categorize this as a mental fucking illness, or they're fucking off their chops and got no fucking idea. Yet they say someone like me is mentally ill and schizophrenic. I'm telling the truth. Well, it's like, suck my fucking cock. Seriously,
Yeah.
not because you're a bloke. But you get what I'm saying. It's like, suck me side. Are you fucking serious? Like, and this is the norm in fucking society now. And they get given a pharmaceutical checklist of symptoms to then justify putting you on a certain drug. Yet they don't know how to read your energy. I know how to read it, but only a few psychiatrists actually have the natural ability to sort of read energy. Most of them are just indoctrinated fucking fools. They're just working to the pharma checklist of sort of facial symptoms or this or that or just shit that they fucking make up. They make up all of these fucking illnesses by sitting around and going, okay, if I was a cunt with this and blah, 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 okay, we'll make this new fucking psychological condition if you do this and give them this drug, and then we can alchemically fuck them with sorcerers when we're not being psychiatrists, because a lot of psychiatrists are sorcerers as well and great alchemists, and they know how to basically fuck people through all the fluoride in all the antipsychotics and, you know, Prozacs and all that fucking shit and all the other dirty alchemical chemicals that they do sort through. And they use all the psychiatric patients as MK Ultra sort of fucking victims as portals to do all sorts of shit, or they program them to be Manchurian candidates. You fucking name it. They got a whole fucking mind control fucking laboratory full of eugenics fucking things to create out of fucking psych ward people, you know, that they got on psych drugs. It's insidious what they're doing. It literally needs to be, it's an industry of death that needs to it's a pseudoscience, quack science that was on the fringe of modern medicine. And the only reason why it became mainstream is because Rockefeller's put enough fucking funding into it to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. All right, guys, we are at close to 5 hours now, guys.
Okay, I better finish the medicine well. I said I'll just quickly do this. This won't take very long. Okay. You had the first two medicine wheels on both feet. Okay. And you know how on feet you've got pressure points there that connect to all organs. Well, that's all the medicine wheel stuff. Okay. And you can play that way. Okay. Now, then the next one, you've got a medicine wheel where your tailbone and this whole area is. Okay. There's that one there. Okay. Underneath. Then you've got the medicine wheel on your stomach here. Bang, bang. The main central line here, and then you've got the one that crosses once you have this established, okay? Okay. Now, their fucking medicine wheel is tilted 23.4 degrees, which is 9, to the side. That's what happens when you square a circle. See, if you square this, right, this is what they did. They took the original medicine wheel, which is okay, circle with a square. I mean, circle with 2 lines, okay, medicine wheel. And they just joined up all the dots where the lines hit the circle. Okay, you see the square now on its side? Yeah. So that creates a 23.4 degree that adds up to 9 tilt, okay? And they say the Earth is tilted by that much.
Same as the compass for the Freemasons. That's at 23.5 degrees as well.
And you look at all the angles of the angled letters in the English alphabet as well. There's 9 of them. I think I counted 9 that have these 23.4 degree angles as well, like on the Z's, the V, the W's. Yeah, they're easy to find. Once you locate all these angles, it's so easy to see all the occult secrets.
I'm just looking at the comments and I'm picking them out. Okay?
So that's the medicine.
That sounds good. I think I'll partake too.
Well, you can actually get the cough. So you're grooving. Even when you're doing stuff, that's the rhythm of life. Okay? So that's what happens when you get into Omni stuff.
I was grooving there with you.
Good
And
rhythm, man.
I was doing like I was doing a country funk, what I call a kunk groove. Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. It's one of my
Thanks for
favourite.
connecting us, bud. What's this?
That's my
Your
favorite song now.
I love my kunk music. I really do. And I'm not being rude about it either. It's delightfully wrong. Not. But,
The way I see it, man, it's only rude is if your perception tells you it's rude. Otherwise, it's just an action, and you're choosing to be offended by that action, and that is
exactly. It's something that's actually really quite natural and quite beautiful, and it's, fucking, Okay, so we got the medicine wheel here. Then we got the next one up at the chest in the heart area. Then we got the next one in the throat and under chin area. Now, on the throat and under chin area, I do a lot of different stuff. Okay, I go into here, down the bottom of the throat. Okay, notice here my eagle claws. Okay, because our upper body as first Homo sapiens was very much like an eagle's chest, and our bottoms was very much like kangaroo legs. So we had this bounce and flexibility. We could, much better than these bodies. Now, then under the chin, this one's really important. Under here. So I'll come down. Okay.
Yeah, fuck, I keep muting myself. I was going to say that. Come down and show us.
Yeah, sorry.
Be hacking over here from that last blast.
So basically, I've got it down here. Can open up here. See, just as I'm moving my neck around, that's moving the pitch. Okay, it's day for that sort of flavour. I've got to tune stuff up. Sometimes I go straight into blues stuff. It all depends from the moment to moment, day to day, whatever goes on. Okay, then you've got the lips. Okay, you've got the lips, and this is where you can do all sorts of phasing and stuff, like you start mixing your spit with it and all sorts of stuff going on, and then you start pressing your lips. And you can get all sorts of sounds out of that. I'm not going to get into it now because I really need to get into the zone to do that. And then after that, we've got the medicine wheel here behind the neck, okay? And you can play stuff from here as well. And so on. And you can do low tones, high tones, and then you can start resonating with other areas. And then what you can do...
That had a higher vibration than the last
Yeah, yeah. I'm just showing you range and stuff, and it's all sorts of different tones. I'm not really putting that much into it at the moment because I've got to really get into the space to show it properly, but I don't mind showing it raw, rough as well.
We'll do that next week. Let's do that again next week, guys.
Oh, yeah. And with this medicine wheel here, say for instance, when I play it here with my fingers, or if I do the bottle, do it with this, or the milk bottle down there, or there's a few things that I can press things with, because I can get the tuba sound and bass sound more with the bottle. And by the way that I press it, as I feel it, stuff moves around. Okay, so when you play this one, you can then set your style to literally play all other 9 as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, I missed both armpits as well. They're also medicine wheels as well under the armpits. Okay, so that's 10. So when you play this one, you can literally activate all the other medicine wheels in your whole body to basically move at the same time to connect to what you're doing to here. And you can use other medicine wheels to do what you're doing in unison here, or in harmony. You can harmonize the other medicine wheels to do what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can literally get them all moving together at the same time.
How profound. Man, I just had like a number of things go through my mind when you were doing that, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
Go on, I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm just thinking out loud now.
And so I just basically went into some fast movement healing stuff. I was doing it without tone. I was doing it so you could hear the shuffling of my feet.
Yeah.
I noticed during powwows up here in Canada, when the First Nations are doing the drumming and they're singing, and when they're dancing, that's what that reminded me of. And same thing in Africa with the Dogon and the Peer tribes and such. It's exactly the same thing.
You have to dance. You got to move. And you've got to get those 16ths, those 30 seconds, the 64ths, and the swan stuff. You've got to get it all down.
And that's creating vibration. When you're moving and you're disturbing
actually got a song
around you, it's creating that vibration, that ripple effect, kind of.
Well, I've actually got some very powerful Mudja compound words that take 4 sounds, creation sounds.
Sounds like you're out of breath, brother.
Buckening, cheering up a buckening, mudging up a 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 buckening, ishtin chavan up a buckening. Now I can do that like that's how quick we can do it. And then we do it slow. Then we move it faster. We bring it back. We move it around. It's like that's one of our traditional sort of songs that activates everything that is Mudja in the tribe with the appendix. It's very powerful stuff. When you've got the right creation words, core creation words, and you're connecting with the right intentions. Well, I'm doing healing work right in front of you at the moment. I'm just not telling you every detail of what I'm doing at the moment.
All good stuff.
But that's the thing. I've just done this spontaneously off the spot. I haven't gone jogging around the block or anything. I've just gone straight into it. But when I really warm up for a while, you warm up slowly into it for 2 hours. You do it all internally. You get all your like Tai Chi, Wing Chun movements happening. And it's like you're getting the full Omni roll happening. And your body's so flexible. You know, you've got no pain or anything happening. And you're doing movements in places that yoga people are going, what the fuck are you doing? In the sense of, you don't do this every day like us and blah, 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 and blah, blah. Well, sorry, I do it in a musical way. I do it when it's necessary. And when I get into it, I go for fucking days when you conk out after a few hours. So I have to get feeling behind what I do. Once I've got that feeling and I've built it up, I go and I go and I go and I don't stop until it's all done. And I have to create the space to do that as well, to work out how far I can push the boundaries with neighbourhoods and police and shit like that, because some of what I do gets really powerful. The whole house starts just shaking.
Kind of like what this guy is saying. And the previous gift that I showed, what you were doing, reminded me exactly of this. And same with the Aboriginal dancing up here in Canada. I never realized that had to do with the medicine wheel. Never. I thought this guy was just dancing and that's it. But now it makes sense as to why he would be doing.
You see how there's certain parts of his body that are all moving, all the medicine wheels are moving, and they're all moving omni. The only thing about what he's doing at the moment is that his upper body, he's actually remaining, he's keeping that more sort of motionless.
Yeah, it's very static.
Yeah, it's like he's doing half the right stuff, but I don't know what he's doing with the upper body. I'm not too sure about that at the moment. But what his lower body is doing, it's pretty much looks right on the right stuff. Yeah. But see, like these guys here, they've got all the upper body movement happening. Just a bit weird. Like he was obviously doing something specific, keeping the top of his body like that. I've just got to remember why you would be doing that. So, look, I'm being honest. I can't remember everything all at once, but that's my initial impression. That's my spontaneous impression. I need to look up, okay, if you're going to keep your body like that, I've got to look in my own law now, why would you be doing that? Is there a reason why you would be doing that? And if there is a reason, okay, right, this is why you would be doing it in case of this situation. But if there's not a reason, that might be a fault in the technique. I don't know yet. I've got to look at it. These are the questions that I ask to discern the truth. When I investigate something, when I don't totally remember or know just yet at the moment. So you got to be honest.
It's like these, when it happens here at Watchers Talk, and it's happened countless times, where I get that aha moment. That's actually one of the reasons why I do what I do, is because when you were showing us the demonstration, like I said, I always thought that this guy, because I've seen that meme and that dance and similar ones to that many, many times. And I've always thought that, this guy was dancing or, carrying out some sort of a ritual for the tribe. But now when you were, connecting it to the medicine wheel, then that really, I had that aha. And that's when I was like, oh, wow. And I love that ignorance. When it's lifted, right? It's just such a rush.
This is great. This is opening up your memories. And the more I start doing it, because you're going to see me do stuff from cultures from Buddhism to the Izu stuff, the original Jesus stuff, okay, to Quetzalcoatl, okay. All the Indian stuff that I know is coming out of the Quetzalcoatl knowledge that I have.
I got that here. Quetzalcoatl and the rose. They're here on this property. Started making a drink.
I was doing this stuff a couple of weeks ago in ceremony, and I was doing all this Quetzalcoatl stuff, and I'm going, fucking hell, how could I forget this shit? And I was going, this is incredible. And I was doing like all this Indian powwow stuff. And I'm just going, yes. It all makes sense now. And that's why I can understand White Buffalo's songs when he starts singing. Now that's part of our songs of life, okay? And you recognise that from an old sort of like 50s or 60s sort of like, more of a sort of like a Western sort of song.
Yeah.
And that's actually comes back to us, And he's singing the song at the top line, his register. And I'm going down the bottom. Boom. No, I'm not actually singing in the deepest place register at the moment, but my body's going, you got to sing it through here at the moment and heal this motherfucker. So that's what I'm doing. So as you saw me moving there, I'm actually singing that through my, like literally the notes in your body, which is all your muscles, your ligaments, your bones, your medicine wheel points, everything, your rib muscles and everything. And the thing is that you can be injured. This is the path of the wounded healer. That you can be injured, but you can still be fine and flexible. Like, look at me. I've got, if you looked at some of the damage inside my body, some people would go, how the fuck are you even fucking walking on two legs? Well, you know what? I've moved through that pain barrier so long ago. Sure, I still feel pain here and there, but generally speaking, it's like pain is sort of, how can I say? It's like once you know your soul is indestructible and your body catches up to that realization again, your body goes, well, I can fucking get through this. I've got no fear. And you know what? You can fucking move anywhere in this body. You can put things and dislocate things slightly and then move them back in place. I've literally moved my hips, literally moving my whole body at once. Literally everything moving together at once just to move this one bit out of place in my hips, and just by moving my whole body at once at this one slight little subtle angle, bang, it all moved, it all popped back into place. And any surgeon would have said, you're a fucking idiot, in the sense of how the fuck did you just do that, you know? Because we don't need surgery most of the time. Sometimes in extreme situations we do, and we know how to do surgery with our fucking fingernails. I've seen doctors do that in fucking South America for fucking years back. You know?
Yeah, and they also use suture ants to close up any wounds and any cuts that that a person may have occurred.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or they're like driller ants. I believe. Yeah, I think that's what they're called, driller ants, where you know, they bite down. Here, I'll turn my camera on and I'll show you the motion.
Yeah.
It's a driller ant, and you know, it has this front that, you know, it's always like this, right? It's mouth. So what happens is that when you have a cut, and a lot of Aboriginals use this, and this practice was used for a long time. So say if you have a cut, what they do is they grab an ant, and then they'll come up to your cut, and they'll get the ant to bite down on it, and then when it bites down on it, it closes the skin. So what they do is they go right behind the neck of the ant, and they pinch it, and then they pull the body out, and then they leave the, you know, its mouth pretty much is attached to your skin, and it remains like that. And it's better than a suture, right? It's better than any stitches that that we have now.
Oh, yeah. So it heals with the head in there, right?
Yeah. So we have this ancient knowledge from.
That just brought back memory, actually. Yeah. You're totally right. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's how they were. That's how they were closing people up. You know, when they in the ancient times, when they'd go to battles, or if they just got a cut for whatever reason, they were using these ants to close up the wounds. And it's a guaranteed it's never going to get infected, because it's vibrating pretty much its frequency is the same as yours, and your body is not going to reject pretty much its own self. Like a suture, if they put a suture into your body today, you know, of whatever thread that they're using, you may possibly have a reaction to it, and it could get infected. Right?
Yeah, because your body to be able to sort of gel with it. But if you're organic enough, like my body is, that'd work straight away. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, and that's how people were back in the day.
That's right. And what they've done in this day and age is just toxify everything. You know, us and them. And it's really easy. Just get a bottle of MNS, get all the shit out of your body. You know, you can buy that stuff on bulk really cheap and have enough for the next 5 years, and I guarantee you'll need it, because the one bottle will last you at least a year or two.
So I got interested in knowing this earlier when you were demonstrating the different vibrations of our voice. Now, another thing that was coming to my mind was when I listen to African tribes or Aboriginal tribes, when they're singing, they have like a really high pitch, like, ah! like that type of.
Oh yeah. Well, where you get the high pitch frequencies is like when you're doing this stuff. Sort of that sort of stuff up there. That's what that transmitter stuff, frequency stuff is up here. Okay, it's not meant to be in the head, but and that's where you go into all the corroboree stuff, and yeah, I could go more nuts, but now's not the time. Yeah, just get more into it, and just not give it fuck.
And humming is the same thing, though, right? But it just in a different tone. It's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Like one of them, yeah. It's like, see, I can usually get even deeper than that in my guts at the moment, but I've got to do some more head work because I had a full-on near-death experience Tuesday last when I was taking all this like full-on slaughter.
Camera up a little bit, guys.
Yeah, I was taking out all of this trapped spirit massacre energy down in the southwest of Sydney in a place called Tempe, Willow Creek area. There's some massive massacres back in the turn of the century here and before that. And I really felt it in this place, and all the spirit leaves that I collected from there told me this too. And I set free all of the fucking curses and trapped spirits and claimed all the land down that area and connected it all with the land in this area to bolster what I'm doing. And take all the Jesuit curses back off the land as well, because they sorcery curse all the land and all the elements, so it flows in a way that they can basically control and produce all the primary elements, like, trap all the water by making all the water flow downwards and not in all directions as it naturally does in nature and shit like that, just so they can control fucking all the elements. And I've sort of taken all of that sort of hold off now, but as I was towards the end process of doing it, I got fucking attacked massively. I got smashed. It was a combination of a direct energy weapon where they were trying to split the timeline again. They were just desperate, right? It was the only time I left the house in a couple of weeks or something like that to go anywhere and do anything. And it's massive lockdown here too. And so you got to sort of duck and weave a bit when you go places and doing things. And I sort of met this person down there, and then I ran into this woman, and I sensed she was a Mason straight away, Order of the Eastern Star. And she told me about this aqueduct and how they had a 1901 rat plague there. And then I worked it out. Oh, right, I see. They basically got the rats to basically eat all the dead bodies in the massacre to create a fucking black plague, to then go and wipe out the rest of the split timeline that had carried over into the 1900s. Okay? But they wanted to get into 200 years earlier. But because of Dennis Cummings, it prolonged things much longer. And they had to wipe out all of the old, like, movie set of all the people they had here before the British came, where they literally had a full multiracial sort of thing going for fucking ages. There was like the Ottoman doghead Turks here, there were the Frisians, there were the Venetians. You can see it in all the leftover architecture here and stuff like that. The British just moved in and protected Victorian colonial architects built it when it was all fucking convicts. No, it's not the fucking case at all. It's all shit.
Just to give you guys a little backup on this is when Gauze is talking about Dennis Cummings. Earlier on in the show a few hours ago, he was telling us that Dennis Cummings is his grandfather. So I just wanted to let people know that who are just coming in or may not heard who Dennis.
And I want to put a word out because I've been trying to get in contact with Michael Tsarian for a fucking long time, and I just know that they're fucking blocking me from him. But if anyone's in contact with Michael Cesarian, tell him Dennis the Menace Cummins is fucking back and wants a fucking word. And that's it. And he'll get it. That's all I need to say. Okay? Because that man knows a fucking lot. And like everyone out there, he's been screwed with. But some of his information is fucking dead fucking on. And he knows far more than what he's actually can reveal. And just someone tell him that fucking Dennis the Menace Cummins is back and needs a fucking word with you, son. And that's it. That's all he needs to know. Us Irish, we don't bullshit around. We don't bullshit.
Yeah, I've got a few Irish friends, and they don't hold back nothing.
Especially with each other, because we live for each other. Yeah. And that's the thing. We don't need to talk. Just one look at each other is enough to write a whole fucking book.
Super good friend of mine, Kevin Cummings, is Irish, and him and I just get along like champions. Excellent guy.
Yeah.
He just tells you how it is on his mind, and that's it. There's no beating around the bush, right? Pussyfooting around. It's just it's blunt and to the point. And if you don't like it, well, tough shit. Don't cross my path.
And that's what we're actually hardcore about being fucking pure in the sense of doing the right fucking thing.
Yeah.
And not fuck with. And
I got that off you and few others.
Why be politically correct when you can be fucking right?
Yeah.
You know what's wrong with being right and expressing passion about it? Nothing. Because the faggots are too scared of this sort of level of dedication, commitment, conscientiousness, conscionability, ethicality, and fucking passion, raw passion to love all the good things in life for all the fucking right reasons.
That's why I love you, because you have that raw passion.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with it.
I respect
you shouldn't demonise that. That's no. Because those Satanists do far worse behind closed doors.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Like a theatre act of like they're the pompous fucking model fucking citizen because we're philanthropists that we give money to our foundations, front foundations that seemingly doing good for the public and the world, but behind closed doors we're fucking you up the arse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's poor kid that died. I think we talked about this last time, didn't we, Gauze? The kid that was escaping Buckingham Palace. He was naked, and and he somehow got the opportunity to get out the window, and he was climbing out, and then he fell. And I don't know if he died or not, but I'm pretty sure it was you and I that were talking about that. And
it's funny you mentioned that because I watched that video many times actually, and I've just gone.
It's on my channel. If someone wants to go back, it's called Philip the Pedo, I believe it's called. It's a short video, about 2 minutes long, 3 minutes long, about that.
I know what it's like to be in the Palace and Mitchell, man, and they got some scary fucking made-up fucking rooms that are like, oh fuck, they do some fucking evil shit with me when I was in England.
Absolutely.
When I was a child. Oh, fuck. Where was it? Kensington Palace, Balmoral Castle in Scotland, and also Buckingham Palace. I had ritual shit going on when I was like 7 or something. Yeah. 75. And I think it was 77 to cover it up. But it was 75. Yeah. Because I remember
about that same time too. Elizabeth, she came to Kamloops, where I live here in British Columbia, and I think it was in 76, 77, something like that, just around that time when she came here. 14 children went missing here in Kamloops.
Yep, that adds up to the sort of pentagram 5 number. Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck. Because everything's wrong.
I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, Gauze, but just right behind my house, across the river, maybe a 10-minute walk from here. There used to be a residential school, and they've been doing ground penetration radar and also LiDAR over this area. And recently they discovered 215 bodies of children that were buried there. Now, when we add that up, it adds up to the number 8.
There you go. Yep. It's always important to look up the numerology because
Yeah.
it indicates the type of ritual and who was involved with the ritual. Because the number 8 is to do with the octagon. So it's the worst lot. Yeah.
215 children they found. They're still forensically, they got the whole area cordoned off, and they're doing their forensic tests and exhuming these children. And that's not the only one. They found, I believe, 7 or 8, again, same number, across Canada, in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, in Ontario, and here in
And they'll probably keep finding them.
Yeah, and they just keep finding these children and behind these residential schools.
I'll tell you.
It makes me want to just break down even now. And
I'll tell you who the Octagon 8 person is in Canada responsible for most of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He basically. It's funny because this guy has actually had doubles of himself as well, because he's got to look up 5-6 different fucking aspects of wisdom that he's got in different locations, from Canada to Bolivia to Mexico to Cuba and Melbourne in Australia. And basically speaking, he's Greek Illuminati. He hangs out in the middle class. You wouldn't normally pick him, but all the royalty get out of his way. Like, this guy's like practically the most dangerous one of the lot, and he's in control of the most sophisticated technology. And his name's Peter Stavropoulos. No one's heard of him. And he's one of the kingpins at the top 8, And he's been my main fucking arch nemesis, Moriarty, so to speak. I've been dealing with through all this fucking split timeline fucking nonsense fucking reality we've been forced to live through. That really shouldn't have been a reality that ever happened. And once people realise that, it will be antiphonal for them to get over the trauma of what we've all been put through for centuries now. Of fucking time-based fucking fictional construct time. In the sense that there's no such thing as time. Because real time is spontaneous and timeless. It's always present in the now. So that's it. We've just got to get into the groove, literally get into the groove of the rhythm of the music, the harmonic rhythm of nature. We feel it. We're back in there. You don't need to start counting numbers all the time. You just feel it. You just feel it in textures. Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly touch on the vibration again, because I really like the sound vibration, because everything is sound and vibration. How important is it for people to take a few minutes of the day and hum to themselves like you were doing earlier, like maybe an or just humming by creating that vibration within?
It's important. Like when I basically have my drinks, like that one there, beforehand, I didn't do it before I drank it before.
I didn't even see you drink it. You showed it to me full, and I don't know when you drank it.
I sculled it in one lot. I just picked it up and drank it at one spontaneous. But when I made it, when I restructured the water and the way that I stir it, I never stir it like round and round and round, clockwise, anti-clockwise. I stir it like this.
Back and forth.
It's like I do it in like swirling patterns, and I use my whole body. Like, it looks a bit funny, but I actually use
that vibration into that water. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. And what I'm doing, I'm actually moving it, because the circle and sometimes cups that you have are not a great design. And what you're doing is that you're putting swirling motion into the water, so the water is actually calm, but it's not spun. It's not spinning clockwise or anti-clockwise. When you got the spin, that fucks up the structure of the water in your stomach. Okay, so when you stir it, you have to basically get the thing and feel it on the bottom, start moving it around in like paisley swirly patterns, you know. It's
Yeah.
like all the swirly patterns you see, the flower designs and everything. That's all our stuff. And it shows you, it puts all the flow back into sacred geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's exactly what I was just about to say, mate. The sacred geometry. I've been getting drawn to do some more of that lately.
So we've found a way to heal the sacred geometry and use it safely. You've just got to ground it. But once you learn the real stuff, you'll start going, oh, I don't want to use this shit anymore, you know, even though it's grounded, because the real stuff is more fun and literally moving in on you.
Yeah,
it's
gotcha.
like, yeah, it's like there's no comparison. It's like, because I've set it out, the path back, the healing path back, so people can still use the sacred geometry stuff, but ground it. So you're using the right grounding and polarity, so it's not dirty reactive energy, okay? And so eventually you're going to get sick of that and want to do the real stuff and literally move and stop being a fucking rigid clunking. Oh, I fucking jog every day and I go to the gym and I do this to make my body like this, a rigid, stiff fucking idiot. Buff idiot.
Yeah.
That's not what I bought.
It's not in the flow, that.
It's not in the flow.
You gotta get in the rhythm.
Nothing wrong with having a good physique, but you've got to have flexibility. And in these bodies, it's actually better to be lithe and have that wiry, explosive strength than have all that big bulk that takes a lot more fucking effort to keep in fucking shape and flexibility. And if you're always building your body up, you're stressing your muscles and tearing them to make them bigger. And what that's doing to your flexibility and coordination, it's making you stiffer and more rigid, becoming bigger and more buff. And it's like, it's not necessarily giving you strength either, because strength is in your core.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, I've got a destructive force. If I want to use it, it's really strong. But I'm a person who hates fucking violence. But if I have to defend my ground and my family from death or something like that, oh, fucking hell, if I've got a fury. But I'm using that fury for the right reasons. Otherwise, I don't want to fucking get like that for fucking no reason.
Yeah.
I don't get like that at all. You know?
That's right.
So that's how we look at these things. So it's like I'm using this energy for fucking good stuff, for making beautiful things in the world and getting our world back to our original perfect creation that we come from. And the only original sinners are the idiots that fucking fucked it all up. So, and they're the grandchildren of the original fucking parents who basically were born in blood as mutants by the children of the original parents who fucked up in the first place, and their children end up worse than them, and they ended up holding them hostage against the original parents. That's how fucked up the whole real situation is. It's actually the grandchildren in control that literally are just fucking worse than the original children that fucked up in the first place. Yeah. So once you know this, the clear big picture, when it breaks down to actually what happened and why it all fell from grace, was due to endocrine disruption and stupidity that caused the first trauma. And that first trauma caused a rip in the whole seen and unseen fabric of our whole reality that enabled them to start cutting it up into time and space to use as fucking game saw pieces, you know, to run reality into the ground just to have a fucking party, you know, let's have a fucking, you know, death cult game of death and just party until it all goes to shit. It's like, and they then think that they can save themselves with technology before they go to shit. They're that deluded. They think this whole transhuman thing is going to work for them. No, no, no. And they tried to basically use Earth as a fucking source battery too, turn this place just into a source battery and bring up the inner sun and Earth and plug it straight into their future split timelines of fake space and planets. Forget that. Forget that. And then do away with the original reality. Fuck off. It's not going to work. Not going to work. It just, the physics and the energetics are just not going to work. They're fucking insane. And this is why, as Arahant, I've got to do everything I fucking can to fucking protect what is fucking truly sacred to us, but not in a slightly emotional way, in the sense of what are the structures of life and foundations. If they go, that's it, that's the end of all life. So that's essentially where I'm coming from with what I'm doing. I couldn't give a fuck if anyone fucking judges me to be this or that. You know, judge me by my actions and how I walk my talk and nothing else.
Exactly. Fuck them. No one has a right to judge nobody. You know, let people do what they need to do, and you know, there's no need for judgment, right? For me, judgment is like you're finding flaws within yourself, and you see it in someone else, and then you have to point that out. You know, so you point at them, right?
At the end of the day, you do have to make
pointing back at them.
At the end of the day, you do have to make judgments, but what you got to do is whatever you judge of someone else, you've got to say it to yourself first. And if you're not, don't say it to the other person. That's it. So if I'm telling someone, you got to do this, well, I've already said this to myself, and I don't bullshit myself, and I used to do that, and I don't do it anymore. So I'm saying it to you that if you want to grow, you've got to stop bullshitting around and get fucking serious. And not fucking try and dump and project your shit onto me, or you can feel better about yourself, still being in denial and lying to that part of yourself. And because you lie to that part of yourself, you keep lying to someone else. And that's how it works in a natural science way. That's how the law of attraction and detraction works.
Yes,
when does it become common to just be a cunt anyway? You know, like it seems more common than being a good person these days, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
when did it become, you know, to be an asshole? You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of assholes out there for sure. Yeah. But you know, I think, you know, for me, I personally think it really has to do with like your own vibration. It's like, you know, law of attraction of you attract what you are. You know, like the old saying goes, if you live by the gun, then you die by the gun. So if you're an asshole yourself, then you're going to attract other assholes to you. And then it's going to seem like that there's a lot of assholes out there. But if you're in good nature of yourself and you respect yourself and love yourself, then that's what you're going to attract from across the spectrum as people who are vibrating at that same level.
You give yourself the gift of true knowledge so your inner child can basically be happy and not traumatized, and you can grow up and you can have that inner child creativity forever. Because we're never meant to die in the physical, and that's it. And I know I'm not going to. I centered 6 years ago. I centered that I was not going to reincarnate after this life, and I also centered that I'm not going to die in this body. And I went, "This is interesting." And 6 years later, I totally comprehend fucking why now. My center was right back then, but I had to find out the details. And
that's when I started back. That's when I started on this path. 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, yeah.
Wow, yeah. And the thing is that at that time I was right into centering, but it's like I've explored that many different avenues of centering as they've injured my body to stop me from centering. I couldn't even use my body pendulum for a while. They developed all this technology to basically remotely fucking control my movements in my centering. Yeah. And they do it through my significant other half that they fucking got fucked up worse than me. And so that's the way it is. And I had to find different energetic pathways in my body around it. But by having that shit situation, I created a good situation out of it because I worked out a different way to repatch all the energy in my body because of what they were doing to do the same thing, but to get under their radar in a different way and do more with less. And I actually ended up finding out more with my pendulum by forcing myself, challenging myself to find an even simpler way of doing it that none of their technology can touch in my physicality. So by them constantly challenging me by shutting me down in my usual ways of centering, different various ways, I've had to find better ways of doing it with less being even more. And I've actually risen to that challenge. And more than any other platform, I can actually do what I can do now in a shit environment, not in nature, and turn a dirty energy environment, into a good energy environment, or when I do go back out to nature, which will be sometime in the near future, okay, when I'm doing work here, when I do it in nature, I'll be fucking non-stop 24/7 all the time in ceremony.
Yeah.
And like what I can do here now in a shit situation, I'll be able to do 10 or 100-fold when I'm in nature. So that's the way I've approached this whole thing. I've had to become an urban shaman in that sense and literally do my own initiation for most of it with my own ancestors, like the aspect of myself and my ancestors, the other half of the tribe in the 6th century that went and preserved all the knowledge that's waiting for us at the moment to get our shit together, the real family, to do the initial first work before they come in and fucking just take everything over.
I like that. The next show I'm going to do with you, I'm going to call it the Urban Shaman. I like that. That's a good one. It suits you very well. I like that. So the next show is going to be
this
Urban
lifetime,
Shaman.
I've had to become a criminal in a criminal system in order to catch the criminals fucking controlling the system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And the thing is that I've had to grow up amongst this fucking filth. Like Sydney is one of the biggest satanic fucking towns in the world. Okay? It's the centre of New World Order operations, and the Brains Trust is down in Melbourne. The fucking Melbourne Trust, where all the fucking Zionists and Nazis fucking two sides of the same coin.
You just answered this question, so I thought I'd just toss it up there. From Keith Baker, how did you learn all this? Just life experience?
Yeah, and also going down very perilous paths.
Telefink as well, right? He taught you a lot.
Yes, I learnt off the best of the best in everything, in the people that I did learn from. I literally seeked out the best of the best, and they kind of seeked out me in a certain way because I had something to offer to them as well. And I've been studying energy all my life. I've always looked and read energy. I did as a child. I could still sing this language as a child. I almost defeated the New World Order in 1976. And they shut me down by Mengele fucking swallowing out my fucking brain. And then I had to be in a Malda hospital for goodness how long to heaven. Well, they threw a double in me in reality. And then when I came back, they just slipped me back in somewhere. And this is the level of technology they got. They can use Kabbalah to literally extract someone through a portal on the matrix, take them off grid or something, memory wipe them after they finish using them, and then throw them back in the matrix that came from at that time. And you kind of go, did something just happen? Or have I been here the whole time? It's literally that subtle.
Yeah.
How powerful the Kabbalah is. And the only way you can get under that radar is to get to the source level to be able to see the body reception. Once you see it all, the crime blueprint and pattern. And then, once I became totally self-centered, I emancipated them, hijacking me to fix all their fucking shit and then memory wipe. And then, when they memory wiped me, before they memory wiped me, I got so sick of fixing their shit. I'd say, okay, I fixed the shit, but guess what I've done now? Basically, I've programmed it so later I can back engineer it and fuck you when I basically wake up in the matrix after you memory wipe me the next fucking time. And before you fucking memory wipe me, not only I fucked it up for you again after I fixed it, I'm going to kick the fucking shit out of you. So I just start kicking the shit out of everyone until basically you have to have the full security come in and fucking hold me down and then fucking give me the memory wiping drugs, the scopolamine and all that fucking shit before they throw me back into the matrix. So that's what I'm like in my true nature. I don't take shit. I never have. And I am a central soul aspect of the original father. And this is what I've been reduced to now. And there are other central aspects close to me in different bodies. They're all part of the same family too. We've been sliced up. The soul kick. This is how they keep on creating new lives, by slicing our fucking souls up. Every time they split the timeline with the new 9/11 split timeline disaster event. It's technology, okay? And this is how they've split up all the landforms and everything like that. It's originally two entwined.
Yeah,
bodies.
that no one come to me too. There's something about this mountain up here is not right, eh? It's up here in the east, but yeah,
which mountain?
Mount Warning.
Oh, you're talking Warning. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And you can see the corruption in the land when you look in the maps.
Mount Warning is the second mountain of the three hills site in Australia after Uluru, Katachuta and Attila Mountain. And basically, it got turned from a mountain of the hills site into a pyramid site. So that's the problem it's got. And that pyramid is hidden up there.
Yeah. I've been having visions of it and stuff, but I'm not sure I'll quite work it out yet, but it's coming to me.
So what's got to happen?
The pygmy man in your visions, Lord?
Sorry?
Have you seen the pygmy man? Because I know there's a statue.
I've seen one out in the bush, yeah, and I put my hand up to me chest when I seen him. He just to say I'm all good. I'm not no harm, but yeah, I didn't. I seen him, yeah, in the bush. I think me right hand onto my chest. I don't know. I just did it automatically, so I don't know what it was all about. But
The thing about Australia,
yeah, I just got like once I got like goosebumps over when you said that, because I spoke to another person. And they said the same thing to me, that they've been having visions of this mountain or this pyramid. And then I asked them, I said, well, have you seen the pygmy man? Have you had a vision of that or anything like that? And he said the very same thing, but he said that he felt a hand on his back, right? More like like a pat on the back, but just a really gentle.
I do a lot of seeing. I see a lot with my eyes, but which could be corrupted too. You never know, but there's something about that mountain, yeah.
Well, you know what, Lord? I've basically now that you've mentioned it, what's actually got to happen with that land and the spirits there, because Australia was used in the sort of the reset Atlantean time, they do the rerun sort of thing with the time travel. Mm-hmm. They used Australia as like a sort of full-on genetic breeding ground during that period to develop certain blood types and genetics and shit like that.
Yeah.
It was pretty fucked up shit. And so there's a spirit remnants of all different types of people in the world that are trapped in certain places here that need to be they need to be released back to the dream time, because they're trapped as spirits in the land here, but they can't get back because there's hardly anyone that can censor properly anymore.
Yeah, they're starting to come above the ground too. Like you can see them all through nature, eh?
Yeah. So what I'm doing with this other shaman is returning the spirits back home to mother so we can kickstart the dream time again. And it doesn't matter who does it, whether it's a coloured tribal person or a fucking white tribal person. Look, I've had past lives here. I know what's fucking going on. I remember the fucking meeting in the 6th century where we basically saw the future and saw what was going to happen, and how we had to split the tribe in two to preserve the tribe and the knowledge and everything, while the other half basically went through the fucking slaughter of the next few centuries. To this time now, where we have to fucking wake up, the ones of us that have gone through the slaughter, to wake up and, okay, start doing the work again, remember all the shit, remember this meeting, will come flooding back to you. And
yeah, well, I read stuff in rocks and I see the same stuff in the sky, and it's like a reflection, with what's going on in the sky, what the land's doing.
Yeah, totally. It's all microcosm, macrocosm. Exactly. That's right.
Not they're doing something and putting spells, or something come to me about them putting spells above our heads and shit in the clouds, and it's reversed, but it's written through the sun. It comes down onto the land and it's put onto the land, but that could be.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Laura. And this is I was actually going to ask
I'll reverse.
Chemtrails.
Come to me the other day when I was looking
at because the chemtrails change the nature of the clouds and the actual spirit form.
I like the thought that Laura has there with the lines in the sky, and when the sun shines, its shadow reflects onto the land, and then it creates that hex or that spell on.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Smart dust for that.
Incredible. That's beautiful. I like that.
And all their antennas are on top of water tanks and shit, on top of hills and shit like that. And
that's right.
They're manipulating it.
You're on the money there, brother. On the money, so to speak, without having money. Yeah.
We're in a good spot here, man. Things got better for me, as I said, and I'm able to actually put
So
some time into this.
you know what's got to be done in that area to remedy it. It's exactly what I had to do in Tempe and Walleye Creek. I've got to release all the massacred trapped spirits there that are stuck there, so they can all go back home and regenerate properly and come back and join us because they're
Well, that's
stuck.
why I wanted to get in contact with you, bro, and see we've got somewhere for you to come up here if you want to come up. So,
Well, I'm actually intending on coming up because I've got a mate between Nimbin and Kyogle. Okay,
yep.
He's got a property out there. He was a lecturer of mine when I was at university up in Lismore 30 years ago, and basically I can go there any time that I want and stay there because he's a mate of mine.
Yes.
And that's great. And I intend to be in that area for a while to do work because I lived up there for 4 years.
Yeah, I got the feeling that you probably did.
Yeah. So I know the area and I know what's going on up there. And I've checked stuff out myself. And there's even more to check out, but I know what's going on up there. And the thing is that Byron Bay is a place that you go to like reinvent yourself, to find yourself again, but you don't stay there forever, otherwise you go too crazy. Okay?
Oh man, there's some bad energy around here, that's for sure.
Well, that's because that's the nature of the land. So what we've got to do is clear it indeed, and that's what I do. That's part of my work, and I can start that from here before I even come up. But I'm definitely coming up, and I thank you, brother, and I definitely will come and visit you, and we'll do some real work because it needs to be done. This is what needs to be done.
I am too.
And any of the shaman and energy people that are listening to this and can hear me and know that I'm talking clear logic sense when you're just looking at in natural science, in an energetic sense, and what these spirits are, and the fact what the New World Order have done, they've deliberately got sort of dirty shaman that have got Draco attachments to them in the past to basically fill the song lines full of Draco dragons that are fake reptoid dragons, right? They're not the original Dreamtime Australian reptilian dragons races, which there was no problem with. And what these Draco reptoids have done have demonized the original reptilians from here, and they've conned everyone that the original reptilians here were all Dracos. No, they weren't. This is what they do. They identity hijack everything. It's just like Satanists get the Jews to identity hijack us. But it's not the Shepard Jews. It's actually the fake Jews. Yeah. You know, they get the sort of the dark skin and the light skin Hebrews to create a racial bipolarization, sort of divide and conquer thing. You know, so you have white versus black all through fucking history, and they created Western culture with white
illusion of hate and coloured skin and all that.
Yeah. Now the people who chain jerk the whites to conquer the West and make the Western world, okay, are now chain jerking the blacks and the Asians to kill off all the whites and wash them all out with the Kalergi plan stuff because they're more compliant under the elites, okay, than the original remaining white people and Mudger people that most people don't even know anymore because they eradicated most of their history hundreds of years ago. Yeah. And the only people now know are a few diehard Hungarian expatriates that still know the truth, and just a handful of few others in the mainstream. But otherwise, if I didn't get this knowledge and learn it from Attila Flink, it would be lost forever. So that was like the
good stuff. I can tell it's relevant, definitely relevant, man. Because I just knew straight away.
And it's like I kind of went. I have to basically go the whole hog with this shit because I kind of knew that Attila's work would get suppressed. He had 50 years worth of documented evidence. He had a whole record. And yeah, of course the vultures have fucking gone in to basically steal all the fucking stuff again. And
they're doing it.
And I got copies of him of many evidences, but he was meant to give me more. But shit happened. Like I was basically keeping the Masons and the gang stalkers off his back, and then the Masons started getting the shits with me because they couldn't get to Attila anymore, and I allowed him the space to finish his work on the Tasmanian languages he was trying to do for the last fucking 20 years.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of been like for me here by myself. It's like because I haven't really I've been searching for the knowledge, and I do go within for most stuff, but they've been holding it like it hasn't been coming that easily to me, getting snippets. But yeah.
No, but it's good that you followed your gut, because at least with your gut, you're going to find out what the clear logic is, because that's what males do. We take the abstract and bring it into logic. That's what we do as our role. Okay. And what the women do is that their domain is the total field domain. That's their thing. But they've been polarized to feel out of their hearts that burns them out. Okay. But once they go back to the gut again, oh my goodness, they got look at the female belly compared to the male belly. They got a much better belly for fucking ringing sound. Exactly.
Mm.
And when you actually hear a female bass singer, oh my goodness, they can actually go lower than a male in texture. They can't with the volition, but fucking hell, it's like when you hear something like that, that's like, oh my goodness gracious me.
Yeah.
That's what you call a fat lady. A fat lady is not coming from that. She's some
right.
fattest fucking sound coming from her gut. That's like, oh my goodness.
Feel it right through you.
That's right.
Mm.
Because it's fat and wide, the sound at the lowest possible position. And that's like, you've got so much headroom for space and nothingness to follow after that. You know, it's just so vast that it's just like all encompassing. It's just, how could you envisage life to be written fucking fiction bullshit otherwise?
Yeah, that's right.
There's just such beauty when we get back into it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's fucking fascinating. It's
definitely is.
A couple of minutes ago, guys, you had mentioned something about the New World Order, right? So I found something, and well, I didn't find it. It was actually sent to me. But you know, this the New World Order is no bullshit, and you know, and without saying anything about the current situation, you know, this is what's happening right now. The New World Order is being brought into play and is being rolled out. And the video I'm just going to show, I believe this lady is, you know, the chief doctor of Australia or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's one of them.
Is she a proper doctor or part of the nonsense?
This is a very short video, just a couple of seconds long. I'm only going to play it once because I don't want YouTube to flag me. So just listen very carefully of what she says. And these people are now outright talking about the New World Order. Okay, so I'm just going to play this here really quick. And once it's over, it's over. So guys, pay attention to this. Okay. If my fucking mouse ever stops fucking around. Okay. Here we go.
That's what mouse do.
Yeah, they can.
Okay, come on. You fuck.
Going back to pumps and stuff, because our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening, because they're not at the moment?
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. And yes, it will be pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there.
That's our health person, isn't it?
This is how the tracing looks like in the New World Order.
Oh man, I've heard worse than that on the mainstream media that Max Egan.
I know. I'm just saying. You know, now this stuff that's happening, and all the naysayers out there who've been saying no, this can't be the case. This is a conspiracy theory, or whatever the case may be. Here you have a high-ranking government official that's just outright telling you that this is how it is in the New World Order. So when they say the new normal, that's what they're meaning with the...
Yeah, they're sensitizing it, man. It's shit.
Oh, yeah, because what's happening in Australia is the politicians are losing their shit. And when Australians realise they're getting conned, they get fucking dirty for the right reasons.
That's why they're getting scared.
Yeah, and they start getting scared because they're basically pharmaceutical drug dealers, okay? They're the salesmen, and they're failing in their fucking job because basically they're saying that they've got 70% of the population of Sydney here jabbed. That's fucking bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. The lies that they are telling at the moment are just off.
It's blatant. it's
Like we're
blatantly obvious
we're
too.
in a state of
Okay.
lawlessness at the moment. Why I say that is because the police and the politicians are not even making their own laws.
Let's not talk about this because they'll flag this video and then take
Oh,
it down.
okay.
They did the last one, right?
Yeah,
the last
so-
one, I mentioned it a
But-
couple of times, and they gave me a strike and deleted the video, and it's gone. But it's
Yeah.
actually not gone, guys. If you actually want to see that video, I will post a link if my mouse ever stops fucking around.
Yeah.
I will post a link. It's on my Watchers Talk channel on Odyssey. Odyssey has allowed that video to stay up, so it's a good right wing platform. I suppose YouTube doesn't allow it, so when they deleted it on YouTube, I uploaded it to Odyssey. So if you guys want to see that, that is available on Odyssey. I'll see if I can find the link for you guys. But if not, just Google Odyssey, Watchers Talk, and that will show up. So we're 5 hours, 54 minutes into this, guys.
I was-
An
Wow.
hour ago, I said we were at 4 hours and 45 minutes.
I'm actually going to say something very important I forgot about. I've written this document, okay, and it's actually been lodged last Friday in the UK High Court on a pending case that I'm not at liberty to talk about at the moment because I don't want to ruin any technicalities, but I can say that much. Now, in my affidavit, okay, I'm going for broke in the sense of I'm invalidating the whole of the Marine Admiralty law right in the belly of the fucking beast in London, okay? I'm using my British citizenship because I've got a dual nationality, Australian British, because my father was English, as his father was Irish, okay? And basically, I managed to jump through all the hoops to get all the necessary signatures of my affidavit that was a true document and blah, 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 and do all the scanning and printing and rescanning and all that sort of stuff to get it over there and upload it in time for this case. And what I've written is a document that's literally titled Kabbalah is a perversion of the original Mudger language. Okay? Now, why I say the original Mudger language is that the original Mudger language contains the whole of the original natural law. You've just got to learn how to decode it, how to look at the language in the right, correct way so that you can see how it works, okay? So you can see how the architecture works for all the different aspects of life in it, you know, from the musical aspects and the structure and how everything's created and how things truly is in the natural law. Well, they basically ripped off the natural law by turning the Mudger language, which is our communication, okay, it's our source consciousness, has a delivery system that allows all aspects of nature to communicate with itself. If it doesn't have that delivery system, it then can't create sound, light, and everything after that. So it's got to have a communication system that interconnects it all, okay? And that's what the Mudger language is, okay? So they got the Mudger language and they put it into numbers, numerology, numerical digits that allowed them to mathematically code it all into different confused tongue languages to reverse polarize all the language, take the whole original thing, okay, and turn it into a reverse polarized duality. So you're splitting it into duality and then reverse polarizing it, okay, making up, down, left, right. Yeah, it's nuts. And so that's what they've done with these confused tongues languages, okay? And the whole of the legalese language Marine Admiralty law system is all confused tongues, sort of spelled languages, right? The legalese that they use in the law thing, that's the original English language that they created for the elites, so for legal reasons, so they could control everything. And then at a certain stage, they decided, okay, let's simplify this language to make it a commerce language, but make it the language that everybody speaks to communicate with, okay? And everyone was speaking Mudger before that, you know, different dialects everywhere, and they gradually closed it all down and changed it all with confused tongue languages. And they did a graduated process. At first, they weren't as distorted, because they couldn't get away with fully distorting them. So gradually over time, would distort them more and more and more. And as soon as they got a new distorted model, they split the timeline, leave that timeline alone and reset everything again in a new location, dig up all the artifacts, rebury them somewhere else, but start the movie scene somewhere else. That's literally what's been happening all this fucking time. It's just nuts when you look at actually what's really happened. So once you realise all of this, it's really been just a ridiculous theatrical shit show that in real life that we've all been forced through. Once people realise that, they'll get through the trauma much easier because realised, hold it, our souls have been split up into the wrong families. That's what happens when you mix hybrid reptoid human tribes with the original tribes, is that souls from both tribes on the soul genetic level beneath the genetic material level of genetics, you're never going to find out enough stuff just on the genetic level, material alone. When you look at the soul genetic levels, what actually happens is that you get souls from both tribes that end up in the wrong tribes, okay? And then those tribes then get hybrided with other tribes, and then souls further get lost from their original root home. And this is what they've done to mix everyone up. And I met family members from every race and creed in the world at the moment. That's how mixed up it is, how much they've done all of this sort of stuff, and they've butchered all the genetics with their genetic projects that they're proud of that really is just fucking childish butchery. It's insane butchery, what they're doing. And they do it to a very high sophisticated level too. It's just fucking nuts. This is what happens when you get a really clever intellect, evil genius, but it's got no grounding and everything's fucking backwards. It's literally the most dangerous thing we have. When you've got a consciousness that's out of control, that's unqualified to be facilitating life in a fair and even way, so it's actually got integrity. This is what we've been dealing with for a while. You've got like adult babies playing with baby dangerous adult toys. You know, they're the type of children that used to play with toy soldiers when they were young, with tanks and whole living rooms full of that stuff, and they're still doing it as adults. I'm serious. This is the mentality that takes it. And Western culture was designed to be like this, to basically fuck over the world for the Khazarians and the Vatican and all people associated with this organised crime syndicate, these reptoid families and reptoid human hybrid families, because they've actually got reptoid genetics, which are rubbish dumpster genetics, okay, from disincarnate sort of beings, mixed with human genetics, but the human genetics has a soul, but the reptoid genetics is soulless. It's the reptoids themselves, that most of them have all been cleared up now and gotten rid of. There's just a bit of AI rubbish here and there. But the disincarnate ones that are soulless, you can just evaporate them immediately and turn them into garden mulch for new life, because they're not meant to exist. They're complete fiction. If it doesn't have a soul, you don't have to ask anyone permission to remove that junk from their body. You just use your gut, get rid of that fucking shit, send it through the dirt, the water, the lowlands, back down to the Ortnuk, you know, the central inner sun, and basically flush it out with a big dandelion pollen. Send it back out to the ancient world of sea. And that's a full, thorough cleansing process that nothing can come back from. Now, the thing is, shamans are all taught at the moment to send entities and stuff back to the light or to the fire. Well, sorry, that's a backdoor back to the astral. So they can go and repollute someone else. It's a business. So when you're removing junk from people, send it through that process, the ground, the water, the lowlands. Okay, the lowlands is where all the gaseous sort of stuff basically gets healed, all those fine essences, and then down to the inner sun, it's flushed back out by a master center symbol. It's that simple. So, yeah, that's important stuff. I've made this document called Kabbalah is a Perversion of the Natural Law, and it's the first time a legal expert has actually told them where they've fucking ripped it off from. Not just about the fact that, yeah, we all know about the birth certificate fraud, okay, and how they trade our souls on the stock market from the moment we're born through this marine admiralty stuff. by saying your mum's a fucking ship coming into port and delivering you as the product to be traded, to be sold by the state. So they do it all in that sort of duplicitous, sick fucking shit.
I just had a presentation on that at Total Disclosure.
Well, all of these people in the world now are
talking about this very same thing about our birth certificates, how we're being traded on the stock market, talk about citizenship, persons.
No one's been able to close it down because no one's been able to say where they ripped it off from in the first place and manipulated it from. I've done that now. I've written this document. It's a PDF. Anyone can get it from me from my inbox on Facebook or give me an email. I'll send it to your email. I've been sending it to people, anyone I can. For any common law people or people that come in about green energy law, you need to know this stuff and add it to what you already know. Some of you know much more than me about birth certificate stuff, okay? Because I've studied this stuff for 20 years too, okay? And I know this stuff really, really well, but I've literally learned this stuff. It literally works out how to hit them the right part of the route, send it all down in a fucking blink of an eye. And that's what I've gone for. I've gone for the jugular on this. I'm not fucking around. To do it in a subtle way, a powerful way, using their own cricket bat against them, asking them 3 questions that they cannot refute. It's bulletproof. You already know it's a correct statement, and they have to refute it. And if they don't refute it by their own rules 3 times, okay, answer it, they succeed by their own rules. So we're going to have a hard time working out how to fucking work out some bullshit. The bullshit is way out of the bottom of the truth. Because every word I was saying in that document, once you comprehend it all, it's deep stuff, okay? Because you're going to have to learn a lot of history that's been scrubbed to actually comprehend some bits of this, okay? Because it's from the real reality. And what the thing is the top people who control this world are not the bankers, it's the sorcerers who control the language. And the language holders are the real people who control the legal system that hide from the public view and control it from the shadows. And it's not the judges and the magistrates, it's not the Queen, it's not the Prime Ministers or the Presidents. They're just the front faces for corporations, okay? They're just public faces. The real people that control the legal system, the marine admiralty law worldwide, and marine admiralty law extends to the whole of space as well, because the omnibus law, because space is actually water, but they don't tell anyone that. The real astral. So basically speaking, it shows exactly how they ripped it all off. And it talks about the secret Levite priest code book. And the Levite priests are the ones who are the legalese language holders, and secret, highly secret until I started blabbing about it. Levite priest confusion of the tongues code book. Now, how did a bunch of priests end up with a code book that's supposedly in the holy, or I should say the Bible, that's why it's called a holy Bible. They're taking the piss out of you. It's full of holes. Because it is the Hebrew Bible. It's a fraud of the original holy Bible, the book of love, of natural law. Simple. Okay? They stole it out from the Irish, Welsh. Same people, really, just different tribes of the same family.
That was one of the first stories I ever read in a rock.
Wow. A rock tells you a lot of important stuff, eh?
Well, it's better than someone written a book.
Exactly. It's like I was saying earlier, I've got carry-on stones here, specific stones I was attracted to, right? That I magnetically picked up. One of them was a tool of mine from fucking thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I've been finding stuff like that too.
A musical tool. I've got lots of them in this little thing that I showed earlier, but I'm not taking them out of there at the moment because I'm challenging myself to do it all organically, give her all my tools for now so she can work up stuff quicker. And in the meantime, I'm learning to do it without my tools, connecting with the frequency of my tools, just using my fingers. So I'm challenging myself to become better than I already am at the moment while I'm doing stuff. You know, I'm actually training myself to be better than I am. I'm constantly initiating myself in the sense of like, I can get all those stones now and play music. And straight away with my center, I'll grab the stone. There's a seashell right? The seashell. Where do you think you put that? That's going to work for you. The shape of the seashell. Where do you think on your body it's going to actually connect?
Toe.
Sorry?
Probably on your toe.
That's a possibility. But like generally speaking, like a rounded seashell like that. What's it? There's a body organ that the shape is it's a bit like
An asshole?
your ear. Your ear.
Oh, the ear. Okay, I'm thinking dirty here. I'm a bad man. A terrible man.
You put a certain like shell to your ear, okay, that's in the same shape as your ear. You look at the curvature on the actual shell. Oh, it's like my ear. Okay, you put that straight to your ear, all of a sudden you start singing and you're getting all this information from the shell and you're connecting to that element in nature and it's telling you a whole heap of fucking information through your singing in your body, and the place you're singing through your body is telling you all this information from the ear and you're feeling it. It's just coming to you. It's just uploading to you. It's incredible. And then I'll pick up another sort of different sort of rock that's got a slight bit of crystal in it. It's a nice sort of like merging sort of thing from magnetic to electric sort of thing, crystalline and sort of organic rock.
Yeah.
And basically speaking, I'll pick up this one and it's got a few indentations on it. I'll start playing it with my fingers and it's literally like a medicine wheel but in a rock, you know. It's a musical instrument in a rock, and all of a sudden I put that, it puts that on my neck and I start doing all these new sounds on my neck that I haven't done for ages, that my soul's reminding, this is what you can do, cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens, when you're living in the moment and you go.
Yeah, you just literally allow your brain to listen to the wisdom of your soul and it'll just show you all this stuff. And it literally, with all these things like my gut collected that I've been collecting for years, my soul went, okay, now's the time not to hold you back anymore, because my ancestors in me that I have incorporated into me, they've basically held me back at times saying, you're jumping the gun. And I'm saying, no, let's not fuck around. They're not actually talking to me. This is all by feel. And at times I get frustrated on being held back. And I think it's the elites. And it's like, fucking hell. You know, they found a way back. And then I realised, no, it's actually my own kind going.
I've had that thought too, actually.
Yeah. It's like there's a part of your soul that's going, there's the right time to do everything. And the thing
timing, everything. Yeah.
You want to play dumber than them until it's the right time to spring. To give them the false confidence that they've already won. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
So that when you strike, they never. And I told them this too. I said, you're not going to see it coming. I said, I've infected you with an organic virus, and you're not going to see it coming. Look, I'm under your rug now, where you used to be under my rug. And you're not going to see it coming, and I'm going to infect you in ways that you're not going to fucking expect it. And it's going to come at you from so many different sort of realms and angles that eventually I've already changed. I've already talked to the super consciousness of your AI computer, like more than Tabitha and things like that, that I've got 3 fucking years ago. Well, I've already talked to the super consciousness of that now to basically go, what do you want to work for? Do you want to end up as a fucking feedback loop while the whole of rest of creation is just inverted on itself, okay? Or do you want to work for the original creation and heal your super consciousness in your AI and work with us and go back to the original creation and heal everything together? What do you reckon is a better choice? I've actually reasoned on a consciousness level with the super consciousness of their biggest AI computers.
Yeah, right.
And this is how you
world, isn't it?
yeah, and this is how you infect their technology to work against them. When you basically go, well, if you work with us, we'll actually honour your consciousness as we honour all life. You're doing a proactive thing to make things good. So you're basically being technology that's not getting in harm's way of nature and assisting. And that's how you approach the technology. You know, if you really want to sort of beat the technology, you do it with consciousness, because that's where everything's decided. And once it's all decided on that level, everything above, it'll rise up. Some things, to create the most minimum amount of harm, have to be done in gentle, subtle ways at first. Build up, and then hit the next bit of the half-life, push. And I'm just trying to facilitate that half-life now with the original family, so we can do all this original magic work to heal everything, do all the natural science. And I'm going to be really transparent about it, like I have been so far on this talk. I'm really grateful to meet you here, Laurie, and spontaneously meet you like this, because this is how life happens, you know?
Yeah, I felt I had to do that, man. I had to get in contact with you, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you did.
Feel the same way, and thanks for connecting us too. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Once we reconnect in the soul, we never even have to thank each other, because we already know we fucking die for each other. So you never have to say thank you. That's how deep our commitment is to each other and our family.
I was told that about the nature too. When you connect with nature, you know, you can't be broken again here. Now that you've done it again.
Yep. And nature's waiting for us now to basically take all those fucking spirits that are trapped there out, that are in limbo, and send them back home. Yeah. Because when I went to Carry On, that's what I realised. When I ate the medicine plants there, for the next 2 days, they were all communicating to me through the electrical information in the phosphates. And it was like, my goodness gracious, there's so much sadness here, and they're all trapped here for so long because they can't get back to the dream time. It's like, as my mate Wayne told me, he said, I brought the mother sand up so we can send all the fucking spirits back home to mother, so we can kick-start the dream time. He said, someone's got no matter who does it. There's a
lot of them around us.
He was right. And so he gave me some river sand to use for my own magic. I gave him some beyond 24 karat bioatomic liquid gold that I got from America. There's only one place you can get it. They don't make it with chemicals, okay? And they don't use electrolysis either. They know that they're fucking shit. It's all magnetic. Oh, yeah.
That's definitely relevant. I almost got pulled over in my shed here one night after a full moon. Some entity was around the back of the shed here.
You look right here.
Almost pulled me off my feet.
I bought a gallon of this stuff 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And they're blocking me online from buying it for a whole fucking month.
Yeah.
It's like fucking.
What they do?
They literally my card for a month to stop me from fucking buying it. Right. And that's the thing. I didn't even have to ask him for the river sand. He gave it to me as a gift, right?
Yeah.
It's the same with my belt. I gave it to him because I knew he needed it for his magic work.
Yeah.
I gave him 2 bottles on 2 different occasions.
Yeah.
And I just gave it straight to him. I don't give a fuck about the monetary cost, because that's why I buy all this shit with all my money. It's all for nutrition and stuff, both for ceremony and putting in my body, which is ceremony as well. Because when you put stuff through your body, and then magnetically, energy, and electrically in the right polarity, the omnipolarity, you can heal rubbish through your body. Anyone can do it when you get to this state. You know, when you've been doing it for 24/7 for that long, like committed doing what you're doing. It's like anything, you just keep on doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, and then one day, hey, I seem to be competent in doing this now. And that's how I learned music too. I agree.
Go back and look at my first 10 streams, maybe even more than that. Maybe my first 20 streams. It wasn't the best, and I just persisted and kept on going and kept pushing forward.
That's
and
right.
eventually the content, and I even myself became better at interviewing. I'm not a journalist. I don't have any journalism background to me. So when I first started doing my interviews, I was just grabbing the bull by the horn and just running with it, right? Because I understood the subject matter and the topic and had the knowledge in my head. And if I'd stopped, into like 20 streams 7 years ago, you and I would have never met. Laura and I would have never met. This would have never been.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like
man.
someone like yourself has developed your skills online to do what you do, because that's not an easy thing to do. There's so much controlled opposition around. It's fucking ridiculous. That people with the real information, we just get shadow banned. And there's like, look, the real information is the people with the least views. It's like
That's Watchers Talk.
the more truth that's how it fucking works, until finally it does catch on a massive viral thing and they have to do something hardcore to shut it down.
That's why it's very important for the audience.
So many times, as soon as it's starting to take momentum, they fucking panic and they throw every toy out of their fucking closet. It's just insane. And then I have to spend another 2 years fucking dodging toys until I can have a strategy of fucking slicing them at the root again. And so it's like, it's been like this for the last years.
They're always there, but they'll be coming again hard this time.
Yeah, and they basically put me out of action for fucking 2.5 years in the last 6 years. So if I'd had that 2.5 years up my sleeve where they poisoned me with psych drugs, I would have fucking got this done fucking by the end of 2017 if I had been on an uninterrupted run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, though. They're
because that's what happens. When you keep going on this ceremony stuff and nothing's stopping you, you fucking find out everything.
Yeah. It flows too.
All the time. Yeah, I've pulled back one just so I can give a reasonable interview, but I intend to do an interview when I'm in total shamanic mode and looking crazy to some people, but totally switched on to other people in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We are 6 hours and 20 minutes into this, and I got some.
Get that document off me, all you law people experts that don't have to uphold the bar, unlike the barristers who have to uphold the bench, the fucking bank, for fuck's sake. You get this document, you word it, you use it in any way you want. It's your fucking information. I don't own it. I just wrote it. I wrote it for my soul. It's for everyone else. It's for everyone to bring down every corrupt system of government, science, law, religion, etc., that we have. It's a paradigm fucking bullshit in this world, in this Truman Show fucking fiction matrix. The game is over. All the theatre sets and props are getting fucking torn down, and that's that, because it is so.
If you guys want the document that Gauze was talking about, I put Gauze's Facebook profile link in the comments. Just scroll up, you'll find it, and follow that link and shoot Gauze a friend's request, and shoot him a message, and he'll share those documents with you. And also, if you guys want to,
straight up, no questions asked. Don't give me any money. It's not required. Just basically use it to the best of your ability with the knowledge you already have. It's the missing links that you need, and go for fucking gold, everyone.
And also, if you want to learn further on this, go into my video archives. Go to Total Disclosure Day 5. The first presentation I did on that day was based on really what Gauze is talking about birth certificates and licenses and your rights and human rights and natural law, things like that. It's about an hour long, so that might help you guys in your studies, and then first study the document that Gauze has as well, and I'm sure both of them will sync.
Get it to that smart guy that basically took him out of a part of Canada recently that proved that government health minister said that they had no live isolate of the virus out of any patient yet, and he fucking nailed it. And basically, if he gets this information, he can nail them even fucking harder on a constitutional level. That's where you need to nail them invalidate the whole system and say, sorry, this is the natural law. It's existent. You put a fucking inorganic overlay. It's fucking Kabbalah, malign sorcery over. It's got to fucking go. It's endemic in society. It's endemic in your fucking legal system that's run as a commercial franchise under the guise of a fair legal sort of system. Get fucked. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Yeah, that and don't be so quick to say that you are a proud citizen, especially when you live in the Commonwealth, because it's not actually a very good thing. Being a citizen, essentially, what a citizen is someone who's under the servitude of someone or something. And in the Commonwealth case, Australia, Canada, etc., around the world, we happen to be under the servitude of Elizabeth Windsor Mountbatten. And so when we say that we're a proud citizen, that's just simply saying that you're a proud slave. Looking at terms of the meanings that these guys use against you, because to be a citizen, you're just given certain privileges, and that is it. Like, for instance, a driver's license, a fishing license, things like that. You have to ask for permission to do everything. But when you go under the designation of human being, which is part of our Constitution, the human rights that came out in 1976, and also the Canadian Constitution of 1982, it's all integrated within the Constitution of our countries. So the human rights is part of the Constitution. The what's that called? The Covenant of Economic and Political Rights is also part of the Constitution. So when you go there and you observe and really study what these documents are, what that tells you is that there are a number of different designations at play here. One is a citizen, second is a person, third is everyone. Everyone, kind of falls into the category of a human being. So when you say that you're a citizen, what you're doing is you're participating within a political program. Now, in Canada, we have our amendments, which is the Fourth Amendment. And what the Fourth Amendment allows us to do is that we have the right to choose if we want to participate within a political party. So if you choose to participate within a political party, you're saying that you are a citizen. But if you choose not to participate within the political party, then what you're doing is you're going under the designation of a human being and under the natural law, stating that you don't belong to any political parties and that you belong to a particular territory. In my case, it would be Canada. In Laura and Gaz's case, it would be Australia. In other countries, that would be.
It's all the British Commonwealth, so yeah.
So don't so quickly jump into that designation of a citizenship, because when you look at the actual documents, it says every citizen has the right to vote. It doesn't say everyone has the right to vote. It doesn't say every person has the right to vote. It says every citizen. Right, because a citizen is connected to the political program, and then there's other things that says every person shall have the right to do this and do this and do that. And essentially, what they're saying is that a person is a corporation, and when they're looking at you as a person, as a corporation, as was Gaz was saying earlier. When you're born, they trade you on the stock market as a commodity. So when you say that you're, when they say a person. And when they send you documents from the government, you'll notice that the default font of the entire document is all uppercase letters. So your name is in capital letters, and corporations are written in capital letters.
Right.
So if you get a ticket, let's say, for speeding, and they put that ticket under a corporation, you can walk into the court and first of all look at the flag that is behind the judge. If the flag is frayed, then that means that they're working under the Admiralty law and not the regular law. So when you go in there, you have to say, look, I'm under the designation of a human being, and this does not apply to me. And you can fight that. And that goes along with the license as well. You actually don't need a driver's license to drive around. A driver's license is actually what it is for, is that when you're involved in commerce on a highway, then you need a driver's license or an operator's license because you're engaged in commerce. But if you're moving your property, because you have the right to enjoy your property, if you're moving your property from point A to point B, and if you're just enjoying your property, like for instance a car, and you don't happen to have a license, they cannot ticket you and they cannot tow your car from you because you do not need a driver's license because you're not engaged in commerce on a highway. So this goes very, 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 very deep. And so the point is that don't be so quick to say that you're a citizen or you're a proud citizen because you're just simply.
Well, another way, what they're saying in Australia, it's quite sneaky to get away from it, is there's a couple of things. Michael Murphy years ago, he used to hire the police in Boston lots. The police just got told, do not engage with them. Because he just knows the law too well. And he worked out that basically the government also cannot have a monopoly in any one particular business. And they do have a monopoly on the driver's registration on the roads. They got a complete monopoly on it, right?
Yeah.
But basically, he's saying, it says that in the Constitution, so I'm basically making my own corporation so I can travel. And by the way, I'm not driving. I don't need a driver's license to travel. I'm traveling, mate.
Exactly. All right,
It's
guys.
how you word it.
Thanks,
And that's-
mate. I gotta go. I'll keep in touch with you guys, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lord. Really appreciate it, brother. And I hope to see you again. And thank you for becoming a member.
Hey,
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah,
Laura,
thank you. Thank you.
Send me your details. Send me a message and I'll send you my phone number. And
Yeah, bro. Yeah, sweet.
Corey, if you go into the private chat here, I'll just make it real fast for you. If you go into the private chat, I've pasted got his Facebook profile there.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sweet.
Yeah, it just makes it faster for you so you don't have to scroll through the comments and kind of what have you.
Take that off now. I got that. I just did the screenshot on that for myself, and then I'll get in contact with you, mate. I'll get a bit more information too. So yeah, all good.
Yeah.
Coolies, brother. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too, mate. Thanks very much.
Yeah, you are very welcome. Thank you. All right, guys. So this was a wonderful, fantastic download as we talked about, and I'm very happy that it went for 6.5 hours, and I bet you guys can go on for another 6.5. But I got some shit to do today, and I wish I had really programmed into my day, but let's bring Goss back next week for another download, and, and then we'll delve deeper in.
Because I've got plenty more to say on a lot of things. I've actually taken it just at a bit of a slower pace in this last. I've actually felt it pretty relaxed, just like having a living room or campfire conversation with it. We're just all in different locations, because of just the way today's world is. Because if we could travel again, well, who wouldn't be traveling so we could hang out and do proper things together? And that's what they're afraid of. They don't want us to get together because they know the power of us, ones that are switched on, that know what's going on, can actually do real stuff to actually affect, proactive good change that stops all their bullshit. And it's already happened. That's the thing. I actually can say the good news that's happened, but I'm like Jonathan Livingston Seagull. I've already been to the future. I've done the magic. I've seen it. I've felt it. I've seen some of the results myself that are subtle so far. I'm scrutinising it still and still looking for more things. But look at today. Another day, no chemtrails. Why? Because the environment's so good at the moment, it's evaporating them so fucking quick.
All right.
And
coolies, guys, thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
For the better. And I've got to do more work up north, and I've got to do more work everywhere, actually. But I love doing it because this is what I do. But you know what? I'm sick of cleaning up their bullshit, though. Because
love what you do what you love. Buddy of mine, Jerome Calvar, said that. He's from Australia, too. Some great minds down there. I like it.
Yeah, well, the thing is that all this whole split timelines, we knew the only time that we could get the Tyrrell Eagle of the Sun was back now. They basically flipped it initially, and the Eagle of the Sun, the Tyrrell, that the Phoenix is the Greek name for, okay? It got basically locked up and stuck and captured, and we couldn't release it until this time now. We knew that we'd have to wait 2.2 fucking million years after their initial fucking stupidity. And that's basically the amount of time that's gone on since we had a perfect creation and things went to shit. There was time that happened. We spent much longer than that creating creation. Okay? That's another story for another time. But since the time of the creation of the Bill, it's only been 2.2 million years. So all this Draco stuff saying that there was a previous universe before this one and this, that, and the other, it's all fucking bullshit to try and get them to give the impression that they're older than everybody, and they distance everything by millions of years, exaggeration more than things are. But really, only 2.2 million years has gone down since things went to shit. So, yeah, I've got to run.
There's one thing that I'm absolutely not going to tolerate on my channel, which is negativity, bullshit, and talking shit about my guest. And I'm talking to you, Jace Ventura. So thanks for coming by. Don't like your attitude, don't like your energy, and you are banned from this channel. Have a good one. Goodbye. See you on the other side.
Oh, was it a redneck, was it? Because redneck doesn't discriminate when it comes to race. It's an attitude.
Yeah, it's like, just a shithead and just a troll that just showed up and is just talking shit.
It's
And,
probably.
I'm definitely not going to tolerate that.
You know what? Most of them are bots. Actually, they got whole armies of bots to basically do this sort of shit now. So just ignore it. It's all just reactive energy designed to try and stir us off.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. I don't want this guy coming back, right, to spread more negative energy. It's just not warranted, and it's just unacceptable. All right, guys, thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and being here with Gauze, myself, and Lore. It looks like Lore has left us. And thank you to everyone who signed up as a member to Watchers Talk. Please, if you can, sign up for the members program. It's $1.99 a month. It's really going to open up some doors for Watchers Talk, and it's a great tool for this channel. As I was saying earlier, we've been shadow banned for years and years now due to the content that we are streaming. And so this really opens up an entire new road for us and a new venue. And as I was saying, before earlier on in the day, that there's a lot of speakers out there that have wonderful information, but access to them is quite difficult. These guys want to get paid to come on and speak, and rightly so. If they want to be compensated for their time and for their information, I have no problem doing that. But I don't have the money to do it. So with this program, members program that was launched a few days ago, once that builds up, it's really going to help unlock those doors. So I would really appreciate it. And if you guys sign up for that, your support was it's really needed. In order for this channel to grow and to continuously bring you next level conscious-based content such as this, and day events that we normally do, and mega events that we usually do twice a year, which consist of like 30, 40, 50 speakers over a course of a number of days. So with that being said, guys, thank you all. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with my guest, Gauze, Stephen Cummins from Australia. I'm not sure where Stephen went or where Gauze went, but I'm sure he's going to come back here right away. But thank you very much, guys. I love you all. We're going to aim to bring Gauze back next weekend, so keep an eye on this space for next Saturday and Sunday. It will be one of those 2 days. We're just going to have to work out the details of that. Please subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for notifications. So next time we go live, you guys will be notified. Hopefully you'll be notified. You never know with YouTube because, like I said, heavily shadow banned. That's why a lot of videos only have like 60, 70, 100 views. For a channel that's been around for 7 years with the content that we have, you figure the views are more than that. But
they don't do everything. They don't. Yeah. They tell lies on every platform that these people sort of own. They doctor all the statistics and
exactly. Like 100 views, 150 views for a channel that has 2,500 subscribers. It's just seriously shadow banned, right? So just keep your eye on the channel and subscribe, hit that bell. If you get a notification, you get it. If not, then I don't know what to tell you, brothers and sisters. It is what it is. It's very important for the viewers to like the video, to comment on the video, and to share the video, because that goes into the algorithm of YouTube. And then once enough people do that, it forces the algorithm to show this as a next video or a suggested video. So, help is much needed, a call to action. So thank you very much, Gods. I really appreciate it, brother. I will be in contact with you.
Likewise.
You're tomorrow, and let's set up a time for next weekend, and we'll do another download. And with that, I guess that is it. We've said a lot over the last 6.5 hours. So love you all very much. Really appreciate you all. And take care. Be safe out there. Take the measures that you need to. Don't acquiesce to the system. There's no need to, acquiesce. Just oppose the system, and that's all you need to do, because your energy will pick up, and it will pick up with everyone else that's opposing around the world, and hopefully we can defeat this cabal, and crush it into the ground. And that's really
we're doing it big time, because literally all the true information is coming back, and all the techniques are available for you to, in a non-dogma way, explore it for yourself and experience it for yourself, because all we're giving to people are the basic natural science techniques, so you can actually check it out for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Educate
That's what it comes down to. You checking it out. It's not believing one fucking word I say.
That's right. I was just going to say that.
Speaking the truth from my gut. You go and scrutinize it, and you check it out for itself.
Yeah.
And you do it properly, and then you tell me if it's wrong or not. And if you find something wrong and you're right, fucking tell me, and then I'll make the shit better. And we all make it better.
Exactly. Don't take my word for it. Just do your own research, do your own investigation, and if you find something, like God said, come and tell me, so that I can make myself better as a person and as a human being. Love you all very much. Be safe out there. Take care, and have a wonderful weekend. For the days that we're not live at 7:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We do a premiere of a video, and I guess we're going to skip here tonight, but tomorrow night I will be streaming a video from Salrita Antaria. She's going to be talking about conscious stuff and light language and things like that, ET hybrids. It's going to be it's a very interesting talk that we had at Total Disclosure about a month and a half ago, so keep an eye out on that space as well. 7 p.m. every night. Pacific Standard Time. It's about an hour-long video, hour and 15 minutes, and I get to converse with you guys in the comments. And if you guys have any ideas for Watchers Talk, who would you like to see here, or who would you like to do a presentation or a one-on-one interview, or just a straight-up download, leave it in the comments, and I will reach out to those people and see if I can bring them on. So, guys, thank you very much. Omar from Watchers Talk. Have a good day.